On behalf of Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapeeth, Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, I, Anuja Balkar, Assistant Professor, extend a hearty welcome to all the respected dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Ajit Khadekar, Honorable Secretary of Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapeeth, Dr. Ujjwala Barve, Dean of Modern Sciences and Professional Skills, Dr. Keshav Sati sir, Head of the Department, and our distinguished keynote speaker, Ms. Anuradha Beniwal, international chess player, trainer and author. So, all the distinguished guests of the dais, faculty members, research scholars, students and participants to this one-day national seminar centered around the theme Acing Sports Communication. On behalf of the organizing committee, I again welcome you all. I also extend a humble welcome to all of you for the inaugural session of the seminar officially. In today's rapidly evolving media ecosystem, sports communication has moved far beyond match reports and scorelines. It now encompasses storytelling, branding, athlete narratives, digital engagement, ethics, and global representation. This seminar aims to explore these dimensions and understand how sports communication is shaping public discourse, media practices, and professional opportunities. Going ahead, we shall now seek blessings and mark the auspicious beginning of the seminar. I kindly request the dignitaries to proceed for the garlanding of the statue of Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak and the photo frame of late Chancellor Dr. Deepak Tilak sir, followed by lighting of the ceremonial lamp. Check. Thank you to all the dignitaries. We now move to the felicitation of our respected dignitaries on the dais as a token of our gratitude and respect. I would now request Dean Dr. Ujjwala Barve ma'am to kindly felicitate today's keynote speaker, Ms. Anuradha Beniwal ma'am. The round of applause should be heard loudly. Thank you everyone. I now request our head of the department, Dr. Keshav Sati sir, to please felicitate our Secretary of Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapeeth, Mr. Ajit Khadekar sir. Thank you once again to all the dignitaries. To formally welcome the gathering and set the context for today's seminar, I now invite Dr. Keshav Sati sir, head of the department, to deliver the welcome address.
Very good morning to you. I welcome you for this conference, Acing Branding Sports Communication. Before that, I would like to introduce my department, those who are new to this department, that this department, Journalism and Mass Communication, started in 2007. So last 18-19 years, the department is working, and this department having different courses in journalism and mass communication, advertising, public relation, new media, sound recording and all. I would also like to give some glimpses of the conferences which we have covered the subjects, and they are audience perception, media ethics, visual communication, cultural studies, artificial intelligence in media, creators economy, and now this Acing sports communication. So there are different subjects we have covered for our conferences, and students were benefited. On this occasion, I would like to put some persistent questions about sports and sports journalism. That, do we really have a sports culture? Because nowadays what we see in the newspaper, last page, 70% news is about cricket. Nothing but cricket. But I won't consider cricket as a sports. I consider cricket as a religion for this country, and cricket as a currency. But very astonishingly, and I'm very surprised, that many games are ignored. Many national games, badminton, table tennis, chess, kho-kho, kabaddi, a very small space is given in newspaper. Though they have dignified sports area by giving a full last page sometime, and even in the news, we have, and now in sports. So last para is always in news bulletin is about sports. But now today or yesterday, cycle race is going on. Really it's a sports? Yes, cycling is a sports, but the way they are handling it here, roads are closed, schools are closed. And the astonishing part is that we don't have a proper cycle track in Pune city to run cycle. So what type of enthusiasm they wanted to inject? This is pure commercial venture. So I think journalists also try to understand what is commercial and what is real sports. I think this conference will encourage sports journalists to really write about sports in the right perspective. I had a good opportunity as a sports journalist for television. I covered first Pune International Marathon in 1983, started by Suresh Kalmadi. Even I covered many cricket matches live in Mumbai, many badminton tournament, table tennis tournament of Kamlesh Mehta, billiards, so many people. And what is required for broadcast journalism covering game, that you must understand what actually the game is. When I was covering cricket, I was knowing who is the bowling and he is the leg spinner. I should anticipate where ball will go from the batsman, and accordingly I had to set my camera. So these things happen in radio, particularly in television. But I would really appreciate that instead of just reporting sports, I think critical analysis has to be done by the sports journalist. Otherwise, it would only be just a formality. Now we are talking about branding. Yeah, it's good. But to brand, we must have some attribute to that product. A healthy attribute, a lively attribute. Unless we make lively, unless we make healthy our sports arena, the branding won't be possible. So on this occasion, I would also like to tell you something, that in Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapit, we have got a very great sports culture. Even our president, our vice chancellor, they are gold medalists in karate and all types of games. Even we can have one full week of sports festival and everything like that. I know that we have to go ahead it, but I wish all the best for this, and I would like her to take over. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would definitely like to mention that in our curriculum also, we have judo, we have self-defense as a part of their choice. So many of the students, they do go for yoga, self-defense, and all these subjects. Moving forward now, to further elaborate on the theme and academic relevance of this seminar, I now invite Dean Dr. Ujjwala Burre ma'am to present the conference theme address.
To everybody, my special regards to Mr. Khadilkar, HOD Dr. Satri, and the keynote speaker Anuradha Beniwal. I can see that Mihir and Parag from the subsequent sessions also are here, and it speaks, I think, for the interest in this seminar, because esteemed and invited speakers being present much before their own session probably indicates the appreciation for our seminar, I guess. I take it as that, because yes, sports journalism is becoming an important aspect of media curricula, but it's not so easy to run a full-fledged course in that, and there are students who want to explore opportunities in this field, because many of them are at their own individual level are keen spectators. Some of them, of course, the number goes down. There are a lot of keen spectators. Then there are a few people who practice sports in some way or the other, or had practiced sometime in their life, and those who are in competitive sports at different levels. That's okay. But students entering the field of media need to know the various opportunities that are available. That's why last year we talked about creator economy. What are the opportunities? Now this year we are talking about sports communication, and this very long day till 6 o'clock in the evening will unravel before us. I'm saying us, because even we as teachers are curious to know. Even as teachers, we want to learn what are the possibilities, what are the skills required, so that we can impart those skills, so that we can share those insights with others. So I'm really happy to acknowledge the presence of faculty members from different universities like SPPU, then Garware College is represented, Chandrasekhar Agashe College, because it is a multidisciplinary subject. We have invited students and faculty from sports management, from physical education, from media, because different skills are required. You know about sports, but you don't know how to communicate. You know how to communicate, but you don't know the intricacies of sports. So one needs to have a multidisciplinary approach, and so very happy to see so many faces, and of course our students, Team Avi students of Media, Journalism and Mass Communication Department, other departments of Team Avi, and students from other colleges and universities. A very, very warm welcome to you once again. As you know that India has a sports policy also. We have heard of initiatives like Khelo India and all that. The Sports Policy 2025, the vision is to harness the power of sports for the nation's holistic development. Because sports is not only considered a leisurely activity, but it's a major contributor to empowerment, representation and advocacy. Representation also is a major factor here. With the immense popularity of women's cricket recently, you know, women's sports have come to the fore, they are being recognized. Then there is the Paralympics, the Indian para-athletes doing so well and doing us proud even in Paralympics. So inclusivity is possible in sports, inclusivity is important in sports. As Sir said, most of the time is hogged by cricket, but there are so many other games, so many other sports. There are so many different sporting organizations, starting with school level to district, to state, to nation. Everybody needs to be communicated to the general public. There are so many stakeholders. Sports persons need to communicate with maybe sports organizations, sports authorities. Sports authorities need to communicate maybe with the government. A lot is required, and that's where the expertise in communication probably comes in. And there is, of course, the explosion of the digital media. There are ways in which you can use the digital media in the sports field. I'm not using the word arena because it has a different meaning when it comes to sport. But in the field of sports, that you can have your YouTube channel, you can have your blog, you can start writing about it. So many ways are possible, and that's what we are going to explore throughout the day. Sports journalism being one of the most important factors is what Mihir Vasavda is going to speak about. Veteran, experienced and passionate sports journalist. Then we have a panel discussion about branding, marketing, PR, and again another set of experienced sports related people will be there. Then we have Parag Phatak, who has been writing extensively about sports and how sports communication can be used for social change, because that is what our sports policy envisages. That is it just the game that is fought, or what all goes behind the sporting activity, the sporting attitude, the sportsman spirit, so many things are there. And there will be a master class on how to cover an international sports events, because that is supposed to be the biggest opportunity that a sports journalist can get. And to set the tone right for everything, we have a multifaceted personality as the keynote speaker. She has been a chess player herself, a national champion at a very young age. Then now she has an academy of teaching chess in London. She also goes to France. She was with Lakshya Academy, which works for identifying young deserving player and nurturing them. She has done her diploma in journalism, so has been working with media, and she is an author, so communication is her forte, and she has seen a long span from a very young age. She has worked with players like Ankita Raina. I remember in one of her books, she has narrated the incident when Ankita Raina was playing maybe in Austria or in Belgium, and she went to visit her, and then she said that the least I could do for Ankita Raina that day was to wash her clothes, because when Ankita said, okay, my matches are over, now let me go to the laundromat and wash my clothes so that I'm ready. She's playing for the country, but we have to remember it's not all about the millions of dollars and rupees that sports persons earn. It's the starting journey that is very, very difficult. So understanding what all goes in the making of a sports person, what all goes on in the in the field of sports psychology, how that is important, how the environment is important. So many things we need to understand if we need to communicate sports properly to the audiences, and that's why we have put up this whole day's program. One last request from me is that be attentive and do not be shy to ask questions that are there in your mind. Asking questions is the first skill that a media person needs to have, whether it's sports or film or entertainment journalism or political journalism. Unless and until you listen to what is being said, process it and ask supplementary questions, the dialogue is not complete. So let's do that. I'm sure every panelist, every speaker will enjoy interaction with the young people. So I'm looking forward to a very healthy and enriching dialogue. Thank you so much and welcome to everybody again.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your encouraging words. And Lokmanya Tilak said, Swarajya माझा जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार है. I think every journalist should say this. प्रश्न विचारणं हा माझा जन्मसिद्ध अधिकार है. Because that is required if you are in the journalism field, then asking question has to be your first birthright, I think. So going forward with the program, we are honored to have the guidance and blessing of our Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Geetali Tilak ma'am. Though due to professional commitment she could not be with us today, but she has recorded her wishes via AV medium. I now request you all to kindly turn your attention to the screen as we listen to the address by Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Geetali Tilak ma'am through AV mode. I am requesting. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your inspiring words and continued support. And what ma'am was saying, I just remember a dialogue from one of my favorite movie, Iron Lady. It's based on Margaret Thatcher's life. So she says, there is a small dialogue about that. Whatever ma'am was saying, I think it can simplify it even more. That especially in terms of journalism, so she says that watch your words, watch your thoughts, they become words. Watch your words, they become your character. And watch your character, it becomes your destiny. So that's how I think we should watch our words when we write, when we speak, or we do anything when it comes to the words. Because it can definitely justify, it can definitely say how you are, how you carry yourself in the society. So what ma'am was saying, it just made me remember those things, that how words are important in our field. So now it is that we have come to one of the most awaited moments of this session, It is my privilege to introduce our keynote speaker, Ms. Anuradha Beniwal, who is an international chess player, trainer, author, and independent thinker, whose journey reflects courage, discipline, and a strong voice for self-expression. Born in Meham near Rohtak, Haryana, she was brought up unconventionally and homeschooled, and by the age of 7, she was ranked as the #2 chess player in the country in her age category. I think it requires a big round of applause. After early success in competitive chess, Anuradha ma'am pursued higher education with equal passion, earning degrees in English Honours Law and a Master's in English Literature. Alongside academics, she developed a deep interest in travel, writing and storytelling, which later found expression through her blogs and writings. She is the author of the widely discussed book, Azadi Mera Brand, a powerful narrative of freedom, travel and self-discovery from the perspective of a young Indian woman breaking social stereotypes. Currently, she is based in London. She is a professional chess coach teaching young learners in reputed schools and chess clubs, while continuing to inspire through her writing and public engagements. Her life and work stand as a compelling example of how sport communication and personal narrative can come together to shape identity, resilience and empowerment. Ma'am, it's an absolute honor to have you with us today. I now invite Anuradha Beniwal ma'am to deliver the keynote address.
To not get into technicalities of sports communication really, but to tell you that it's possible if you have any self-doubt in this very fast changing world जहाँ सब कुछ ChatGPT कर रहा है तो reports कौन लिखेगा. And when I was your age, I was studying journalism. I was like, अभी उन्होंने जो introduction पढ़ा मुझे लगा, wow, who is she? मतलब काफ़ी अच्छी लग रही है, like, wow, written books and traveled, and I sounded very successful. But honestly, I'm still self-doubting myself. I have imposter syndrome all the time. कि मैं इतने बड़े लोगों के बीच में क्या कर रही हूँ. But if I'm here, probably there's a reason. But I exist with self-doubt, so it stays and I stay. So I have made peace with it. जब उज्ज्वला मैम ने मुझे बुलाया था, she called me a couple of weeks ago, 20 days ago probably, and she said, if you're in Pune, तो I would like to invite you. So मैं public speaking बहुत करती हूँ, लेकिन I'm so nervous before it. मतलब I can't eat breakfast, which I did today, but I couldn't in the morning. And I have churning in my stomach कि मैं कैसे बोलूँगी, I'm super nervous, why did I come here, what am I doing here, all those things stay. Why am I sharing this? कि जो बाहर से लगता है कि वो is so confident, she looks so successful, it's not true. I have churning in my stomach, I'm nervous, मैं भूल जाऊँगी मैंने सब लिखा हुआ है, all that, and मुझे सुबह तक ही लगता रहा, why did I accept it, why am I going? So this is true. I'm just sharing what happens. When Ujjwala ma'am called me, I accepted because she did. I studied under her. मैंने journalism इनके साथ पढ़ा. So I did accept, and I thought क्या ही होगा? ChatGPT से speech लिखवा लेंगे. And I did that. I was like, okay, 45 minutes, journalism college, this, write me a speech. This is new to us. This is a new tool, and it's very attractive. 2 सेकंड में कुछ भी लिखवाना चाहो लिख देता है वो. So I did that. I asked ChatGPT to write me a speech. It was done. I was like, oh, this looks shiny. This is everything. This is so professional. But ChatGPT is something like, like a plastic flower. It looks very good from far away. बहुत सुंदर shiny लगता है. When I started reading it, editing it, when you go closer to it, you find तुम्हें वो fake लगने लगता है. तो एक तो ये लगता ही है कि अगर आप ChatGPT की speech पढ़ रहे हैं 45 मिनट के लिए, तो one you're cheating your audience कि आप भी कर सकते थे, वो आप यहाँ क्यों आए हैं? मतलब आप 1 घंटा मेरा क्यों सुनेंगे? आप घर पे बैठ के भी उसको खुद भी कर सकते थे. But also the more you read it, the closer you go to it, it starts to feel fake. And that's what happened to me. I was editing it. Every couple of days I'll visit it and I'm like, it's okay, I'll edit it. Then I edit more and then I edit more. And 2 days ago I deleted the whole thing and I wrote, I'm a writer, and I'm like, I'm not so mad, and it looked interesting. So this is a tool, use it as a tool to enable you. तो आप लिख लो and then it can help you to edit, structure, but don't go to it as your first go-to. If you have ideas, write your ideas, free flow. So what it has done, it is an amazing tool. तो language is no more a barrier कि मेरा grammar कैसा होगा, मेरे words कैसे हैं, मेरी vocabulary कैसी है. I had so much self-doubt coming from Haryana, a sports person. I had no language. English तो बहुत दूर की बात है. I didn't even have Hindi with me properly. So I had so much self-doubt. When I started writing the first time, I started with blogs. There used to be blogs in those times. So I would go to my friends who I trusted have better English कि इसका ग्रामर ठीक कर दो, because you're so like ये दुनिया पढ़ेगी and they सोचेंगे कि इसको ग्रामर नहीं आता है. But what ChatGPT does, what AI does, it corrects these little things जो इतना cumbersome और इतना intimidating लगता था. So I would say use it as a tool, not as your first go-to. Now I'll come to the speech that I wrote. Okay. So I was introduced, I'm a traveler, I'm a writer, a chess coach, I was a national champion, but I'm here to talk about something more powerful than just winning trophies. I'm here to talk about stories and how stories win hearts. Because in today's world, sports mat पे खत्म नहीं होता है. मैट अगर सिर्फ स्पोर्ट्स होता तो विसल बजा और गेम खत्म. But it is carried to the public, it is carried to you by media. So it is played on social platforms, it is played on Instagram, on Twitter, on TV, much after than a sports event. So let me begin with a simple question. How many of you remember or know Vinesh Fogart? Raise of hand. How many of you remember Vinesh Fogart? We remember her story. We remember, she didn't win a medal. We remember that she lost the medal. In fact, she was disqualified from the tournament by 1 gram. She would get the highest glory, the first gold probably for a woman wrestler. And she was disqualified by 1 gram. That story, it was in everyone's mind when that happened at the Paris Olympics. Everyone was praying for her. We wanted her to win somehow, anyhow, some magic should happen. Everyone was praying for her. She was in our hearts. But do you remember in the same tournament, Aman Sehrawat? Raise of hand if anyone knows Aman Sehrawat here. Much fewer than Vinesh Fogart. He won a bronze medal at the Olympics, 57 freestyle category. But what is the difference? Not wrestling. The difference is the narrative, is the story. Vinesh's story was more powerful or probably communicated more powerfully. Similarly, P.T. Usha. Did she win an Olympic medal ever? No, she did not. At the LA Olympics 1984, I wasn't born then, but I chat GPT'd. She missed the medal by 100th of a second. 0.01 second she missed the medal, but her story became so powerful. It was the title was So Close Yet So Far. Her story, where she came from, her fight as an athlete, that became powerful. So who is writing these stories? You are writing these stories. So we are here to know, to learn the power of communication. Sports communicators, what are your career choices? Well, you have many panel discussions and seminars and talks today who will tell you what are your options, and you can also chat GPT. What are your options? It will tell you like a detail of options. It did tell me, but I was like, you can do it yourself. So I deleted it. What I'm here to tell you today is, if I can do it, you can do it too. I was born in Haryana, a state where sports is big, but not chess. In fact, many people still argue whether chess is a sports at all. But let me tell you, when I started playing, I was 7 years old. A match would last 7 hours, sometimes more. Now it's 2 hours, 4 hours. When I started playing, classical chess would last 7 hours, sitting on a chair in front of a 64 squares board, thinking all the time for 7 hours for a 7-year-old. Let me tell you, it requires the stamina of a long distance runner. So it is a sports. But in Haryana, it wasn't, nobody knew. People knew boxing, people knew wrestling, people knew physical sports. But chess, no. Well, my dad wanted me to become a wrestler. Now I can become a wrestler. I do a 110 kg deadlift. But at that time, I wasn't. I was a weak child. And my dad wanted me to do sports. Because sports ka kya power hai na? Especially the state I come from. It is a notorious state for the girl and boy sex ratio. We have the worst in India. And we have the most number of female athletes. It's a very interesting state. जहाँ पे wrestler women हैं, boxers हैं, athletes हैं, और on one hand, they don't even want a girl child. It's a very interesting state. My dad was a professor. He knew कि यहाँ survive करने के लिए, यहाँ to have a good survival, not just a survival, but a good survival, you need sports. When you are into sports, एक बहुत आपको एक certificate मिल जाता है. As a girl, probably you can't even wear jeans, but as a sports person, you can wear shorts. You can't go alone for a walk as a normal person, even in a salwar suit, in a gown, but as a sports person, you can wear shorts and run, and people will respect you. You can travel alone. So there's a respect that is given to sports. There can be many reasons. There are many reasons. Show of strength, wrestling हमेशा से वहाँ popular रहा है. तो वो reasons बहुत हैं. But he knew that if my daughter played a sport, life will be easier, and he was so right. But when I won the national championship, I thought it's done, matlab ho gaya, set a life, because that was the aim, but it's never really set. So what happened, I came back after winning the tournament. Kya hota tha, after every tournament, my dad would go to the press, और वो सर्टिफिकेट और मेरा मेडल और ट्रॉफी ऑफिस में लेके जाते थे, प्रेस के लोकल न्यूज़पेपर ऑफिस में, और उनको बताते थे कि भाई ऐसे ऐसे मेरी बेटी जीती है, अखबार में खबर छाप दो. एंड दैट्स हाउ न्यूज़ यूज्ड टू कम, बिकॉज हर एक स्टेट का, हर एक कंट्री का एक फेवरेट स्पोर्ट होता है. हमारी कंट्री में क्रिकेट है, हमारे स्टेट में रेसलिंग है या बॉक्सिंग है, हर किसी कंट्री में फुटबॉल है. आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू गेट इनटू दैट क्यों है, कैसे है, क्या नहीं होना चाहिए, बट है. सो my dad would go and give a press release, and that's how it was published. If today I won a medal, I don't do anymore, but if I did, I'll put it on my social media and it will reach thousands instantly. A 19-year-old cricketer today has more audience, much more audience than a newspaper headline. So what is your role? What are you going to do? They can tell their stories themselves. In fact, they don't even want to give you stories. Their stories get them views. They don't want to give you, especially a popular sport like cricket. A cricketer would not want to give the journalist his story. They would want to tell it themselves because they will get views. So what is your role here? Your role is not to be quicker than Twitter. Your role is to be deeper. Your role is to explain, to understand, to to go deeper, to analyze and then give it there, to do more research, not to be quick, because अभी कोई मैच चल रहा है या कुछ भी हो रहा है, कुछ भी इवेंट हो रहा है, and that's true for not just sports journalism but for any journalism. कुछ भी होता है, अर्थक्वेक आया, सबसे पहले कहाँ आता है? फेसबुक पे है, भूचाल आया या जो भी आया, फेसबुक पे सबसे पहले आता है. आई गो टू, अगर कोई न्यूज़ देखना है मुझे तो आई ओपन इंस्टाग्राम या फेसबुक के क्या चल रहा है, न्यूज़ में बाद में अपडेट होगा, पहले सोशल मीडिया पे होगा. सो एवरीवन इज अ जर्नलिस्ट टुडे, एवरीवन हैज वॉइस. सो व्हाट इज योर रोल? आई हैव रिटन दैट. सो योर रोल is to cover people, the young prodigy, not just a professional who is already successful, but a young prodigy. I'll share my story. I work with Lakshya. So first, coming back to me playing chess, I was successful as a chess player, became India champion, but the next month after I became India champion in sub juniors in Bombay, I was praised by the media, the local media in Bombay, and I was like, oh, this girl from Haryana, the first time anyone from Haryana has won a national tournament. I was feeling very good. The media was very happy with me. I was very happy with the media. What happened? The next month I had a tournament to play and I lost first round to an unseeded player, and the media was cruel. It was mean. It totally called me a fluke, or maybe it was just a fluke, and maybe she's not really that good, and and that really did break me. As a 16, 17-year-old girl, I was like, this is never going to end. Like you're only as good as your last match. कोहली कितनी भी सेंचुरी बना ले, but if he's next match में वो आउट होगा तो सब उसको ट्रैश ही करेंगे. Nobody is going to be like, oh, but he was so good. No, you're only as good as your last match. So I learned media is not your friend. It's not your enemy either, but it's not your friend. Your skill is your friend. Your skill is your friend, and I learned that. I quit professional chess. I quit playing professionally thanks to my performance and certificates in chess. I got admission in Delhi University on sports quota. Thanks God for Sarkari universities and the scholarships, which are very quickly diminishing, but I had that at that time. I went to study English literature. I was an average student because I had never been to a school. Before that, 12th tak, I had never been to a school. My dad had homeschooled me. So I was homeschooled because I was playing chess most of the time. I had never been to a regular school. Exams were new to me. But sports taught me one thing: hard work. Hard work is your friend. Also, I'm going to tell you, मैं कभी मतलब अगर क्लास में 40 बच्चे हैं तो मेरी पोजीशन probably 32वीं होगी. Like I was always below average student, but I knew कि hard work is my friend. So I have to really work hard if I have to even pass. So that seemed really hard, but that became a blessing because I didn't have the genius's curse. Genius's curse मालूम है क्या होता है? When you're very good and things come to you very easy, then you think सब बहुत आसानी से मिल जाएगा. मैं कभी फर्स्ट नहीं आई हूँ, मतलब नर्सरी में भी नहीं. I never went to school, but सब लोग जो बचपन में भी फर्स्ट आते हैं, I was never as good. लेकिन वो जीनियस को क्या होता है कि उसको पता है कि चीजें बहुत आसानी से आएंगी, तो मेहनत करना भूल जाते हैं. उनको लगता है कि मेहनत करने की जरूरत नहीं है. But in life is not a short distance run. It is a long distance, very long distance race. उसमें मेहनत ही लगेगी, उसमें स्टैमिना ही लगेगा. So I know a lot of like really good genius people who fall behind at some point because they don't know how to work hard. So what will help you is working hard, and sports taught me that. So जब तुम sports journalism करोगे या लिखोगे, not only it is a nice career choice, but as a human being, as a person, it's going to really help you. You learn to be disciplined, you learn to wake up in the morning, you learn the value of nutrition, of eating right, of waking up right, of sleeping at the right time. So it teaches you a lot of things. So when I finished my English degree, I came to Pune and I got into law. Not because I wanted to become a lawyer, because I didn't know what else to do. I could only get admission in a law university. I actually didn't want to do anything, but my dad was like, अच्छे घर की लड़कियां पढ़ाई नहीं छोड़ती हैं, मतलब ब्रेक नहीं होना चाहिए. तो I did law, 3 years law, didn't understand anything, worked in the district court under a human rights lawyer, Acing. It was nice, but it was not for me. It was very intimidating. I wanted to have opinions, and court is not allowed to have opinions. It wants facts, and I was like, पर मेरे पास तो बहुत opinions हैं. I want to say so much, and the court doesn't let you speak your opinions. You're like, you have facts. If I give you an example, I was working with a domestic violence victim, and she was pregnant at that time, and District Court Pune didn't have an elevator. I don't know if they have it now, but they didn't have it. It was on the 3rd floor, and she'll come for the hearing, and the court will move it to the next date. And I was like, can't you see it? And she had like marks on her wrists and wire marks, and I was like, can't you see it? But you know what? They can't see it. You have to tell them, you have to give them a proof. This is not a proof. You show them, look at my marks, it's like, where did the mark come from? Give me a medical certificate. When did you go to the doctor? Is it really coming from there? So I was like, no, I was 23 years old. I'm like, it's too much for me. I was shouting to the judge, really, like, can't you see it? It's like, no, they can't see it. So I was too young to understand that. I quit law. I was like, no, I can't do it. I was like, why can I have opinions? Journalism. So I went to study journalism because I wanted to share my opinions. I had so many. I started writing, and I entered. I studied from Ranade. I did a journalism diploma. I wrote, but I was like, where am I going to get the money from? How am I going to get paid? How am I going to buy a house? How am I going to buy a car? What am I going to do when my friends are becoming corporate lawyers? They're working for big MNCs. What am I going to do? I thought I'm never going to fit in. I'm only struggling with constant like breakups and exams. I was like, I'm not going to fit in this world. I found sports again. It came to my rescue. Lakshya Supporting Sports is a NGO in Pune. It was starting at that time, and a very dear friend who's a chess player got in touch with me, and he's like, we are starting this. The idea was to scout for sports talent. ऊंचा talent नहीं, मतलब ऐसा कि कोई बच्चा है बहुत अच्छा खेलता है या बहुत अच्छा भागता है और उसको थोड़ी चीज की जरूरत है. आप बहुत बड़े आईपीएल क्रिकेटर के पास जाओ और पूछो आपको क्या जरूरत है. No, I don't need a bat, or I don't need anything. In fact, you pay them to, give them stuff and also pay them, and that's only when they're going to use the stuff. So our idea was कि हम छोटा टैलेंट से शुरू करेंगे कि कोई बहुत अच्छा भागता है और उसको जूते की जरूरत है, and that shoe is going to change that person's life. और न्यूट्रिशन कि ट्रेनिंग करके आया है लेकिन घर में इतना पैसा नहीं है कि प्रॉपर न्यूट्रिशन प्रोटीन दे पाए. सो वी थॉट वी गोना ब्रिज दैट गैप कि उसको बहुत अच्छा कोई है तो उसको आगे पुश करने के लिए नेशनल लेवल तक पहुंचाने के लिए हमें क्या चाहिए, और उसके लिए ज़्यादा नहीं चाहिए होता है. समटाइम्स जस्ट लाइक फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट के साथ एक सेशन मिल गया या जूस दे दिया या घी दे दिया या प्रोटीन पाउडर दे दिया, things like that. So we started Lakshya, and I became an all-rounder. So I was hanging out at Balewadi all the time. A tip for you, when you work with athletes, it's nice to work out with them. Look like an athlete, be like an athlete. It's going to help you, and also you will know the struggle. When I was working with the hockey players, I was playing hockey. I learned to play field hockey. I was working with the shooters. I learned to shoot. It is a privilege. It is an honor to also, yeah, it's an absolute honor. I didn't want to go to office. I just wanted to stay at Balewadi and hang out with the players. I was an all-rounder. I was looking into all sorts of needs. मतलब जब राही को कॉमनवेल्थ में, राही सरनोबत को कॉमनवेल्थ में गोल्ड मिला था, I think it was not in India. She was returning from UK. And I was the one receiving her in Bombay and arranging like a press conference for her. So from there, like getting her coats and getting her ready. So from there to like seeking players and their scouting for players. So I would go to like small akhadas or boxing rings and just watch and see what's going on. Like, कौन अच्छा player है, and that's how I scouted Ankita Raina. I would go to Deccan Gymkhana, PYC, and see. And the first time I saw Ankita was she was hitting with Arjun Khade, and she was hitting really hard. She was so good. And I had got a tip कि और player है जो बहुत अच्छी है, and I had gone to meet the other player. But when I saw Ankita, I was like, whoa, she's good. So I asked the coach and was like, who is she? And they said she's India number 1. She was under 14, India number 4 or 5. But I'm like, she has the potential. I saw the potential. I came back to Lakshya and was like, we want this girl. And they're like, but no, she's not India number, like she's India number 4. How do you know? I was like, I've seen her. And anyway, she went on to become India number 1. She's been India number 1 for more than 10 years now. So that was also part of the job. Getting her on board, helping athletes with their injuries, if they need physiotherapy, if they need medical attention, if they need more protein. So sports has many options that you can do. इतना सारी चीजें कर सकते हो ना. Hundreds of sports, thousands of players, and they all need you. Coming back to that, social media has changed a lot, and a player, a cricketer, a 19-year-old, a 16-year-old has Instagram, has Twitter, and they can share their own stories, but you know what happens when they're too much on social media. They need someone to do that for them. They're not experts. So they need a whole team to manage that, and that's you. You manage their narrative, because अगर वो अपना narrative नहीं बताएंगे तो कोई और बताएगा, and sometimes it's not the right narrative. They need someone to humanize their success, their failure, what's going on in their lives, even their gossips, because we are more interested in what's happening in a cricketer's life, who's dating, and who's. There's so many things. It's a whole part of communication. It's changing so fast. We don't know कि score क्या हुआ, but we know कि maybe some of you don't even know कि UG bowling करता है कि batting करता है, but we know that उसकी personal life में क्या चल रहा है. So that's also communication somewhere. You'll find your interest. You don't have to be a sports expert. You will become one, but on day one जिस दिन start करना है, उस दिन आपको sports expert होने का जरूरत नहीं है. You will get there as you work and you get into this. But क्या जरूरत क्या है? Is that you're interested in human beings. A journalist is interested. Any journalist, any form, any genre, you need to be interested in human beings, in their journeys, a human journey. How does a journey unfold? कि किसने कहाँ से शुरुआत की? किसी ने कुछ अचीव किया, ओके, बहुत लोगों ने अचीव किया, बट कहाँ से अचीव किया? कैसे अचीव किया, वो जिम्नास्ट उड़ीसा से आई, कैसे आई, वहां पे जिम्नेजियम ही नहीं था. That story is interesting. I'm more interested not in gymnastics so much, but I'm more interested in the journey कि वो बनी कैसे. So dig deeper, go search those stories, and there's so many of those. There's so many of those everywhere, all around you. So if you're interested in human beings and their journeys and their struggles, well, journalism is for you, and that is sports journalism as well. What else do I have to tell you? Also, I can take questions. Yeah, I think that's all from me. I would say is from ChatGPT, that's not mine, is an athlete trains the body, a chess player trains the brain, the mind, and a journalist trains world's memory. So it's good, huh? Sometimes it can be really good. So my quote from there. I'm happy to take any questions you have, anything you want to ask, but that's all from me. Thank you. Good luck.
What if someone does not have a background in journalism or has a degree in English? Then how do they start getting into journalism and writing?
आपने सुना है रीजनल कमेंट्रीज क्रिकेट की? मराठी में चालू हुई क्या? हरियाणवी में है. सो इंटरेस्टिंग. मुझे क्रिकेट नहीं पसंद है, लेकिन मुझे वो जब हरियाणवी में बोलते हैं ना, और ये मारा चौका, इट इज रियली फन, और ये लट सा गाड़ दिया. आई लव दैट. सो मैं वो सुनती, मैं क्रिकेट को इतना पसंद नहीं करती हूँ, बट कमेंट्री सुनती हूँ. सो लैंग्वेज, एज लॉन्ग एज यू लाइक द स्पोर्ट, एज लॉन्ग एज यू अंडरस्टैंड द स्पोर्ट एंड यू ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड द स्पोर्ट. लैंग्वेज इनफैक्ट अंग्रेजी जो होता था कि अरे अभी अंग्रेजी का ऑडियंस बहुत कम है, जितने लोग, अब इंग्लिश कमेंट्री बहुत बोरिंग लगती है, हम हरियाणवी कमेंट्री सुनते हैं. आई एम श्योर आप मराठी कमेंट्री सुनते हो. सो द लैंग्वेज बैरियर इज ब्रेकिंग फॉर श्योर. वर्क ऑन योर vocabulary आती है. the more you know about something, the more you can speak about something. But language, definitely you don't have to have an English background. लोग ना यकीन नहीं करते. I really didn't go to a school and I had no English knowledge. मतलब मुझे इतना डर लगता था कम्युनिकेट करने में, लेकिन अब इतने साल हो गए हैं and I have been just working hard and reading and ठीक है, अब I'm able to communicate. I'm still not the master of it, but धीरे धीरे आ जाता है. Once I know, मतलब once I know about things, once I've gone deeper, the language comes. No one has a background in journalism really. Journalism is a very, sometimes like, why do you study journalism? Like लिखना है ना. बहुत लोग ऐसे बोलते हैं कि study क्यों करना है. It is nice to interact with journalists and learn from their experience what you get, but it comes with practice. There's so many. I am a writer now, but I am a Hindi writer, but मैंने हिंदी सिर्फ 10वीं तक पढ़ा है. But it's a भाषा that I speak on everyday basis, and it's more about the content. मुझे लगता है भाषा से ज़्यादा उसके अंदर क्या है, मटीरियल क्या है. भाषा, मैं बोला ना कितनी सुंदर भाषा. लाइक यू कैन से कि इंडिया ऑस्ट्रेलिया का टेस्ट मैच की रिपोर्ट लिख दो, 2 seconds it will give you. मेंबरशिप भी नहीं लेना वो ChatGPT का. It will give you a report इतनी बढ़िया भाषा में, but it's dead. It's really like dead. तुम थोड़ा उसको पढ़ोगे लाइक, पर ये तो कोई भी लिख देगा. एंड इट इज, तुम करके देखना, एक रिपोर्ट ChatGPT से लिखवा के देखना, और एक खुद अपने हाथ से फ्री हैंड लिख के देखना, एंड revisit it, edit that and edit this, and you will know, because I am speaking from personal experience. पिछले 2 हफ्ते में जो मुझे हुआ, and I'm like, this is so like repetitive and this is so fake and this is so, ये मैं तुमसे मतलब that's for like a general audience, but I'm talking to you people who, this is more curated what I'm talking, so make it more curated. And it's okay if it's flawed, because that's the beauty of human communication. If it's flawed, it's beautiful, people relate to it more. So I think you'll be fine. I don't know if I answered your question, but I tried. मतलब law से सिखाते हैं, win कहाँ सिखाता है? Win तो कभी सिखाता ही नहीं है, win तो आपको बुलाता है. In fact, it's like it. So losses, all losses, not just one loss. Honestly, it was a long time ago, but I just shared the story of my loss when I lost to N. Sandhya. I still remember her name. It was in Kerala, and I lost. And there was this recent, a few years ago, I played a tournament, a foreign CL in London. And I was playing after many years, like good 10 years gap, I was playing. And I was playing against an international master. And I won an exchange very early in the opening. I was like, woo, and I was patting myself on the back. I was like, kya matlab, kitna badhiya khela hai, opening the exchange up. But I was so like happy with myself and I kept patting myself on the back. And he was like, he went full like demon mode. And half an hour later, I'm like, it's equal, and then I'm in a minus position. And I lost the game, and I stopped playing after that. That was the last tournament. So I don't know what it taught me, but don't get overconfident is what it really taught me. And especially when you're in a winning position, you think अब हो गया है. It's never done जब तक checkmate नहीं हुआ है और opponent ने sign नहीं कर दिया. It's not done. Don't think it's done until it's really done. That's what it taught me. I can go on and on. हम कभी और session करेंगे. But I don't know. Just work hard. Like work on your end game. Yeah. But chess is a great example. लोग बोलते हैं ना कि क्रिकेट इतना पॉपुलर है और जो दिखेगा वो बिकेगा, जो बिकेगा वो दिखेगा. एंड चेस में सोचा था कि चेस तो कुछ मतलब कौन देखता है चेस को, 4 घंटे का मैच कौन देखेगा. But look at what's happening now. Like it's with Sagar and Amrita and Samay Raina, and it's becoming so popular. Millions of views on like a chess game जिनको chess खेलना भी नहीं आता है. But commentary and the fun element and the human element और ह्यूमनाइज कर दिया चेस को. वो गुकेश को ऐसे आते हुए दिखाते हैं, फिर वो जाते हुए दिखाते हैं. It's become very like you don't care what he's playing, Sicilian defense or Queen's Gambit, but you know how he came like a rock star and he won, and then he's only 16 years old. That made chess so famous. So it's possible in every sport. There's so many things I can talk about. Journalism is not just about just scores, but it's also the politics of journalism. Politics of what's happening in sports. Like there's so much happening. If you're not interested in any sport, forget it. But what's happening in the association, or what happened in Delhi, the protests, Sakshi sitting for a march, the harassment that goes on not just in wrestling but in boxing, in every sport. I can give you that in writing. So investigation into sports, you can become a sports investigative journalist. There's so many things you can do with sports. It's beautiful. There's so much you can do, more than politics.
Yeah. So thank you for setting the tone right, ma'am. And the question and answer session is already now done. So I would like to inform that next session on evolving landscape of sports journalism by Mr. Mihir Vasavada. I hope I spell your name correctly. So will commence shortly. There is okay. So we will quickly start the session as we are running short of time. So we'll quickly start with the session, and I'll hand over the mic to Tithi Jain now. The tea will be served inside the seminar hall only, so you don't need to go out and see a chai nahi mila. So the tea will be served inside only. Okay. Thank you so much for this session. Officially now I inform that the inaugural session of the seminar on Acing Sports Communication is over now. Thank you for your presence and participation. Enjoy the tea along with the session. Thank you again.
Our next speaker has consistently brought clarity and accountability to this conversation. Good morning everyone, this is Tithi Jain and it is a privilege to introduce Mr. Mihir Vasavada, an award-winning sports journalist and deputy associate editor at the Indian Express. With over 18 years of experience, he is among the most respected voices in Indian sports journalism, particularly known for his coverage of Olympic sports and investigative reporting. He has reported from the world's biggest sporting events, including the FIFA World Cup and 3 Olympic Games, along with multiple Asian Games, Commonwealth Games and Hockey World Cups. His work on sports governance doping and administrative failures has shaped national events. Mr. Vasavda is a 3 times recipient of the Ramnath Goenka Excellence in Journalism Award, a multiple-time winner of Mumbai Press Club Red Ink Award, and in 2024 was named Sports Journalist of the Year by the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Mihir Vasavda, and I would also like to invite Ujjwala ma'am to please felicitate him.
Yes, ma'am. Sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
एंटरटेनमेंट ज़्यादा होंगे आई एम श्योर, काफ़ी ज़्यादा. ह्यूमन राइट्स में भी है काफ़ी कुछ. और क्या सकता है, ग्लोबल अफेयर्स में है, स्पोर्ट्स में ग्रेट. द रीज़न आई एम आस्किंग दिस, आई थिंक जैसे जैसे हम लेक्चर आगे बढ़ाएंगे मे बी एट द एंड ऑफ इट थोड़ा सा क्लियर हो जाएगा, बिकॉज जो स्पोर्ट्स जर्नलिज्म 20 ईयर्स अगो डिमांड करता था, it's very different to what is demanded now. The topic I'll be speaking about is evolution of sports journalism. शुरुआत करूंगा जब मैंने एंट्री की थी, तभी काफ़ी अलग था. हम इन अ वे स्पोर्ट्स जर्नलिस्ट एक तरीके से गेट कीपर्स थे ऑफ व्हाट इंफॉर्मेशन यू कुड गेट एक्सेस टू. एथलीट्स के माइंड में क्या चल रहा है, उनके मन में क्या चल रहा है, व्हेन दे आर विनिंग, व्हेन दे आर लूजिंग. We had the information and we had the privilege of telling you the information. तो हमारा भी काफ़ी ईगो बूस्ट होता था, हमें इंपॉर्टेंस मिल जाती थी काफ़ी. हमारा रूटीन भी बहुत सेट था. मॉर्निंग्स यूज्ड टू स्टार्ट बाय रीडिंग द न्यूज़पेपर्स. वी यूज्ड टू एंड आवर डेज बाय वॉचिंग स्पोर्ट्स सेंटर एंड वॉचिंग ऑल द मैचेस दैट वर प्लेड ऑन केबल टीवी. मोबाइल फोन्स वगैरह थोड़ा बाद में हुआ. In that field, in that aspect, what became very important was to be on the ground. When I started as a young reporter, पूरा दिन हमारा ग्राउंड पे चले जाता था. रात को फिर आप ऑफिस जाओ, whatever was there you used to file, and next day almost 18, 14, 24 hours later people used to read it. आराम की जिंदगी थी, long hours थे, but there was no rush. What happened back then, thoda sa every 5 years after that, what I've noticed is कि disruptions हुए major. I'll take you through those disruptions. The common theme over there is every time हमें बोला गया कि यार तुम्हारी नौकरी खतरे में है, तुम्हारा फ्यूचर नहीं है कुछ. But those who evolve, those who kind of stay relevant, जो नए skills सीखते हैं, those who upskill themselves, those who are connected to whatever is happening in terms of technology, in terms of your surroundings, they'll stay relevant, else you'll fall by the wayside. There are so many sports journalists who've lost their jobs, who've become irrelevant, but those who have constantly worked hard to kind of keep themselves updated with whatever is happening over the years, in terms of whatever technological innovations have come, they stay relevant, and that is the one big takeaway. Aaj end of the session I'll talk about whatever the future is, about AI, about everything else. People say that क्यों ज़रूरत है journalist की? We will know that journalist की ज़रूरत हमेशा होगी. I was talking about what a life of a journalist was in 2005 to 2008, 9, 10 तक, जहाँ पर हमें बहुत time मिलता था. The first big shift that happened was when measured journalism के जगह पर आ गया fan voice. Fans are the most critical aspect of sport. अगर जो fans नहीं रहेंगे तो sport नहीं रहेंगे. And suddenly जब भी blogs आना शुरू हो गए, तभी fans thought कि यार मैं क्यों उसका पढ़ा हुआ लिखूं, मैं खुद का ही voice लिख सकता हूं. Like you said, opinion. Everyone has an opinion, especially on sport. ये shot क्यों खेला, ये shot क्यों नहीं, मेरे टीम में ये क्यों आया, ये क्यों नहीं. Everyone has an opinion. So when that fan voice came, the reporting became very different. It was a lot more passionate. Facts थोड़ा सा secondary हो गया because opinions आगे आ गए. And India में कम हुआ, but in the West there were websites like say Deadspin जो narrative set करने लगे कि अगर जो कोई एक पर्टिकुलर मैच हो रही है the way a fan-driven website started reporting it was very different to what we as traditional media, हम लोग तो uptight होके बस हम analysis कर रहे हैं, हम सब कुछ कर रहे हैं, वहाँ पर लोगों के emotions को they are just nailing the emotions. And कोई भी आप चीज़ लो, आप अच्छी movie देख रहे हो, why do you like a good movie? Because आपका कहीं ना कहीं touches a raw nerve, कहीं ना कहीं touches your emotion, तो आप connect करते हो. So when that reporting, when be it in any form, be it in text, audio visual, जो भी हो, if it touches you emotionally, you're going to get hooked to it. That's what happened when fans started writing more and more, which is a great thing because it democratized, sports reporting. The first change जो आया, first part of evolution was, and I'm talking about already when internet age was there. I mean, I talked to my seniors, जो पहले लाइन में खड़े रह के अगर जो कहीं पर रिपोर्ट कर रहे थे वो लोग फैक्स मशीन से और टेलेक्स मशीन से रिपोर्ट कर रहे थे. वी स्टार्टेड विद लैपटॉप्स, हमारे वो एटलीस्ट एक प्रिविलेज था. बट फॉर अस इवन इन दैट स्पेस इट वाज अ बिग फर्स्ट शॉक व्हेन द नेचर ऑफ रिपोर्टिंग, द टोन ऑफ रिपोर्टिंग चेंज्ड. फिर आया सबसे बड़ा डिसरप्शन विच वाज सोशल मीडिया. I was personally very late to it, and I realized that it wasn't a great thing. क्योंकि whatever you like, people were there on social media spaces, and as journalists you need to be there where people are there. You don't necessarily agree with them, but आपको वो space में रहना है. What Twitter did, what Facebook did, and later on what Instagram did is speed बढ़ गई. अगर जो पहले जैसे मैंने कहा कि मुझे 15 घंटे मिलते थे लग्जरी टू गो एट एन इवेंट, राइट, रिपोर्ट, सी, ऑब्जर्व, suddenly I had to do it now. I remember at the 2010 Football World Cup and 2012 Olympics, I didn't have the luxury to wait for 12 hours or 10 hours or till the end of the day to write. The basic thing had to go out on Twitter because people were already, उन्हें पता चल गया था कि कौन मेडल जीत रहा है, कौन नहीं जीत रहा है. एंड तभी फर्स्ट टाइम ऐसा लगा कि यार अगर जो मैं लिख रहा हूँ तो क्या लिख रहा हूँ और क्यों लिख रहा हूँ, किसके लिए लिख रहा हूँ. ट्विटर वॉज एन एक्सट्रीमली इंटरेस्टिंग डिसरप्शन because it not just like it didn't just make things quick, it also played with facts. आपने whatever limited characters, 140, 120, whatever characters जो थे ट्विटर पे, उस पे आपने इंफॉर्मेशन क्रंच कर दी, आउट ऑफ कंटेक्स्ट ले लिया, नहीं लिया, people didn't have the patience to check. And the second thing it did is कि the first time as journalists हमारा जो गेट कीपिंग वाला रोल था ना, वो थोड़ा सा उसने खत्म करना शुरू कर दिया. Athletes knew that they didn't need us to share their thoughts. हम अगर जो कोई क्रिकेट मैच हो रही है, we used to go there 2 days पहले, 1 day पहले, to get the mood, to speak to the players, to check what the strategies might be, to speak to the players. Suddenly वो सब चीज़ें irrelevant सी होने लगी. It happens, but you will get very plain banal quotes जहाँ पर आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते हो. The real thing happened on social media. There were behind the scenes things. Athletes directly उनके fans से communicate करने लगे. And at that point in time, you realized कि हम जो कर रहे थे वो नहीं चलेगा. So what we did, I'll give you example of our newspaper, the Indian Express. The first thing we did was to ditch traditional reporting. Match reports were like, मतलब गीता, बाइबल जो भी है वो, आप अगर जो न्यूज़पेपर खोलोगे और मैच रिपोर्ट नहीं रहेगा तो हमें गालियाँ मिलती थी कि अरे आपने मैच रिपोर्ट नहीं लिखा, आप तो ट्रेडिशनल जर्नलिज्म को किल कर रहे हो. बट ट्रेडिशनल जर्नलिज्म ऑलरेडी किल हो चुका था बाय द टाइम 10 years ago. पीपल वर नॉट रीडिंग, और मेट्रिक्स से पता चल जाता कि लोग नहीं पढ़ते हैं, लोग को क्या चाहिए. What we then started focusing on was, like ma'am said, to go behind the scenes. If you are at a ground, and trust me, one of the perks of sports journalism if many of you will become, is you'll get paid to watch matches. You won't get paid a lot, but you'll still get paid to watch matches, to travel. इससे बड़ा पर्क लाइफ में और कुछ नहीं है. बट अगर जो आप वहाँ हो, then the responsibility then becomes कि you transport your reader to that place. It could be a wrestling academy in Haryana, a मुंबई मैदान जहाँ पर बच्चे क्रिकेट खेल रहे हैं, और लॉर्ड्स क्रिकेट ग्राउंड, कहीं पर भी हो. With your words, you can transport your reader to that. How do you do that? By bringing in mood, by kind of, writing in a way जहाँ पर it goes beyond जो टीवी पे लोगों को दिख रहा है. It goes beyond what Virat Kohli wrote on Twitter, or what Gautam Gambhir might be doing with Virat Kohli. If you start going beyond all those things, and जो behind the scenes players और teams उनके social media पे करते हैं, you do it from a detached point of view, because the power that you have as a journalist is, at least on the face of it, you're independent, right? आपका कोई stake नहीं है, आप जो देखोगे वो लिखोगे. What you see on most of the Twitter handles, on Insta handles, is a very sanitized version of what happens in sport. आप दिखा सकते हो जो really हो रहा है. And most of the times, if you do that honestly, people will latch on to you. That was the first big shift. कि the traditional form of reporting went from match reports to analysis, to research, to data-driven stories. It requires a lot of hard work, a lot of understanding, but it is also extremely satisfying. It is something जिसमें Virat Kohli, for example, or Dhoni, right? A colleague of mine, धोनी का जो helicopter six था, उसने सब लोग ने देखा है वो, right? He won the World Cup with that six. काफी उसमें कहानियां लिखी गई. A colleague of mine spoke to a IIT professor just to understand the dynamics of it. कि वो शॉट खेलने में क्या होता है. जसप्रीत बुमराह, we had a scientist break down his technique, कि उसका आर्म अगर जो बेंड होता है तो वो क्या एंगल पे होता है, उसमें क्या होता है. नीरज चोपड़ा, स्पोर्ट्स स्टार द मैगजीन, they did an excellent breakdown of how a javelin flies when Neeraj Chopra releases it. These are the kind of stories which are satisfying to do, because you're going beyond the obvious, because you're going beyond जो लोग देख रहे हैं on screen, and trying to tell them कि बॉस ये ऐसे हो रहा है. These are the kind of stories which became interesting to do, and which we realized that that's the market that people want. People are reading those kind of things. But the dilemma was कि आप 24/7 न्यूज साइकिल में हैं. People want news like this, and this kind of talk, that the stories that we are doing, छोटा सा ये, thank you. ये सब चीज जो हम कह रहे हैं, it requires time, it requires research. पॉज करने के लिए आजकल के टाइम में, आजकल के ज़माने में कहाँ पर टाइम है किसी के पास? वी डोंट हैव द टाइम टू पॉज एंड रिफ्लेक्ट. सो द बैलेंस टू कीप ऑन doing what the news cycle demands to being relevant is something that over the time became a priority for existence. हम आजकल देखते हैं कि sorry, I won't go to AI right now, but I'll give you an example of this balance that I'm talking about. Under 17 football World Cup हुआ था in India in 2017. What happens is, before big events, because of security, वो area sanitize करने के लिए they shut down the venue. Someone, a reporter who I know well, उसने सिर्फ देखा कि एट द ग्राउंड इन दिल्ली जहाँ पर इंडिया की मैच होने वाली थी, जहाँ पर फाइनल खेलने वाले थे, वहाँ पर एक होल था. ही टुक अ फोटो ऑफ इट, ही ट्वीटेड इट आउट सेइंग दैट यहाँ पर 2 दिन में मैच है, और पिच के बीच में एक होल है. इट बिकेम अ वायरल थिंग. मतलब लोग पैनिक होने लगे कि यार यहाँ पर इंडिया और आई थिंक कोलंबिया थी पहली मैच या यूएसए थी फर्स्ट मैच. दे गोइंग टू प्ले अ मैच एंड द ग्राउंड इजंट रेडी. एंड कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स का सब लोग को ऑलरेडी दिमाग में था कि यार इंडिया की ऑलरेडी बहुत बेइज्जती हो चुकी थी. इट वेंट वायरल. हम लोग को हमारे एडिटर्स कॉल करने लगे कि यार व्हाट इज हैपनिंग, यू आर देयर, यू आर नॉट सीइंग इट, अदर्स आर डूइंग इट. व्हाट दैट ट्वीट डिडंट रिफ्लेक्ट वाज कि फुटबॉल ग्राउंड के बगल में देयर वाज अ एथलेटिक्स ट्रैक और एथलेटिक्स ट्रैक के साइड में देयर वाज अ लॉन्ग जंप पिट. वो जो होल था दैट वाज अ लॉन्ग जंप पिट. सो जो स्टोरी थी नहीं, दैट टर्न्ड इनटू दिस ह्यूज मैसिव स्टोरी एंड ऑल बिकॉज ऑफ वन ट्वीट. एज जर्नलिस्ट्स काफी सारे हमें ट्रैप्स मिलेंगे लाइफ में जहां पर यू विल बी perhaps lured into doing something which is either viral or sensational or completely untrue. वो traps I don't know किसने बोला, but Zakir Khan, the comedian, very recently at one of the interviews that we did, उसने बोला कि मैं लाइफ में सक्सेसफुल इसलिए हूँ क्योंकि मैंने ट्रैप्स अवॉइड किए, मैंने और कुछ नहीं किया लाइफ में. एंड आई थिंक दैट इन टूडेज डे एंड एज बिकम्स द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट फॉर अ जर्नलिस्ट. बिकॉज काफ़ी ट्रैप्स है आपके पास, मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन के ट्रैप्स है आपके पास, फेक न्यूज़ के ट्रैप्स है. पीपल आर ट्राइंग टू पेंट अ completely different picture to whatever is happening right now. So instant information, less context and mistakes because of false news. This defined what were my kind of key formative years as a journalist. Luckily I had a great team, I had a great editor, which I think, as you guys will realize in a few years, that the most important thing will be choosing a great boss more than anything else. And if that happens, आपका career more or less set हो जाएगा. अभी कैसे होगा वो मुझे मत पूछना. I just got lucky. I hope you guys do. But जो misinformation वाला part था, उससे the athletes got more protective about their image. You spoke about image and how athletes present themselves, but the complete control of how a narrative is built then went into the hands of the athletes. So they stop responding to criticism now because they don't feel it's necessary to talk to journalists. They speak directly to fans. 1 minute का 2 minute का monologue डाल दिया on Twitter, on Instagram, and that's it. उनकी side of the story आ गई. You don't have the chance to counter question. The most basic right, as everyone said in the opening address, is for a right to question journalist का. वो आपको नहीं है. उनका monologue है, आपको लेना है लो, नहीं लेना है मत लो. They're okay with it. It's your loss. जर्नलिस्ट्स की मोनोपोली जो थी वो सडनली चली गई. से फॉर एग्जाम्पल द वे MS धोनी अनाउंस्ड हिज रिटायरमेंट, इट वाज जस्ट लाइक वन लाइन ऑन इंस्टाग्राम, राइट. आज तक हमें पता नहीं है कि विराट कोहली ने सडनली क्यों रिजाइन कर डाला फ्रॉम कैप्टनसी और फ्रॉम द इंडियन टीम. व्हाई डिड ही रिटायर सडनली व्हेन ही इज प्लेइंग सो वेल, राइट. दैट इज द चैलेंज वी आर फेसिंग नाउ. And to add to that challenge, the players are not just on Instagram anymore. The players are taking over the media. R. Ashwin's podcast has more value for a journalist as well today than any other things. I mean, if a cricket reporter is now looking for news in R. Ashwin's podcast, there is a problem there. If इंडिया में तो काफ़ी कम है अनफॉर्चुनेटली बिकॉज द ओलंपिक स्पोर्ट्स इकोसिस्टम इजंट दैट स्ट्रॉन्ग. बट आप बाहर देखिए, एथलीट्स आर बिकमिंग ब्रांड्स, विच इज़ अ ग्रेट थिंग. दोज ब्रांड्स आर नाउ कंट्रोलिंग एंड प्रेजेंटिंग न्यूज़ द वे दे वॉन्ट. एंड इट इज़ंट जस्ट सीरियस न्यूज़ और वट एवर. आप हमें मज़ा आता है अगर जो कोई 2 मिनट के चुटकुले सुना रहा है ऑन अ podcast. That's a great thing. But as a journalist then, what do you do? So in the last 5 years, the major stories which Parag here also, who will be addressing you guys later in the day, it's going, everything goes behind the scenes. You spend your resources in investigation, in explaining. Chat GPT कुछ भी कर सकता है, but वो original content नहीं बना सकता. You know, we are living at a time जहाँ पर हमसे ज़्यादा algorithm हमें खुद को समझते हैं. If you put a story on Chat GPT, it will give a structure, it will give a tone, which is, I mean, for an untrained eye, human writing and AI writing में कोई difference नहीं दिखेगा. So, the only thing that will keep going, and this is the biggest disruption, अगर जो you go to any newsroom today, the talk isn't about कि मैच में क्या हुआ या इसने क्या बोला या उसने क्या बोला. The talk is about AI right now. That's the newsroom talk everywhere. You're talking about एक टाइम था जब भी नंबर्स थे कि आपके वेबसाइट पे कितने लोग आ रहे हैं, बट अभी वो भी नहीं है. अभी इट इज़ अबाउट स्टेइंग रेलिवेंट एंड फाइटिंग फॉर योर सर्वाइवल. व्हेन आई स्टार्टेड तभी हमें कहा गया था कि यार न्यूज़पेपर्स नहीं चलने वाले, लोग वेबसाइट पढ़ने वाले हैं. अभी पीपल आर सेइंग कि वेबसाइट कोई नहीं पढ़ रहा है बिकॉज सब कुछ AI कर रहा है. सो वो थ्रेट हमेशा होगी. The reason I asked that show of hands wala thing is because sports then provides you with all these options that we spoke about to go deep and understand your subject better. A football World Cup in Qatar happened. Great, we covered that by sending a reporter there, but we also covered the part where a dozen Indian workers who were building the stadiums in Qatar died. That is something ChatGPT won't be able to do. That is something AI won't be able to do. Similarly, if AI आपको सिर्फ stat दे पाएगा, AI आपको ये नहीं बता पाएगा कि he spends a lot of time behind the scenes in England with a very small county team. और जब भी इंडिया में आता है तभी he gets एकदम कोचेस जिनके बारे में शायद हमने सुना भी नहीं रहेगा एंड वर्क्स इज बैक साइड ऑफ ओवर देयर, तब जाके वो सेंचुरी मार पा रहा है. AI will give you stats, AI won't give you stories. AI won't tell you that, you know, a goalkeeper's performance on a hockey field was poor on a particular day because the previous night वो भुवनेश्वर से केरला फ्लाई करके गया because his father was in hospital. And ये सब चीज़ें as journalist you will encounter, and that happened to me. The goalkeeper performed poorly. I wrote a critical piece, and after the piece was published, I got to know that उसके father was in the ICU the previous night, and that puts you in a moral dilemma. Like, you know, कि यार was it fair? Like, I mean, I can't of course admit to him कि आपका performance की वजह से इंडिया मैच हार गई, but I understand blah blah blah. At a personal level you do, but you're doing your job, but you also have to understand these emotions that the players go through. And sport is all about emotions. अगर जो आपने sport में emotion पकड़ लिया जो AI कभी नहीं कर पाएगा, AI is a robo, right? They'll never catch your emotions. If you catch the emotion in sport, be it a analytical story or data story, an investigative story, if you catch that, then you'll always stay relevant. So, just 3 things. All of us who will be speaking today, at some point in our lives, we've been told कि यार आपकी ज़रूरत नहीं है, आप आराम से घर पे बैठिए, आप दूसरी नौकरी ढूंढिए, AI या ट्विटर या जो भी है वो आपका काम कर रहा है. बट यू फाइंड अ वे आउट, यू नो स्टे ओपन टू अडेप्टिंग. अगर जो आप अडेप्ट नहीं करोगे, यू विल बी पुश्ड असाइड, समवन एल्स विल टेक योर प्लेस. बट वन थिंग इज देयर कि sports at the core of it इंडिया में तो बहुत सारी challenges है जो अभी बहुत ही nascent stage पे है when we compare to what's happening in the rest of the world. India has kind of recognized sport only now, and when I say that is the true potential of it. हम लोग अब तक one sport driven country है. Every country barring say like an Australia or something, most of the countries are one sport driven country. हमारे यहाँ पर क्रिकेट है, इंग्लैंड में फुटबॉल है, यूएसए में बास्केटबॉल है. सो टू से कि यू नो एक स्पोर्ट डोमिनेट करता है, बाकी लोगों की स्पेस ले लेता है, यू सी दैट इज एन अपॉर्चुनिटी. आई हैव सर्वाइव्ड इन दिस इंडस्ट्री विदाउट यू नो मेकिंग क्रिकेट माई प्राइमरी थिंग. सो I'm sure all of you can do, and this is the best time because the next 10 years is when India में sports is going to explode, not just in terms of you know the way it is played, but the scale at which it is played, the number of events that will be coming to India. So as reporters there will be more opportunities. The newspapers will want more reporters. News channels जिन्होंने sports almost abandon कर दिया है, they'll want more people in front of camera reporting there. There'll be podcasters who will be willing to put their money on sports, and जिन्हें 2 minute reel पसंद है उनके लिए भी space होगी. But the key thing is stay ahead of the curve and anticipate what the next challenge will be. हमने कभी किया है, कभी नहीं किया है. We paid the price, we've stayed out of the curve, but we stay relevant. So I think that is broadly the whole thing. And yeah, I mean, whatever questions, doubts, clarifications, please feel free.
एक तो हार्दिक पांड्या एंड केएल राहुल का जो कॉपी विद करंट का एपिसोड हुआ जिसमें उनके रिमार्क्स की वजह से डिसिप्लिन होना सस्पेक्ट है. सो वन एक वो एग्जांपल है, और दूसरा अभी स्मृति मंदाना का वेडिंग जो फॉलो अप. सो इन दीस टू एग्जांपल्स वो उनका पर्सनल लाइफ भी कह सकते हैं, एंड इन द फर्स्ट एग्जांपल इट्स द रिमार्क एंड ऑल दैट राइट. तो अभी आपने जो कहा कि इमोशन आप पकड़ लो, स्पोर्ट्स जर्नलिज्म इमोशन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. सो इन दीस टू केसेस इमोशन वाइज या एज अ स्पोर्ट्स जर्नलिस्ट क्या करें या क्या किया?
As a sports it depends कि आपका इंटरेस्ट क्या है. बट जैसे हमारे लिए पिटफॉल्स है काफ़ी सारे, राइट. आई सेड कि लाइफ इज ऑल अबाउट अवॉइडिंग ट्रैप्स, एंड बिकॉज वंस यू आर अ फेमस स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन, I'll just once you are a famous sports person, it's fine. I think just for recording, I just thought, yeah. आप जब भी फेमस एथलीट बन जाते हैं ना, आपके लिए ट्रैप्स और ज़्यादा बढ़ जाते हैं. मतलब आप एवरी स्टेप इज़ अ माइंड फील्ड फॉर यू. Everyone wants to talk to you. Everyone wants a photo with you, and we shouldn't forget that these elite athletes, उनका peak होता है in their early 20s, right? जब भी you're not matured enough. Perhaps, I'm not saying in all cases, and it's very easy to get carried away. So you gave 2 specific examples. One was about Hardik Pandya. I'm sure if you ask Hardik Pandya today what he thinks about what he did 10 years ago, he'll perhaps say that I could have done it very differently. So कभी-कभी time ये भी आएगा कि you use your judgment. It's great entertainment. वो episode of Coffee with Karan was great entertainment. But was it of reporting value? I don't think so. So as a sports journalist, I'll avoid it. Same with Smriti Mandhana. What happened there was extremely unfortunate. And वही है कि किसी की tragedy बाकी लोगों के लिए entertainment बन जाती है. But it comes down to you as a reporter. There is a fine line कि आप क्या रिपोर्ट कर सकते हो और क्या मॉरली, आई एम नॉट इवन गेटिंग इनटू द एथिक्स ऑफ इट, क्या मॉरली सही है, क्या गलत है. दीज आर द थिंग्स यू कैन ईजीली अवॉइड, नॉट जस्ट फॉर एनीथिंग एल्स बट फॉर सिंपल डिसेंसी. अगेन वही है कि सोशल मीडिया वाला ट्रैप जो है एज अ रिपोर्टर आप अवॉइड कर सकते हैं, बिकॉज देयर विल बी प्लेंटी ऑफ थिंग्स रनिंग ऑन सोशल मीडिया विच विल बी टेम्प्टेड टू राइट अबाउट, बट इट्स बेटर लेफ्ट.
And applied for a motorsport journalist writer, and their part-time requirement was at least 6 to 10 articles per day, and full-time was around 20 plus articles per day. So my question is that in my head it was like this is like quality, this is quantity or quality, like how does anyone write 20 plus articles in one single day? Like how do they get the topics which sources are they getting, and like, do you think this is the current situation in many companies, in online companies, where, as you said, that in the world of social media, you just constantly have to put out stories constantly with unless.
Absolutely, it's a great point, and I think I'll take a couple of minutes to elaborate on it because if अगर जो हमें business of newspapers भी अभी समझना है, websites समझना है, how do they earn their money, right? It is when people come to the website. When will people come to the website? जब भी आप उस पे content डालते रहोगे. I hate the word content for reports, but that's what it's become now. आप उस पे articles डालते रहोगे, तो आपका website शायद visible होगा, and India में unfortunately a lot of it depends on how Google kind of operates. So I won't get into the many specifics of it, but what happens is you need more number of stories to be in that whole setup, to be in the game. So eventually होता ये है कि a lot of newsrooms end up becoming sweatshops. What you're saying you faced is perhaps at काफ़ी अलग-अलग varying degrees पे है, but that is the reality in newsrooms, not just in India, but across the world. In that there are two paths for you. Either you accept it and आप मान के चलो कि आप दिन में पागलों जैसे 15 articles लिख रहे हो, and by the end of the day you're completely exhausted, and you can pull it off for say 1 year. If you have more energy, perhaps you will do it for 2 years, and by the time you reach 30s, you will be completely gone, and perhaps you will be doing पता नहीं कहीं पर farming करते रहोगे या retirement लेकर कहीं पर जीते रहोगे. The other option is you slog it out. You take the hard way and get into what we call real journalism, which is doing more investigations, doing more, because there is so much happening in the world of journalism right now, or just in the world right now, कि लोगों को पता नहीं है कि क्या सही है क्या गलत है, and lot of things need to be explained. So be that person who people will turn to when you are in doubt. So break down complex concepts, explain it in simple words. You can do that in terms of data journalism, in terms of simple analytical journalism, long form features, and investigations. This is something which will take time, एक step करके होगा, but in the longer run, आप अगर जो लंबी रेस खेलना चाहते हैं, then this is something that will help you sustain a career, and in the process also make a name for yourself. And I'm not saying कि आप famous journalist बन जाओगे, but in the journalism world at least you will carve out a niche for yourself, because for every 10 journalists, every 10 sports journalists right now, 9 are doing what you said. So it's your challenge to be that one who stands out. It is a long, it's a marathon, ma'am, but the assumption is when you are going for an interview at any newspaper for a sports journalist job is you will have the basics of the rules, because if you're not, I mean, it's sports journalism is a niche, because अगर जो आपको sports में interest है, only then you will be going for it, but also at the same time you will be faced with many situations जहाँ पर आपको assignment पे भेजा at a sport which you have never seen in life. So one thing I've realized is and to places where you have never been to as well. So उसमें there are two hacks. One is a cheat code, one is a genuine thing. I personally feel that the biggest skill for a journalist, any journalist, is to think on the toes. कि आपको ऐसे सिचुएशन में कहीं पर डाल दिया जहाँ पर you don't know the place, you don't know the sport, but still you have to write something at the end of the day. Then you figure out a way. Either you do a feature, you look at the place and you kind of do everything, or you are dedicated enough to learn the rules. How do you learn the rules? Is you talk to people. The greatest asset of a journalist is that we are not sharp people by nature. we have access to people who are sharp, who are knowledgeable. So you use that strength to your advantage. People will answer your call because you're with Times of India or Hindu or Indian Express, not because you're a Mihir Vasaud, at least not in the early days. When I first made a call to people, it was because I was with Hindustan Times or DNA. Not people, क्यों कोई मेरा फोन उठाएगा? रैंडम आदमी रात को 10 बजे अगर मैं कर रहा हूँ तो वो मेरे लिए नहीं उठा रहे. But if someone's investing their time in you, make sure you ask the right questions. And to ask those right questions, make sure you read up. Reading is something that will become a very essential skill. Parag and I were just talking about it right now. It's a skill that I don't think is much appreciated these days. But the more you read, the more critical thinking you'll develop and the good questions you'll ask. And trust me, I've had that many times in my life where I've asked you dumb questions and people have kept their phone on my face. And you feel very stupid. So I'm sure you don't want to have that feeling. So long answer short is either you speak to people and learn the rules or you read up. But either way, you'll have to read a lot. Sports photojournalists, like sports reporters, they are a niche of their own. The essence is to capture that moment and to identify that moment. आपको sports समझना भी होगा. And it is an extremely tiring thing because if, like you said, if a chess match is going on for 7 hours, if a cricket match is going on for 8 hours, you are there the whole time carrying your heavy equipment and looking at the ground through that lens. छोटा सा एक lens है. Most of the times the photographers are there in high heat, us reporters are in the AC press boxes. So they're doing a lot of hard work. And then there is a competition. There is also this unsaid hierarchy in sports photography where there are these international agencies, they get all the prime spots, then the national newspapers, then the local regional newspapers. So if you are starting out, perhaps you will get the worst deal and the worst angle. But the best photographers who have made it up top there have, from that worst possible angle, taken best possible photos and gotten recognition for that. And jab tak baad mein, I mean, it's the easiest thing to have a best position in the stadium and take a photo. But the skill is over there. And the skill is, again, to identify players. You asked about rules. There are so many times when people, journalists, we don't know all the players on the field. As reporters, maybe we can get away with it, but as a photographer, you can't, because agar jo aap main photo hi miss kar doge, then that's it. If someone else has it and you don't, that's a big no there. So it comes down to the knowledge of the sport. It comes down to the knowledge of the players, knowing their faces and understanding the moments. Big moments everyone will catch. I'll give an example, and the ability to be enterprising. One of my colleagues at Indian Express, when Tendulkar retired in 2013, Wankhede mein, if you'll remember, there was this big farewell match. Tendulkar gave a great speech. What he did was, ekdam stand pe, ekdam upar se, he used the biggest lens possible to zoom in, and he took a photo of the small note that Tendulkar had in his hands, which was just the pointers, but it had all the names that had played an important role in his life. He got that photo with an emotional Tendulkar, and it was a priceless picture. That photographer didn't have the credentials to enter the stadium that day. So next day, जब भी BCCI ने वो photo देखा हमारे paper में, उनका reaction था कि अंदर कैसे घुसा? And then they tried to reprimand him, उस पे ban लगाने की कोशिश की. Eventually it didn't happen. But what I'm trying to say is that people will stop you from going into places where they don't want you, as a reporter, as a photographer. अभी वो चाबी आप कैसे घुमा के अंदर जाते हो, वो आपकी skill है. Which that guy did, may nearly cost him lifetime ban at Wankhede Stadium, but for that one moment it felt worth it. Question which we don't have an answer to. Perhaps it goes down to the fact that a lot of female athletes in India come from not big cities. And the problem there, as you mentioned, is sports is a way out, perhaps education is not. So जहाँ पर sports का interest है वहाँ से you're not getting journalists per se, and जहाँ पर education and access है वहाँ पर sports नहीं है. So that imbalance is there. We are seeing more and more though that in language outlets, in regional language outlets, you're seeing more and more women journalists in the last, it's certainly better than what it was 10 years ago, but it's still not reached the stage where we would like it to be. Like you said, in TV, a lot of them are there, ceremonial, genuine, combination of two, but otherwise it's very less, ma'am. Oh, not at all. In fact, one of our best reporters is from Pune and she's a female journalist right now covering the cycling race, which is the toughest assignment anyone could have. So, yeah. Yeah, you had one more question, sorry.
Like for example, the Sriti Mandana case, where the reports of what he did, what she did, what happened to her father. So, as a journalist, as a editor, how do you verify these stories before you print them, and especially in the case of AI, where every year the photos which are generated by AI are getting so realistic, but I think after a few years we won't even know which was a photo actually taken by a journalist and a photo which was actually created by AI. So how do you verify those before you publish them?
Confirmation. You confirm right from the source. As a journalist, you will have access to either the player themselves directly or their managers. Again, वही है कि it's very tempting कि कुछ अगर जो मसालेदार आता है तो आप वो रिपोर्ट करो, बट वो अर्ज को कैसे आप रिस्ट्रेन कर रहे हो, द होल गेम इज दैट. एंड it isn't just one confirmation, you have multiple confirmation, and when all of them say that yes, this is happening or it's not, only then it goes for on the website or on the print or anywhere else. That due diligence is extremely essential, वरना you'll be, you know, बहुत ही I think वो problematic हो जाता है after a point. Yeah, I'm just done, so I'm making way for your next speaker, I guess. I guess that's it. Anything else? You're good? Yeah, I think we are.
Good afternoon, everyone. I request all the dignitaries to please come on the dais. I welcome you all back after lunch for our next session. I'm Habiba Sheikh, student of first year BA JMC. The moderator for the panel discussion today is the Dean of our Department, Journalism and Mass Communication, Dr. Ujjwala Barve ma'am. The topic for panel discussion is sports marketing, branding and PR. I would like to introduce our first guest, Mr. Sundar Narayan Iyer. I would like to request Dr. Ujjwala Barve ma'am to felicitate Mr. Sundar Narayan Iyer. Mr. Sundar Narayan Iyer is a distinguished sports administrator, tennis organizer and sports development professional from Pune with over 29 years of experience in the field of sports administration, promotion and grassroots development. He holds academic qualification in BCom, LLB and a master's degree in journalism. Mr. Iyer has held several prestigious leadership positions in national and state level sports bodies. He served as the Honorary Joint Secretary of All India Tennis Association 2020 to 2024 and was unanimously elected Joint Secretary of the Maharashtra State Olympic Association 2021 to 2025, becoming the first representative from the tennis fraternity to hold this position. He is also the Honorary Secretary of Maharashtra State Lawn Tennis Association, making him the youngest ever to be elected to this role. A visionary administrator, Mr. Iyer is the founder secretary of the award-winning sports NGO Lakshya, which supports 40 to 50 athletes across 10 Olympic disciplines. Lakshya received the Rashtriya Khel Protsahan Award from the Government of India, presented by the Honorable President of India. Athletes supported by Lakshya have represented India in the last 3 Olympic Games, highlighting the NGO's impact at the international level. He has played a pivotal role in organizing some of India's biggest tennis events, including the ATP, WTA, Davis Cup ties, ATP Challenger Tour, and major national and international tournaments. He has also served as the manager of the Indian Davis Cup team since 2019. Under his leadership, Maharashtra has emerged as a strong hub for tennis, producing national and international champions. Beyond administration, Mr. Iyer is a respected sports columnist, commentator, and panel speaker frequently invited by news channels, All India Radio, Lok Satta, and government forums to share insights on sports policy and development. He has been instrumental in initiating rural and tribal sports development programs, including the Eklavya scheme, which achieved 100% employment for trained tribal youth. For his immense contribution, Mr. Iyer has received several honors, including the Best District Sports Organizer Award, Dhyan Chand Award, MIT Krida Acharya Award, and Lifetime Achievement Awards, cementing his legacy as a change maker in Indian sports. I would like to hand over the mic to Pushpanjali Basnet.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pushpanjali Basnet from first year BA JMC, and I'm delighted to introduce you to our second guest, who many of us will recognize by his voice, Mr. Roshan Shetty. I would like to request Dr. Ujjwala Barve to felicitate Mr. Shetty. Mr. Roshan Shetty is an international sports commentator, a television presenter, and a leader in sports management who has bridged the gap between the stadium and the boardroom. Mr. Shetty has been a leading face and voice for the world's biggest sports networks, including Star Sports, Sony Sports, and Sports 18, also Jio Hotstar. His career is a list of firsts and big moments. At a young age of 23, he became one of the youngest commentators for Hero I-League. He has covered the global stage from the high-speed world of FIA Formula E World Championship to the Premier League Next Generation Cup. Whether it is the World Cups for Kho-Kho and Rollball, or national championships in cricket, hockey, and cycling, Mr. Roshan has brought the action to life for millions of viewers. But his expertise isn't limited to the commentary box. He's a strategist who understands how sports are run behind the scenes. As the founder and CEO of Sportitude, he has made history by executing the first ever live broadcast of a road cycling race in India. He also played a vital role in bringing world-class football to our country, holding senior management positions during 2 FIFA U17 World Cups. His ability to handle the pressure of global events is backed by a solid academic foundation, holding 2 master's degrees, an MA in Media and Communication, and an MBA in Sports Management. His dedication to the field has even earned him the Sports Excellency Award from the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He has worked alongside a primetime Emmy Award-winning director, Mike Kazarowski, and has voiced numerous TV commercials and film as a voiceover artist. As a sports executive, he has a 360-degree view of how a sport becomes a brand. To help us understand how to build a winning identity in this fast-paced industry, please join me in welcoming Mr. Roshan Shetty. It's a pleasure to have you, sir. Now I would like to handle the mic to Simone.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Simone Alkande from first year BA JMC. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mr. Amol Karadkar. It's an absolute pleasure to have you, sir. I would like to request Dr. Ujjwala Barve ma'am to felicitate Mr. Amol Karadkar. It's my absolute pleasure to introduce a true powerhouse in Indian sports journalism. A man whose journey from the table tennis court to the global cricket stage is nothing short of inspiring. Meet Mr. Amol Karadkar, a table tennis player turned sport journalist. He briefly explored general news and features but soon embraced his true passion, sports. Over the past 2 decades, Mr. Amol has emerged as one of the India's most trusted voices in cricket writing. Mr. Amol is the only Indian sports journalist to have scored interviews with the legends like Sachin Tendulkar, MS Dhoni, Virat Kohli, and even David Beckham. That's a career grand slam, guys. His reporting has spanned more than half a dozen countries and major global events, including 2 men's and 2 women's ODI World Cups, plus 3 men's T20 World Cups, starting with the inaugural edition in 2007. Before joining in Hindu in late 2015, Mr. Amol honed his craft at Maharashtra Herald in Pune, Hindustan Times, Midday, and ESPN Cricinfo. Today at the Hindu, he is a core member of the cricket writing team and the publication's go-to table tennis correspondent. He also contributes to Marathi sports coverage as an honorary advisor to Sportskatta, a leading digital platform. Born and raised in Pune, now thriving in Mumbai, Mr. Amol carries a classic Punekar spirit, complete with that signature attitude. As he loves to say, guys, you take a Punekar out of a Pune, but you can't take a Pune out of a Punekar. Now I would like to welcome and request our moderator for today's panel discussion, Dean of Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Dr. Ujjwala Barve ma'am, to take over the panel discussion. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, girls. What wonderful introductions you made, and that made everybody realize how fortunate.
Find out of their schedule just to be with you. Otherwise, how busy they are, how high flying they are, you have just heard. And it's an absolute pleasure to be with you. And I can't match your expertise, or I can match your expertise with my ignorance about the field of sports in general. So maybe it's a perfect match. So what I suggest is that we are going to talk about branding, marketing, public relations, because we are thinking of sports communication in general, not just sports journalism. And each of them represents a different aspect of the sporting activity. Like he is an administrator, he is a sports journalist, he is a commentator, also has his own consultancy firm and all that. So they really have a very good understanding of how it works behind the scenes. So we are not talking about on-the-field matches here. We are talking about how sports brands are created, where the branding is important, how it is created and what is the role of communication in it, because that's what we are here to understand. How as communicators we can contribute to that process of marketing and all that. I have several questions in my mind. My co-anchor, where is Tithi? She also has a few questions, and of course anybody from the audience can ask questions. But what I would suggest, I would propose, if you're okay with it, is that you can get 15 to 20 minutes each in the beginning to put forth your views on that, because many of the questions that we have in mind may be answered already, or it may give rise to so many other questions based on what you share. So that is what we would like to do. So who do we start with? Yes, see, Sundar, you are the unanimous choice.
Good afternoon, and thank you, ma'am, and TMB for having us here. It's always a pleasure to talk to students and people who want to learn more, because the more you share, the more insight you also get from the other side. I have my friends Parag and Amol who are here, both top-class journalists in their own fields, and it's been a pleasure to know them for so many years. Basically, you heard my little story about my foray into administration, and but I also run a sports PR agency, which is the source of income for me, because in sports, even today, administration is honorary work. You do not get paid for being an administrator, and when you get paid for it, you are into news saying that you have taken money, you have eaten money, things like that. So there was once my senior who told me, you should never do big events in India. The day you do big events in India, you will go to jail. So that was the advice he gave me, and which sometimes I feel is true. We had our own Suresh Kalmadi who did fantastic work for sports, and unfortunately he was tainted, put in jail for no fault of his, but what he did for sports, what he did for Indian sports, amazing. What he did for Pune, what he did to get a stadium like Balewadi today, what he did in Delhi. So all these happen in sport, and these are the ups and downs. For a player, normally you get caught in drugs or you get caught in corruption and then you're out in administration. It is not drugs or but it is the power that brings you down. Anyway, to start, I will start with tennis first because I am into all sports, into Olympic sports, also through my NGO Lakshya, and I understand sports from the grassroots, basically because I have been a grassroots worker. I started my career as administrator actually on the court, being a linesman, helping do tournaments, even making courts when I was about 18 years old. And so right from making the courts or how the courts are made, how the umpiring is done, how linesmen are, how the draw is made. So we made the first draw for a tournament in Pune and we were awake the whole night because we didn't know how to make the draw. So even making the draw is like a technique, and then, over the years, now after 30 or 35 years, it is all computerized. But when we were making it, we used to make it by hand. We used to have a scale and make the draws, and I made the first draw and we did not know where it was going. So we spent the whole night in figuring out how it is done. From there to doing an ATP tour event in Pune is like a journey that, has happened to me. Basically any sport today requires marketing, and without marketing the sport does not get big. Today a lot of people criticize cricket, saying that it is taking away everything from people, it is taking all money from other sports, it is dominating India. There is no scope for other sports. But I think on the other hand, I think cricket has done a wonderful job, and we should all, as other sports, learn from cricket of how to actually build a sport. From zero today, most of you have read stories that Ajit Wadekar, Sunil Gavaskar, they all used to get 250 rupees, 500 rupees. Kapil Dev got 10,000 rupees. From today to millions of rupees. That is where the sport has come. And that is actually what you guys should learn, is how to market the sport and how cricket has done it. I think Amol can say more about it. But that is a perfect way of how a sport should grow. In India today we criticize cricket, but actually everybody should learn from cricket what cricket has done. How they are marketing the game, how they have got money from each and every inch of, branding. Every second on TV, they just market it. And they have grown and grown and grown, and today it is a game that, the whole world looks at. Today the BCCI is an association where the whole world, it feeds the whole world. So every sport should aspire to be a BCCI, and that is what my aim as a sport administrator is. How can my game become big? How can sports in India become big? How can we match, even if we cannot match them, say, fully, can we match them 10%, 10, 15%, 20%, 25%? What can we learn from cricket today? And I think the answer is marketing. The answer is good PR. The answer is, good communication of what cricket has done, how they have produced their heroes. In India, a sport is only known by the heroes you have, and it keeps changing. Some time back, tennis was probably a very, very good, very number one sport because we had people like Leander Paes, we had people like Mahesh Bhupati, we had people like Sania Mirza who were dominating the world tennis. And all of a sudden, everybody wanted to play tennis. In Hyderabad, all the girls of Sania's generation started playing tennis. Nobody played any other sport. And all of a sudden, today we don't have even one player in the top 200, and the sport has just gone down. However, we might be doing whatever work we might be doing, but the sport is down because we do not have a hero. So when tennis went down, badminton came up, because we started having champions like Saina Nehwal, we started having Kidambir. So every sport will only have, will come up when they have a hero. And to create a hero, you require infrastructure, you require a lot of patience, you require money, you require, but unfortunately in India till probably 3 years ago, there was no support from the government. It was just for the namesake. And every player who came up was because of the sacrifice of their parents, their sacrifice, own sacrifices, the help from the community. So this is how players in India came up until the last 4 years, until there was a change in policy and things like that. So every player who we had, say maybe before 2000, you can say 2005, are all self-made by their own hard work, dedication, support of the parents, support of relatives, things like that. And after 2005, probably a little bit in the system where the government started putting money a little bit into the sport. So like I was telling you, after tennis, then badminton came up. So many kids started playing badminton. Today when you look at a badminton tournament, there are more than 500 entries in all the tournaments. So that is how the sport goes up. If you go into the rural area, if you look, India has always done well in wrestling, India has done well in boxing. So where the raw talent is, raw power is, in the north of India, everybody's children are into boxing, everybody's children are into wrestling. I know a story because of my NGO. There are akhadas in Haryana and Punjab, where the father and mother, they drop their kid with 2 sacks of wheat or some milk and things like that. They leave the kid in the door of the akhada and just go away. Because if they leave them in the morning, the coach will not accept, because the coach is already overflowed with people. And the rice or the wheat or whatever they get and put there is like the fee for the coach. And then after a month or 2 months, the parent come back to the kid, and then when the kid is accepted. So this is the story of the rural, how interested the kids are. See, then sports started giving jobs to people. Sportsmen got employment in railways, they got employment in army, they got employment in police. And then sports became a way to get employment. So more and more children started to go into sports, more and more women started to go into sports, more and more girls started to go into sport. But this was not the case in 1998. We'll speak about women in sports and things like that later on. But this provided an opportunity for job opportunities, and that is why many people started wanted their children to be in sport. That is how in North, if you look, boxing, wrestling, they all became popular. Abhinav Bindra's gold medal in shooting changed the entire landscape for Indian sport. It made Indians believe that, we can win a gold medal. And then after that started the revolution in shooting. So many people started going to shooting. Shooting academies all over India. Shooting academies have just cropped up. And then, the federation also started helping and things like that, started having a good program. And that is how you see the success of shooting in India, in Indian sports today. There is a small survey, or not a survey, but a research that we all read, that in India we play so many sports, but we do well only in a few sports. Why does this happen? Because in India, in the survey it was found out that Indians have a very good hand and eye coordination. Whichever sport needs eye and hand coordination, Indians are very good at it. So normally Indians always did very well when it came to, doubles in tennis, because you need to cover just half the court. You cannot run full court. They did well in archery, they did well in shooting, they did well in probably even table tennis for that matter, which I'll come to later a little bit because Amol is also here. And even wrestling for that matter, because it's a 2 or 3 minute bout. You don't need to do too much. Even boxing for 2 and 3 minutes. So wherever hand and eye were and most importantly chess, billiards, snooker. So these were sports where Indians always excelled, even without anything, because these were our natural skill. And then when all this came together, and when the government has now come up, they realized this, and that is why these have become our primary sports in India. The first actually, even in hockey, we were doing very well when we used to dribble the ball. When the AstroTurf came, Indian hockey finished. Because it became a game of strength. It became a game of endurance. Wherever endurance and strength came in, Indians were lagging behind. So this I am speaking about the last decade. That is why Indians never did well in international sport, because we were lacking in endurance and strength. We were very skillful, but no endurance and no strength. However, now this is all changed. There is a big, big change in terms of, how science and technology has come into sports in a very big way. There are a lot of, so many strength and conditioning people who have come into sport. So many foreigners are now involved with Indian teams, which has made us more stronger. If you look at the average age of an Indian, if you look at the average height of an Indian in the last 10 years, it has probably gone up by 2 to 3 feet. Earlier, the average height of people was 5 feet, 6 or 8 inches was maximum, you could say tall, but now even the kid is like 6'1", 6'2", 6'3". So this is how genetically India is changing. India is changing in a very, because of the food probably, because of, the proper training system. If you look at the Indian players today, they are matching the world level players in so many sports. We may not be as strong as them, but today without the genetics, we are doing well. Because sports mostly is genetic. If you look, Africans are very good in running. North Africans are good in sprint. East Africans are very good in long distance running. So every race has a genetic, and that is how their body is built, and that is how, sports has been dominated over the years. If you look at the East Europe, they were all very tall, so they dominated in volleyball, they dominated in basketball. So they were the champions. If you look at the Russians, they had a system where, the kid was born as a sportsman. They used to always hang some kind of a thing on the top of the kid, like maybe a ball or something about sports that the kid would always see even when he was small. And I think Dr. Pace, in one of his discussions with us, said that is how they brought up Leander, the Russian way. Because at that time, again, there was no communication, there was no, like today we are exposed to so much around because of social media, internet. But that time there was nothing. There used to be just some papers coming from Russia, or say communication. Or the first probably commentary was Radio Ceylon. At that time even AR did not do it. So matches were heard on radio. So I remember my uncle, tying this net, huge net outside the house on a tree, so that they could get the signal and then they could hear the commentary. I mean, those were the times. And today we are watching ball to ball on our, mobile. So this is where the journey of communication and things are. So, it was very difficult to get material from abroad. But still there were people who were interested. They got papers from Russia, they studied it, translated it, and then somebody like a Dr. Pace was able to implement the same for Leander Pace, and that is how the champion of Leander was born. So, you need all this, and which was not there a decade ago, but these are all the changes that have happened in a decade. And all of a sudden you see India is moving up, though it could be doing much better, but still where we were and where we are is a big change. When we started Lakshya, our aim was to have Indians represent at Olympics. Because at that time we used to have 10 people, 20 people, 25 people only in the Olympics. Indians, 25 Indians in the Olympics. We did not even have the hockey team at that time. And we used to be very happy that 25 people are going. Then one year it was 50 people. So Lakshya was formed that we should send at least people into the Olympics. Because competing is important. Why? Because only when you compete, you will start getting, better and better. The more people compete, the more opportunities we have to get the medal. Because the larger the base, the height of the pyramid is much higher. That is what is said. And if you have more people, more participants, obviously how many people win an Olympic medal? It's just out of the world. There are very few people who win Olympic medal. And at that time, even to participate in Olympic was a big thing. And at that time, when our players used to participate, that was the end of their career. One Olympic and they were out. They said, okay, we have achieved everything. But now it is no more about just participating in Olympic. It is about your longevity. There is how many years you play Olympics. Today there are players like a Sharat Kamal, which Amal can say, have played 5 Olympics, 6, 5 Olympics. So one Olympic is 4 years. For 20 years he has played. So that is how what I said, the longevity of players is also going up. Players like him, players like Mahesh Bhupati, they are all 40, 45 years, but they are still competing at the world level. That is what science, technology, and communication has done to their lives.
Thank you so much, Anil.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's take it ahead. Yes, Roshan, you will start.
Thank you. Usually, when we're at work, we're not used to a script out here, but there are students out here. For them, it's imperative for you all to pick a couple of things of what the two gentlemen outside me are also talking along with me. So, branding will give you identity. Marketing will give you reach. And public relation will give you trust. Good afternoon, everyone. Present here, Vice Chancellor Dr. Gitali Tilak ma'am, Dean Dr. Ujwala Barbe ma'am, Head of the Department Dr. Keshav Satyji, and my co-panelist Sundar Iyer ji, and also Amal Karadkar ji, and all my friends present here in the audience as well. We gather to talk about something far bigger than wins and losses in sport. A force that is reshaping how we experience sport in itself. Of course, sport isn't just a competition, it's culture, it's business, and most importantly, an identity. And in India, it's evolving into a global powerhouse, as we all know. One of the key components, including engaging fans, building brands, via a powerful and a robust sports communication. In the sports industry, we have to talk about numbers. They've experienced a remarkable growth over the past decade, and I'm sure gentlemen sitting beside will agree, moving beyond a cricket-centric nation to a thriving sporting and e-sporting commercial ecosystem as well. In 2024 itself, the Indian sports market generated around 16,000 crores, roughly, in advertising and ad-related revenues. While cricket still dominating 85% of the total revenue, but emerging sports gaining substantially as well in this period. Projections suggest that Indian sports market could grow around 130 billion US dollars. This is by Deloitte. And today they are, I think, valuated at around 40 to 50 billion US dollars. So that's massive. Which means one thing, everybody present here today has their little share in this little industry. That's you, me, and everybody sitting here today. We're driven by increased digital engagement, new league formats, and rising fan participation across various sports, from the IPL to the World Pickleball League. We have around 15 to 20 elite professional leagues today running in a country, along with other semi-professional and corporate leagues as well. This growth narrative is not just about money. It's about how sports communicates with its fans, brands, and communities, from professional sport to recreational sport as well. At the heart of sports communication, we talk about branding today, which primarily includes turning athletes, teams, and events into powerful stories that resonate with each and everybody here present. Now let's take the example of the Indian Premier League. When Mahendra Singh Dhoni walks out from the dressing room, or Virat Kohli raises his bat for another milestone, the IPL isn't merely a cricket league, it's a brand ecosystem. If you remember, the media rights were sold for multi-billion-dollar deals. Of course, Jio Hotstar was primarily running it for it, drawing mass viewership and creating a platform where brands, emotions, and entertainment converge under one roof. Branding will do three things, guys. Connect emotionally. I may ask, how does it connect emotionally? It's because fans will connect with two things, heroes and stories. A very good example, if you all remember how Rinku Singh, everybody knows Rinku Singh here? How Rinku Singh's stories was brought up by the IPL and the people behind the scenes, and how he was made an overnight star which is backed with performance and not just marketing. We'll talk about that eventually. Second, elevates visibility. Brand becomes a part of fans' daily conversation. A very prime example of this would be Craig's ad campaign with Rahul Dravid. From a simple, nonchalant, shy Rahul Dravid being converted into a Indira Nagar ka gunda. Fans were speaking about Cred and the curiosity led to around, 9x searches for Cred and started developing curiosity as well. So it's feeding sport and eventually sport is feeding the brand as well. And third, generates value beyond sport. Merchandising, digital communities, viewership, a very good example could be Royal Challengers Bangalore and how they're marketing themselves. They got Insider RCB with Mr. Nags doing it. Fantastic show. I mean, he connects to every individual there because humor is something which connects everybody, no matter who you are. Further, Indian athletes like Neeraj Chopra, PV Sindhu, Sunil Chhetri and others are now brand themselves. If you remember, as soon as he won the gold, there were reports that suggested that within 3 days, he amassed over 400 crores of sponsorship, if I'm not mistaken. So that is massive in itself, which is showing a sign that there are sports and brands apart from cricket who are here to feed on what the audience has to give them. Driving the surge in non-cricketing endorsements and of course expanding the sporting narrative beyond traditional boundaries. In a way, sports marketing is no longer about just billboards, banners or television spots. It's about digital, interactive and narrative driven as well. Consider platforms like YouTube, Instagram, Netflix and other OTT platforms are transforming viewership. If I were to take a very easy example, if you are following Netflix, which I'm pretty sure the new generation follows Netflix, Netflix's partnership with WWE. Do you follow WWE? So if you've seen their global outreach program to John Cena's final farewell, it raised the temperatures, it raised the roofs and most importantly raised TRPs as well. And that's of course how it transformed the way we consume entertainment in general. When you speak of digital transformation, the main contribution comes from tailored content from mobile and social media. Sundar, you just spoke about how social media is driving changes as well in our community. But platforms focusing on fan-centric experiences, interactive campaigns, and compelling community storytelling, a very important part. When you speak about public relations, and I think the two gentlemen sitting here are a senior experienced pros into it, it's that voice which certainly frames narratives, manages crisis, and most importantly, builds credibility over time. Whether it's promoting grassroots events, managing high-profile athletes, announcements, or handling sponsorship regulations, public relations ensures the story reaches the public, or reaching the public is proactive and most importantly, authentic. In India, public relations has played a pivotal role in elevating emerging sports and their athletes, promoting major events like the Olympic qualifiers to even youth tournaments. I've been a part of Reliance Foundation Youth Sports as the lead commentator since its inception. And I've seen talent-touting youngsters from maybe a 10 by 10 child living in Kerala to being a superstar in India. And that was purely the power of what Reliance could do with their money in their pockets of bringing incredible talent to the fore which needed and deserved that attention. Again, we're talking about how these talent are being brought up from nook and corners of our country to mainstream news, which is imperative in their sustainability as well. A very key component is also managing the public image of franchises and individuals in league. From kabaddi to football, the two examples which I'm going to talk about as a case study as well. Case study sounds a little more academic, so let's take it as an example. I don't want to put more academic burden on you guys. But a prime example could also be numerous kabaddi players rooted in rural parts of India. From there to donning the shining stages of Pro Kabaddi League. It's an incredible journey, guys. And that's how they've raised their brand value through a robust public relation campaign which was driven by Star, IMGR, and also at that point in time, Mashal Sport. Having said that, effective public relation would not mean just to merely inform. It inspires trust, engages communication, communities, and also transforms spectators into hardcore fans. So when you talk about the lethal combination of branding, marketing, and public relation, it signifies a unified narrative that creates economic value and most importantly, a cultural impact which we as a country always deliver. Today, sports fans are not passive guys. They are community builders, digital storytellers, and most importantly, your brand ambassador in their own circle. What we must focus on right now, the Indian sports system has a huge edge. It is a massive young population, which harbors and burdens the shoulders, of course, burdens the entire sports that we see in our country today, from Olympic sport to individual sport to any team sport that we talk about. Affordable access to television, phones and internet, and hence rising digital adoption. and most importantly, a growing appetite for diverse sports experiences. As communicators, marketers, a lot of you all will be entering the media domain eventually. Your role is to harness this energy, to amplify stories, build meaningful connections, and create experiences that transform how the world sees India. And hence I'll repeat again, branding will give you identity, marketing will give you the reach, and public relation will build that trust for you, which will win you the game in the long run. Now I'll try to get two examples from where Sundar Ayurji left. We talk about, yes, of course everybody speaks about cricket. Let's speak about other two sports. One is football and other is kabaddi. I was a part of the football ecosystem since the I-League days. I was like the host mentioned about, I was involved with the I-League back since 2014, 2015. I was one of the youngest commentators to do there. There's one thing which the I-League was lacking. As much as I loved the I-League, I mean that was natural football, that was core time coming out, it lacked a strong marketing plan. Primarily it could be because of where the administrators were or where the teams and where their spending was. So it needed a central team to have that authority to say that, look, this must be done when you're taking a team out across the country. And that is where, when the birth of ISL happened, I mean, I remember having times with Sunil Chhetri, Sunil Bhai, Stephen Dyers, or for that matter, even Subrata Paul. If they used to walk in Balewadi, nobody would recognize them. And I'm talking about the era from 2010, 2011. Sunil Chhetri walking by, nobody would know them. Nobody would know them. It's nothing to do with what Sunil Chhetri was as a talent. He is an incredible, phenomenal talent. But it is to do how, I don't want to blame the federation, that's not the right word, but how we failed as a country to acknowledge and inspire the talent that we had in our country. Baichung Bhutia, a very similar example. I am Vijayan, a very similar example. We always take this example, right? I mean, keep coming across the example. Imagine if Michael Jackson was present today in social media's time. He used to break records when there was no social media. So imagine the same for these stalwarts. Imagine Kapil Dev and the madness which they would have had out there. So that is when the likes of Reliance, FSDL, Football School Development Limited, or even Star Sports for that matter decided, look, there is a potential. Reliance decided, look, there is a potential. Why not put in a good marketing budget to them? So anybody watching the ISL in the first few years, there were world-class players. Of course, that could be debatable whether they were in their prime or beyond their prime. But there were world-class players like Del Piero, David Trezeguet, Luis Garcia, so many players, world-class, Robert Perez, who played for Indian teams. I'm talking about Robert Perez donning a FC Goa jersey, Luis Garcia, Atletico de Kolkata, David Trezeguet donning the Pune jersey. Now there was a very lethal combination which works in India. Celebrities love, global players love, do advertising, and the league works. But then we fail to understand that it's not just the marketing, but the product in itself has to be good. Two examples, if you see the current state of Indian football right now, it is in shambles. We don't have a primary sponsor. We don't have a marketing sponsor. The league has been postponed. It's purely because sustainability is still a question in Indian sport. Very majorly. There were crores and crores of money which was invested at the start, of course, to tell people that, look, Indian football is here. We are always referred as a sleeping giant. The sleeping giant has still not woken up. I'm very sorry to say this. When you have such international players of that caliber, why are we not, converting it? Is marketing at fault? Absolutely not. Can we do something to the product? Well, we don't know if FIFA allows it in India. On the contrary, we take an example of Pro Kabaddi League today. I was a part of the commentary workshop where Pro Kabaddi League was here, and there was we were in a dilemma that, cricket has some color commentators or some experts. Sunny Gavaskar will come, Ravi Shastri will come, XYZ will come. But Kabaddi did not have that. And I must salute how Star Sports took this up on themselves and said, look, even if you are lead commentators, you will have to take up the role of an analyst or a color commentator at the start. I gave the example how Pro Kabaddi League, for that matter, you had players from rural villages coming who could not even speak a word. Cut to today, if you put the mic, if you put 15 cameras in front of them, they'll blatantly speak what they feel like. This is the transformation which public relations, marketing and branding should be able to do. What has it resulted in? Today Pro Kabaddi League is one of the few leagues which are actually making some money. Few leagues. Though some may differ saying no, the operational costs are, yes, the operational costs are high, so is for the ISL. Yeah, 2 leagues. So, in both cases, you had everybody from Amitabh Bachchan to, Aishwarya Rai, Abhishek Bachchan, so everybody coming in down in the league. But what happened good was, the product was also altered. We came from traditional grounds to mats. So does football get that benefit? Possibly no, with the amount, the strength that FIFA has in the country, but can it change? No. Can we market the league again? The sponsors will say, boss, why would we want to waste our money? What are we getting in return? Are there any advertisement slots left? Are people really coming and advertising themselves? This is also driven by a very imperative factor, which we forget to understand. It's not just about marketing. Yes, marketing will be done. We're talking about connecting stories. Sundar Ayarji said as that, BCCI, it is actually very true. BCCI should be a role model for all other bodies in our country. Okay? I mean, not just in India, but there's Cricket Australia, there's ECB, which is taking notes and examples how BCCI is running. But it is also to do with the national team performance as well. So today when we see Indian football team languishing at, 130, it's sad. So your marketing will always also be driven by how the performances of the teams are. The ISL in a way is also backed by how the Indian teams are performing in that particular thing. If you ask me, will there be more money coming in Indian football? Yes, there will be. But provided it is backed by a similar performance. And hence Pro Kabaddi League serves as a very good example. I mean, I can't reveal everything that we were told out there, but even the length of the shots was kindly altered to give it a more masculine appeal so that the female viewership also increases. And this is a fact. So these are some really, really clever marketers who are brainstorming to make the product that we see today. So before we get to marketing others, and I'll leave this last point, everybody present here today, you'll need to learn to first start marketing yourself. Today, I may be a good commentator, I may be a good journalist, good administrator, but does that mean there is no other competition along with you? Absolutely not. Very imperative for you all to understand that if you want to understand the principles of marketing in sports, you lay the foundation with first marketing yourselves. And I'll leave it on that note. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The thought you had given to this session and the wonderful quote that you had in the beginning, I'm sure people have noted it down. Over to Amul.
Thank you. I tend to be an attentive listener and prefer to ask questions. Okay. So I don't know. At any point, if anyone wants to interrupt or get me back on track, ask anything, please feel free to do that even during the introductory session. I'll just take off from where Roshan left. What he said just took me back to when I was on that side. I allegedly did my master's program in mass communication at a great institute here in Pune, wherein I was from the first batch and the institute lasted all of 3 years. Okay, number one, what you learn over here, unlearn everything the first day when you step out of the institute. In front of her, I'm telling you, just keep those 5 W's at edge. That's all. That's all it takes, irrespective of the specialism that you do in any sphere of life. Coming back to the story, Raj Kaushal, some of you may know of him, he's passed away now, as Mandira Bedi's husband. He was a great ad filmmaker, one of the first and foremost innovative ad filmmakers in India. He was a guest lecturer for us students at that institute, and he said exactly the same thing. At the end of the day, once you step out of this, whether you be a journalist, you be a filmmaker, you be an author, at the end of the day, you will always be selling something. And if you cannot sell yourself, you cannot sell anything else. And take it from me, someone who has been around for 2 decades and still doing the same things day in and day out. Okay, just since let me just put out the rosy picture in front of you, why the topic at hand, beyond journalism, sports communication, PR and marketing matters to you all. Okay, I'm sure all of you know this, that India is preparing, rather India has formally bid for Olympics. More than India wanting to host Olympics, the world wants India to host Olympics because it is the second world countries that the whole world wants to go to for a variety of reasons. We can discuss all the reasons in detail later on. Okay, but on a positive side, if not 2036, in 2040 for sure India will host the Olympics. And by then, starting in 2025 when India submitted the bid, the estimation is you will need 25 lakh, 2.5 million sports professionals, right from a volunteer to the CEO of Olympic Games. All of us are a part of that targeted. So for you, if you are not sure whether I should specialize in anything to do with sport or not, whether I understand sport or not, in today's day and age, if you understand sport, it's a bonus to be a sports professional. Okay. Otherwise, you should understand everything else except for the technique of any sport. So that's one positive. Number two, Roshan mentioned about the growth of the sport industry. Just to take that forward slightly in detail, anyway, sports industry as an organized industry is still in its nascent stage, but the approximation in terms of growth rate for 24-25 was 11 to 12%. Okay, and what you said, by 2030 they are estimating it will be a 130 billion industry. So a growth rate of 11 to 12 is double India's GDP, right? So if you are thinking of a career option, it's better to be a sports communications professional rather than an IT communications professional, possibly 5 years down the line, right? That is one plus for you all to take sports communications seriously. The third aspect, what is sports communication and branding? So, in India, we tend to either prefer, there are two different aspects of being in sport. One is obviously the achievers, the Neeraj Chopra and the Virat Kohlis that all of us keep following. And the other end of the vertical is, what do? I only watch their reels, right? So India is a sports watching country, rather sports person loving and watching country, not sports loving country. India is not a participatory nation. So if you want to be a sports professional, for instance, you have a decathlon, which is in every nook and corner of a country. Even in majority of tier 2 cities, decathlon has a store. They are as much stakeholders in Indian sports ecosystem as a Virat Kohli or a Neeraj Chopra person, right? In India, it is estimated that 5% Indians are actually participants, right from being a walker to a professional sports person. 5%. In a nation like Japan, they say 70% are participants. So just imagine, if you want to be involved, from 5%, if you end up taking it to 6%, that's 1.5 crore target audience for you. Okay, how do you make it happen is up to you. That's a big plus. So that's where the volume of Indians is an asset for you as you enter your professional journey, right? The second aspect is these leagues. Okay, that's where I'll end with all the positive note and then come to the cynical self that I have become to a lot of extent. Okay, so the leagues. Leagues is a great example and the most terrible example in Indian sports ecosystem. Because IPL set the benchmark, most of you hopefully, at least those who are doing post-graduation and are interested in sport would have, I am assuming you know the basics, the basics of economics of a league. How does a league sustain? The first and foremost, players have to be paid on time. That is also one of the issues that keeps cropping up in most leagues. Very few now, but at least it does. Two, franchises have to at least break even, if not make money. And three, promoters have to break even, if not make money. How does that happen? The primary source of revenue for any league, except for illegal activities, is broadcast revenue. The bane of Indian sports ecosystem is everyone tried to replicate IPL. IPL has a mass base of 100 crore. At least 100 crore Indians follow cricket day in and day out. Right? Whether you need a top-down approach for other sport or a bottoms-up approach, that's debatable. I am on the other side. But where did most of these leagues fail? Because in most cases, Roshan cited Kabaddi and football. Both the leagues, the broadcaster is also the promoter. How will you make money? Kabaddi, the problem now, Kabaddi owners are speaking out in public that it's time that Kabaddi optimizes the broadcast revenue potential. Because I will tell you, strictly in terms of numbers, if Kabaddi is the number 2 league in India, IPL 5-year broadcast deal, again I am not comparing it, I am just putting forward the numbers. 5-year deal from 23 to 27 is approximately 47,500 crore. That's 9,600 crore on an average annually. Kabaddi's deal for 5 years is 900 crore. Because the broadcaster is also the promoter. Will he optimize it or will he underplay the broadcasting revenue? And that essentially ends up optimizing the promoter's revenue. But franchise owners have limitations. Because the largest chunk for any franchise owner is the share of revenue that comes through broadcast revenue income. Every league has a separate model. Let's not get into that. Okay. For you, I am saying, the onus is for you to create local stars. Sundar touched upon the hero worshipping aspect, right? Most of you would know what Messi has done, what Cristiano Ronaldo has done in the last 10 years. Most of you would be wondering, who the hell is Vijayan that Roshan just mentioned? Right? Vijayan is India's Maradona. Do you know about him? Sadly not. Am I to be responsible for it? Partly yes, possibly. Just because I am considering myself as a part of the mainstream media fraternity. Possibly I am. But the onus is on you. If you want to be involved in Indian sports ecosystem, create local stars. Okay. What Sundar tried to do to an extent as an administrator, and also he has been trying to do that as a PR entrepreneur for the last 2 decades. Okay. But there is limitation to him trying to push players. Now with the advent of the great social media, which Mr. Gavaskar refers to as public media. Possibly that's a better term. But all of you don't necessarily need a medium. Right? So the onus is on you to create local stars. To focus on local stars. And how does it help? For instance, I am a journalist. Okay, I started off in Pune in 2003. Most of the top names in Pune sports circles then are still around in various capacity. Back then, you reached, the moment I reached a stage wherein the biggest names in Pune circles then, be it Rishikesh Kanetkar, Dhanraj Pille or Abhijit Kunte, wherever they were in the world, they would call me up and tell me what's happening around. Sab dope mil jata hai. Okay. Or be it the mother of an under-19 basketball kid who has been selected in Pune district team. I enjoyed doing that for 6 months. Then I realized, okay, at 24, this is not the ideal place to get used to the typical Punekar's life, which was quintessential back then, right? घर से ऑफिस 5 मिनट, सब कुछ डेस्क पे आ जाता है. सुंदर जैसे लोग, मैंने नहीं सुना तो मेरे बॉस को बोलेंगे कि इतना तो करवा दो यार. तो ठीक है, okay. So I went to Bombay. All those guys that I wrote about back then, no, all of them are involved either as administrators or as corporate honchos or as coaches or at grassroots level coaches. they have been my sources all my life. Because if you are the first to write on them, if you are the first to promote them as a professional, in any way, they remember it all their lives. We forget, they remember. Okay. So, create local stars. Tomorrow, if any of you tries to devise a local tournament, a local tennis tournament, and approaches Sundar, he will listen to you. Right? Right now, the problem with Indian sports ecosystem is beyond cricket. Cricket has, as in the BCCI has a professional employee setup. As Sundar, he is an honorary office bearer at MSLTA for almost 2 decades now. More than a decade or in between for 6 to 8 years, you were with the All India Tennis Association. How many employees do you have? Do you have a sports, as in, would you imagine no federation apart from cricket in India, national federation, has a sports marketing wing or a sports branding professional employed or even on a consultancy basis? That is where you all should actually try and specialize in. Pitch it. For pitching it, you will have to show what you can do. Okay. And that's where we still keep discussing. Indian sport is still divided into 2 categories, cricket and others. Right? That's because the administrative setup is partly responsible. When it comes to biggest investors in Indian sport, beyond cricket, the biggest investor is Government of India. Is that good, bad only? I don't know. Why would anyone want to, why would Sundar Iyer as the MSLTA chief want to approach sponsors and create a revenue stream if he knows that his basic expenses are taken care of either by government funding or through entry fees of players? That's how every sport functions. You can change that. You will have to ideate and devise means to actually convince hundreds of Sundar Iyers in Indian sport to take yourself seriously. And if you carve out that niche, trust me, all the cynicism aside, you and I will be working together not just for the next 15 years, but hopefully even beyond. Thank you.
Yes, they have kind of set the stage for so many questions that might have been, forming in your minds. So, do you have a question or what? Okay. So, Tithi, come ahead, please. So, she will kind of represent the students, but before she asks her questions, if anybody wants to ask a question, please come here. Come here, Tithi. Come here, take the chair on the stage here. Yeah. Because we thought that it's the students' questions because that are quite important. So she will, as I said, be the representative and anybody can raise their hands.
Hello. My first question is to Sundar sir, that he owns a PR agency, I think. And my question is, if a controversy strikes a sports body or an athlete, what's the first move any PR would?
Actually, from the journalist point of view, what he says is right. Most of the times, people just go out and are unreachable. But that is not good PR. The good PR is that, how you would come out of the situation, how fast you can reach the journalists who are involved and talk to them and maybe accept or say that there is a problem and we'll come back to you. So basically, it has to be handled in a very, very professional way, like how a crisis management in PR is. The same way, this is also a crisis management. The player is your product and you need to save your product because it is very important, and running off or not being reachable is, I think, one of the worst ideas that a PR agency can ever have. You need to face it, you need to give the answers, and maybe by giving answers you tone down the problem quite a bit. And then you should, as a PR, try to use your charm of how not to carry the story. See, if it is like Amol, who is the one journalist who has found it out, or say like a Parag, it is very easy to talk one-to-one. But if it is in all over the place, then it is very difficult to control it. But the best thing is to stand up and represent your client and give answers in a convincing answers to the journalist.
Is from Roshan sir and also Amol sir, that how commentary and also media narratives shapes athletes or any sport person's image in the eyes of public.
I think a lot of times when we are in the comms or in the commentary box, we can make a superstar or we can break a superstar. I don't tell out of ego. Breaking would be a little too skeptical, but we can actually make a superstar with what words we choose to use in there. Having said that, I think it's very imperative for you all to have a little empathy and a little optimistic approach when you're down there. As a commentator, of course, the first role is to always be neutral. If somebody is not performing, do we understand why are they not performing? Do we have factual reasoning behind it? So as a commentator, I can't talk about others, but I always, like I give you an example about Reliance Foundation Youth Sports, RFYS. Some of the best footballers, young footballers that you're watching in India right now, they are all a product of Reliance Foundation. So when I am the voice for that particular league, and when the entire country is watching, I mean, I was incredibly surprised that with the kind of viewership that we used to get in Kerala. So I understand how important it is to what words to use because their parents are watching, their relatives are watching, okay? And one word will, when he goes and listens to it, I mean, earlier when we used to play, I've been an athlete as well. I used to be so over the cloud if I have one photo coming in the newspaper, okay, now digital media is there today. We get so happy when we see ourselves. And that actually turns as a catalyst to these athletes to keep continuing what they do. So when we're in the commentary box, okay, when we know it's a nascent talent, and I'll tell you this from one league that I was covering in Sony, I think it was the Chhattisgarh Premier League. We had a few former Indian cricketers also sitting in the comm box with me at that point in time. And there was this one 17-year-old who smashed a quick 78, okay? And it's similar like Rinku Singh. Okay, he had a very humble beginning. His father was a rickshaw puller. Okay, and as a commentator, I will fail if I don't bring out that story to the audience. So when I put out that story about his father being a rickshaw puller and how he conquered all his demons and he's out here now playing with the ranks of Shashank Singh, all IPL players, you know, backed by Suresh and all of these guys, and he's scoring a century there, automatically he will remember this for his entire life. And I remember talking to his parents, like after a couple of days, he said, "Sir, आप ही ने वो कहा था, बोला आपको कहाँ से पता चला?" But then I have sources like Amujit, they have sources. So we talk to them and we ensure that it's factual information. So as a commentator, I will always ensure that the viewers are of course the first on priority, but it also affects the athlete in a positive way.
Just a follow-up of that, because does it also happen that, okay, the first time the player, like it's his debut and does something wonderful and you talk about their background, but in order to make it emotionally laden and to connect with people, does it happen that that particular aspect of the player's background sticks with him always and the performance gets secondary importance? Do the commentators, writers try to bring in only that more than the performance?
I'll tell you what, we as a country in India, we are very emotional people in all aspects. We don't think like the English, we don't think like the Australians. You know, what you said is absolutely true, is because it's like a tag. Now, automatically the pressure comes back on the player. He said, boss, abhi to itna sab logon ko pata hai, now I have to perform. Yes, sometimes it is hard on the players. But why we do need to do that is because we don't know whether when I'm speaking about a Rinku Singh or Ashik, whoever, I'm speaking about a player, there are other 12, 13-year-olds who are also watching it. So I would want to do the better good of it, saying that, but look, if you come from a humble beginning and if you get the best stage possible and if you really make it a mountain, you'll always shine. So yes, to answer your question, yes, it does happen that it sometimes reflects in the performance, but I think a player playing at that level has that psyche to deal with it, is what I feel.
practically, see, what both of you, I'll just start off with what ma'am asked. We used to call it on the field in mainstream print media in Mumbai sports was the Mamta story. Okay, the human interest story. Mamta hai to front page anchor pakka. Okay, it's simple. So the first question you would ask, if someone is selected in a senior team for the first time, or if there is a promising junior, अच्छा माँ क्या करती है? अच्छा बैंक में ठीक है, तो फिर ठीक है, स्पोर्ट्स पेज पे जाएगा, बर्तन मांजती है और एक राउंड जीत जा भाई, मेरा काम हो गया. Okay, but like coming back to it, what Roshan said in his introductory address, eventually it's the performance that actually helps athletes sustain himself or herself. Okay, that's one thing. Number two, the initial narrative bit that you asked, Dipti, I'm sure you are referring to the narratives that are allegedly set, one on social media, two in the com box. So in the com box, Roshan doesn't play a role. Okay, the one who speaks in his ears, no. Who speaks into his ears, no. That is, at times, there is a possibility of that. And see, it's ultimately the what sells factor. It does crop in at times. So at times you would see, as in, there was during my childhood there wasn't a Tendulkar cam because most of the games used to be telecast on 4 cameras. Okay, when you have a 36 camera, you have a Kohli cam or a Rohit cam. Right now, the broadcasters themselves officially say for every match we have an option of a fan cam in cricket broadcast. So if you are happy watching only what your favorite player is doing rather than watching what's happening on the field, why are you blaming the medium for it? Right? That is what you want. Number one. Number two, in the social media sphere, in the mainstream print industry, it is still at a very limited stage and it is not thrust upon the readers all the time. There have been a few instances, there will be a few instances, I don't deny it. But on social media, most of these great PR exercises are done through a player's official fan army, most of the times set up by the player or his manager or his family members. All of us know it, very few will admit it. That's how the PR hoopla is created in the digital world. That's easier to create over there. Okay, and the last bit is when it comes to PR and digital PR thing, no. If you want to be a journalist, you should know where to draw the line between PR and facts and objective reportage. If you can get that, and if you are a professional on the other side, for instance, Sundar should have the ability to convince a journalist how it can be a great piece of communication. Okay. And there are times when Roshan is forced to say something, but otherwise what he said, it's his research that will hold him in good stead in the longer run.
Just want to add to this. Now that we are on social media and media, the media is changing. I mean, I don't blame Amol or, the media is changing because the owners have a different perspective. Earlier it was very easy because sports page was the first page that anybody would ever open because they had always got positive news. If you looked at the front page, it was always murder, death, accident, negative. But when you opened the sports page, it was about achievements, it was about, heroes, it was about India winning. So it always got positivity. So every time anybody opens a newspaper, it's always from the back page. And as youngsters, we should do that because that starts your day well. Now it's all changed. Even the reportage has become more of marketing. It is more of marketing. Today again there is a story that, we don't get sponsors. When we get a sponsor, today the sponsor's name does not appear in the newspaper because it is the marketing policy. So why will somebody pay money to sponsor a tournament if their name is not coming in the newspaper? But now we have a very good medium like a social media and we say, okay, we have more, we can promote you more. So this has been a big change. Earlier, when probably I was playing, the local newspapers used to carry a local sports page. Every kid's photo was entrepreneurs, today even not even one word is mentioned about local sports. This is how, and that is how social media and as you guys, you should look at become sports entrepreneurs. There is a big opportunity for the social media and things like that. Today there is a road race going on. I mean, everybody knows about it because it's a big event in Pune. But you know what they have done? They have done more of social media campaign rather than the media campaign. I mean, obviously they have the advertisement thing like that, but they are banking more on social media because it is going to everybody's hand just in 1 minute. And you read it tomorrow. So things like this, I think guys, it's great opportunity and great time for you guys, like they all said, in the coming years. Try to be innovative, try to be intelligent, and I think you will get your...
Yeah, in connection with the cycle race, I feel there is a little bit of a negative sentiment because of the road closure. So I thought that they have done a better job of creating a positive perception about the race because it's only the police and the PMC that are talking about it, but not the organizer or not the sports per se. Could it have been a better PR exercise so that people approach more positively? Is what I think. They are not, okay, कुछ तो हो रहा है पुणे में, there are some spectators, but road closure is the main thing. So do you think, how...
Being a Punekar,
you also are. Pune is not out of you yet.
And PR, I think that obviously there is some negativity about it. The reason for the negativity is because all our roads have been so bad for so many years. All of a sudden you see good roads and then you know why it is happening is because of cycle race. The पहिली चीट तिकडे cycle race साठी केलं. So that is the first thing that comes to the mind. But yeah, secondly, it could have been handled well. I mean, obviously you cannot close traffic on a Monday morning at 9 o'clock when, you know, obviously, I mean, there are some things which are wrong. But one thing you have to admit that such race happening in Pune is also a very big thing that people don't know. It does not happen everywhere in the world. So we are host to this race. But obviously it could have been better managed and the communication could have been much better than the last minute. People should have been sensitized about the whole issue and then they could have been a part of it. Obviously there are some things that they could have done better.
I think it's a very good point that you put across. The first thing that was needed is awareness about a race like this happening. Because I was a part of Formula E where Ramaru Garu was the Chief Minister's son in Telangana. He had shut down the core Hyderabad area because it's a street race. And it was received very well. And like Sundarji mentioned that it happens once and it's a global event. So yes, I think we lacked the information at the start because I remember when we did the live at the first place, my team ensured that we took 15 days to just make people aware that there is a live. We did a live in 2023. It was the first ever live in Indian cycling. It was a road race. We covered over 800 kilometers. And the Chief Minister back then, Eknath Shinde, he ensured that that particular part of Samruddhi Mahamarg would be shut for the race. So now this is a big thing to happen. It is just about to open. Now, we realize that, of course, साइकिलिंग फेडरेशन ऑफ इंडिया को कितने लोग जानते होंगे, साइकिलिंग एसोसिएशन महाराष्ट्र को कितने लोग जानते होंगे. So you can't just go out and put it out on the pages and expect people to know it. Where we followed is we had to take a lot of journalists into consideration. We understood that okay, everything is last moment. Make people aware that a race like this is happening. And then, like you mentioned, the flip side would be people would be accepted. People would say, wow, it's people don't even know. I mean, I'm watching comments on, you should not be watching comments on any post, but I'm reading comments that people are happy about it, but they're comparing it to somebody doing a morning cycling session. So that's absolutely, so this is, I think the message is lacking there. It's a UCI event. I think it's also a qualification step to LA 2028. So I think we are fortunate to have this. Yes, he mentioned very right that roads, abhi ho rahe, why not back then? So I think that the government has to answer.
And the last bit in this regard, coming back to the point, who is the organizer? Who should have created the awareness? Officially the organizer is Collectorate of Pune, District Collector of Pune. Is District Collectorate equipped to organize a sport event, such a grand scale event? Should they have involved professionals? I don't know whether they have involved professionals. are liable. Then those professionals should know that one of the basics to make the event a success in terms of communication strategy is to make people aware and take them into confidence. I think they have been taken into, they have been taken for a ride because they have been taken for granted.
One thing I would like to add, just one thing over here, is how cities celebrate sports. Mumbai celebrates sports. Mumbai owns the sport. Whether it is Tata Marathon, whether when I am doing a WTA event for tennis or IPL team, Mumbai has the most fan following because Mumbai get involved. Today, because of Tata Marathon, whole of Mumbai is running. They look forward to it. But here's our marathon. If we do this marathon in Pune, like you said, Rasta Band hai, this is closed, that is closed, because we don't celebrate our sport. We don't get involved in the sport. Our IPL team, we had an IPL team. What happened? We had a Kabaddi team. What happened? It stopped. We had a football team. Pune had all the ISL team, but it did not do well because commercially it was not viable to run this. Because this is what happens. See, cities like, say, Hyderabad, city like Mumbai, city like Kolkata, these are the cities which celebrate sports. See, that is why the importance of communication, sports communication, even if you look the most powerful, he will accept, journalists today are from the cities that celebrate sports. Today Mumbai is much stronger than Pune journalists because Mumbai journalists today control the sport, if you can say, in a lot of things. So what I'm trying to say is, now as an administrator, it is my duty to see that people start enjoying the sports, coming to sports. Today we have a tournament in Balewadi. People are going from here to Wimbledon to go to Australian Open to watch tennis. I know so many, to Dubai Open. But when we have an ATP tournament, the same players who are playing in Dubai are playing. It was a problem to fill the stands. So this is how we, this is the comparison what happens.
Okay, so when we are talking about teams, I would like to ask from your POV that what do you think? Do fans follow the team first or do players first? And how do brands adapt this?
Okay, let me just start off. I try and go into a stance from the press box because in the press box you are in a balloon. Okay, so I try and watch every match that I cover for some time at least from the stands. And trust me, the shorter the format, the more do fans go to dance and to put it up on their social media handles or WhatsApp status. They are least interested in what's happening on the field, be it cricket or kabaddi. Okay, it's become an in thing for Gen Z or Gen Alpha, whatever you belong to. Technically, I am also a Gen Z, by the way. So that's where it starts and stops. So, as a professional, one, you can decide to cater to the demand, or you can create a demand wherein the fans will also be interested in sport. How to balance it out is up to you guys to figure out. But at the moment, I'm being blunt. In India, even in cricket, people go to watch cricketers. They do not go to watch cricket.
I think I'll second that is because we still look up to a very superstar culture. Because, I won't put much light into it, but even as a broadcaster, there are certain things, there are certain faces which are there to be marketed. So when we speak about MSD, when we speak about Virat Kohli, why do you think that narrative is driven across the country? So yes, we belong to that era where there are two things. One is where we want to show how close we are. A very good example, I'll take a non-sporting example, is if you know Coldplay as a band, okay, people actually went there not because it was Coldplay, because they wanted to be a part of that, what do you call it? FOMO, fear of missing out. So they want to be there because they want to show their set that, look boss, I'm here. So yes, if we get an interaction with Virat or MSD or anybody, that will put a lot of light, but yes, we follow the team less, we follow the action less, but more on a superstar driven journey.
Is there any question from the audience? Otherwise, we'll. Loud enough. I think you can. Please stand up and ask loud.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais. My question is to Rohan sir. While talking about marketing, you mentioned about market yourself. I want to ask, can you elaborate more practical ways as a student so that we can market ourselves?
I'm so glad that you asked it, and first of all, it's Roshan, so it has to start with proofreading first. Just kidding. Okay, if you go back to standard 5 of your school days, a teacher used to make us write a essay, a composition, what do you call it, okay? It used to talk about your family. So I used to write, my father is a this, my mother is a this, blah, 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 blah. If I have to ask you, what's your name? Nidhi. So if I have to ask you today, Nidhi, tell me top 5 qualities of you. The smile will speak volumes. One is you first need to identify what you are good at. The world will accept you when you accept yourself first. This is more on a philosophical line, but I'll tell you, when you understand that you're good at something, okay, you go and try and test it. I'll give you a small anecdote from my journey. I was doing a tournament before I went national, global. I was doing a tournament in Symbiosis where I had Sunil Chetri besides me doing commentary. We had Dr. Mujumdar at that point in time. I was doing commentary and like I said, we knew Sunil Chetri way before he became a superstar. That is where he told me, look, why don't you take this up professionally? And I'm like, wait a minute. The Indian football captain who has seen the world, he is sharing. Now he must have said this from a perspective just listening to me there. But I wouldn't have been aware if somebody like that would have told me. So point 1 is, are you exploring yourself enough? That's number 1. Number 2 is, if you are, then you have this, network marketing wala formula. Don't use that, but you need to first convince the first 5 people in front of you that, look, I'm good at something. That's what a lot of people don't understand, is that when you start with yourself, that is when the world starts listening to you. So my small 2 bits is that, first know yourself better, okay? Number 2 is, when you know yourself, you have to start from whatever resources you have. If you have 5 people who trust in you, who believe in you, koi nahi chalo, your parents. Okay? So you start with marketing, exploring yourself. Like if I have to say that, okay, Nidhi is good in doing presentations, for that matter. Okay? You need to ask yourself, are you leading all the presentations that is happening in your college? If the answer yes, no, you will figure out that. So whatever you are good at, Nidhi, you need to first figure out whether am I able to do it, and if not, this is actually the platform where you can do it. We saw those incredible studios. I mean, I'm telling you, this is incredible infrastructure. And Amolji, Sundarji agree that we were just thrown into the industry. Karo jo karna hai. So when you have something like this, I can't imagine myself doing anything else. So I can't tell you sitting here what you're good at. You need to find yourself first, and then when you start understand that, okay, I'm good at X, Y, Z things, then you do start marketing, you have utilization of social media. I see social media as one of the biggest tools to market yourself. But if you're interested to put a picture eating what flavor ice cream yesterday, I don't think the world wants to see it. That's all that I'd like to say that to you.
Spoke some time back and Roshan said it. Be confident of yourself. First, build your own confidence. Build a confidence to talk, to communicate. You are communicators. You are learning communication. Learn to communicate. Learn to talk. And don't be scared to talk anything. Even the stupidest idea can be one of the greatest ideas. Remember that. So, as students, only one advice we can give you is be confident. Even if you make a mistake, make it confidently. Okay?
They are so, no, I'm being very honest. Yeah. We belong to 3 generations, no, over here. They are way too confident than us. I just hope that most of you keep on being well researched also besides being confident. You should know what you are speaking. Otherwise, only how you speak either makes others perceiving you or you end up making a fool out of yourself. Just so, knowledge of the domain, okay, that is key. Confident, yes. Otherwise, you will end up being a lot of us who started off as with that great, I have a theory, lower middle class Indian psychological taboo, okay. We took a lot of time to get rid of it. You all don't have that problem. You all are confident. Just build on it.
Thank you. That's a very good point with which we can end this session, because we have 2 more sessions lined up. And the next session is also going to be interesting, because we are talking about sports for social change. And of course, what role communicators can play in looking at sports as a factor for social change. And we have Parag Phatak here with us. Thank you so much, panelists. You are most welcome to sit back and stay back and listen to Parag. And to the students, I would like to say that after this session, there will be a break, and where everybody will get tea and whatever Anuja ma'am has decided to offer you, so that you don't run downstairs to the canteen and not come back. And please, 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 I know it's a little longer day than usual, because we will be here till at least 5:30 or so, 5:36. But believe me, it's going to be quite interesting, isn't it? Because the last one is hands-on, kind of a master class by Ashish Pendse, and it will be interesting. So whatever the numbers I can see here, I hope to see all of them till the end, and I don't need to lock the doors from outside. Do I? I don't think so.
Thank you once again on behalf of Department of Journalism and Mass Communication to all the panelists, moderator, everyone. And we will now move on to the next session. Just a wake-up call for students. I do understand we are in Pune. तो 1 से 4 आप सिर्फ questions पे बंद है क्या? Minds are also closed in between 1 to 4. Vama Kukshi Chivaya madam. So please wake up and start asking questions, as I said, right?
And broadcast journalism. Mr. Phatak began his journey with Akashvani, India's public service broadcaster, where he worked as a newsreader and translator. This phase shaped his understanding of ethical journalism, accuracy, and the value of authentic news sources. Alongside this, he explored sports media as an English language cricket commentator with Sports Interactive, providing live commentary for international matches in association with Tata Indicom. As digital journalism started evolving in India, he joined Maharashtra Times Online as a copy editor, gaining experience in online reporting, translation, SEO, and digital content creation. From 2011 to 2017, he was associated with Lok Sabha of Indian Express Group as a senior sports journalist, especially cricket and Olympic Games. He later joined BBC News Marathi as a broadcast journalist, where he worked as research-based long-format stories. Currently, Mr. Phatak serves as chief sub-editor at Lok Sabha Online, playing a key role in long-read ideation, premium content strategy, political explainers, and sports journalism. He is also a visiting faculty and is actively involved in social initiatives like Nirman, aimed at nurturing young change makers. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to a journalist, mentor, and storyteller, Mr. Parag Phatak.
Words from me. All the people that we have had since morning are doing wonderful job in their own chosen area, right from Anuradha and Mihir and the panelists just now. But I feel a more personal connection with Parag, and I would like you to seek out his Facebook posts about famous sports personalities. It is really a textbook lesson in how to write a sports person's profile. You know, whenever a great
a milestone or retires or something of that kind happens, many people like me look forward to Parag's post. Okay, how Parag is going to look at it and how Parag is going to express. So that is sports communication at its best, which may go beyond his job. I think many of them will not be a part of his reports that will be published in Lok Sabha or BBC or wherever he is. But the commitment, the interest, the passion to, be involved is seen, and the kind of vocabulary that is used, because sports requires a different kind of vocabulary. So just please do take a look at it. And I have seen him evolve as a journalist ever since his master's days at Mumbai University. Over to you, Parag.
My topic for the session is sports as a social change. So it's a long word, social change. You must have known sociology a bit. So in 2010, this was the same setup, same academic, not exactly Tirak Maharashtra Vidyapit, but somewhere down the line in Mumbai. I was preparing for the Viva, and ma'am was there for my Viva, and it was the presentation on sports and lifestyle, and she was there for my Viva. In 2026, right now I'm standing in front of you, and she has called me and given me an opportunity to speak in front of you. So thank you, ma'am, first of all. So it's a great paradigm shift from a student coming to you as to speak on something. So it's you can see a change can happen in say 10, 12, 15 or even in 1 year. So bear with my pace because I was a commentator.
And I was stationed at the hotel, and the tournament goes on from 2:30 to around 10:30 in the night. So after finishing the entire thing, I used to go back to the hotel by walking. One guy from the organizing committee was from Pune itself. He's from Pune. And he said, sir, where we are staying? I said, this is in this hotel. So I said, okay, fine. So he said, I will drop you. So he dropped me at a hotel which is meant for players. Obviously, foreign players are there. And I said, this hotel is in this side of the highway. And I am staying that side of the highway. I said, it's the same. This is the hotel.
At this, how should I go from this to this? So from this, so this is the change we are talking about. So this is the very smallest thing. की काय बदल झाला की हॉटेल इकडे होतं आणि तिकडे होतं, मध्ये एक असा हायवे आहे ज्याच्यात 120 किलोमीटरच्या स्पीडने गाड्या धावत आहेत आणि जिथे हायवेला सबवे पण नाहीये, साकव पण नाहीये आणि तुम्ही क्रॉस पण करू शकत नाहीये. सुंदर सरांचा माणूस होता, सुंदर सर नव्हते त्यात, पण त्या माणसाला मी सांगितलं की मध्ये हायवे आणि तो मला ओलांडायचा आहे, मला पलीकडे जायचंय. सो मला हायवे ओलांडायला 25 मिनिटं लागली, कारण मला आयलंडला जाऊन परत यायचं होतं. त्याने त्या माणसाला व्यवस्थित सूचना दिल्या होत्या, त्याने ते ऐकल्या नाहीत. सो आपण चेंज जेव्हा म्हणतो तेव्हा तुम्ही जेव्हा स्पोर्ट्स जर्नलिस्ट आहात, स्पोर्ट्स मीडिया कमेंटेटर आहात, कोणीही होणार आहात, तेव्हा तुम्ही एकदम बेसिक लेवलला गेलं पाहिजे. तुम्ही आता उठून कोणत्याही जिमखान्यात गेलात आणि तुम्ही सांगितलं की मला एंट्री पाहिजे, तर ते देणार नाहीत. ते तुमचा आय कार्ड विचारतील. मग तुम्ही कॉलेजचा आयडी द्याल, त्याच्यावर मीडिया असं लिहिलेलं नाहीये. आणि त्याच्यावर जेव्हा तुमचं लिहून येईल की प्रेस लिहिलंय, तर प्रेस लिहिलंय म्हणजे तुम्ही जर्नलिस्ट झालात असं नाहीये. ते दिलंय ते तुमच्या ऑर्गनायझेशनला दिलंय, तुम्हाला नाही दिलंय. सो तुम्ही हे आधी क्लिअर करा की आपण जर्नलिस्ट झालोय असं कधीपासून मानायला लागलोय. म्हणजे तुमच्या कोर्सचं नाव काही असेल, मुंबईत त्याला बॅचलर ऑफ मास मीडिया म्हणतात, समवेअर काय डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ अमुक तमुक काय काय म्हणतात. पण आपण कधी जर्नलिस्ट होतो जेव्हा लोक दखल घेतात, लोक आपली बातमी वाचतात, लोक आपल्याला बघतात आणि आपल्याला बघण्यापेक्षा आपलं काम बघतात. सो तेव्हा बघा की ते प्रेस लिहून आलंय ते तुम्हाला आम्हाला नक्कीच दिलेलं नाहीये. ते ब्रँड आयडेंटिटी जसं आता सगळे डिग्निटरीज म्हणाले ते तुमच्या ब्रँडला दिलंय. तुम्हाला ॲक्रेडिशन कोणत्याही स्पर्धेचं मिळतं. तुम्ही आता टेनिस स्पर्धा जर का पुण्यात झाली, सुंदर सरांकडे गेलात, ते तुम्हाला ॲक्रेडिशन देतील. ते का देतील? कारण ते म्हणतील अरे मीडियाची मुलं आहेत, येतील काहीतरी चांगलं लिहितील, काहीतरी पॉडकास्ट करतील, काहीतरी रीड करतील, काहीतरी करतील. ते तुम्हाला दिलंय, मॅडमवर विश्वास आहे म्हणून दिलंय. तुमचं नाव अजून ब्रँड झालेलं नाहीये. सो ते लक्षात ठेवा की ते गुडविलवर देत आहेत, ते त्या ब्रँडवर देत आहेत. तुम्ही काहीतरी चांगलं कराल ह्या अपेक्षेने देत आहेत. सो आधी स्टार्ट करताना हे लक्षात ठेवा की ते बदल, प्रबोधन, सामाजिक क्रांती हे शब्द आपण सगळे सांगतो. मी पण सांगितलं होतं. तुम्ही जे कोर्स करताय, जेव्हा पहिले मी पण माझं पण ओरिएंटेशन झालं होतं, सगळ्यांनी हेच सांगितलं होतं की मला समाजात बदल घडवायचा आहे, सामाजिक क्रांती आणायची. पण ते खूप जास्त मोठ्या संकल्पना आहेत. मला असं वाटतं ते एक छोटा आपल्यामध्ये बदल यायला पण अनेक वर्ष जातात. तर आपल्याला आपल्या कृतीतून, आपल्या बातमीतून एकदम पॉलिसी बदलेल, सगळं शेकअप होईल, एकदम अपसाईड डाऊन सगळीकडे तुमच्या नावाची चर्चा होईल, याला खूप वेळ लागेल. सो सोशल चेंज म्हणजे काय? तर आपल्या इथे आता आपण एक उदाहरण जर का म्हणायचं, I hope everybody is okay with Marathi or English I will be speaking. So MSLTA, Sundar Iyer sir has talked with me in 2014. So he said MSLTA is organizing a residential complex in Nagpur in Gadchiroli area for a tribal students. So tribal people will play tennis. So story is what? Tribal kids are playing tennis. So tennis is largely associated with Mumbai, Pune, Hyderabad, Bangalore, all the big cities, because the infrastructure is there. Nagpur and Gadchiroli did not have infrastructure for tennis. They must be playing something, but not tennis. So they have organized a residential complex where Mumbai and Pune coaches will be going and they will be teaching tennis. And their residential, all the facilities will be taken care by MSLTA. So at that time I did the story, got a good response. But why got the good response? Not because Sundar sir is involved, my byline is involved, but there is a prominent social change happening. What happening? That Nagpur and Gadchiroli, earlier what known for Naxalite region, earlier known for all the attacks and all the things. This entire the phenomena, that Naxalite area, tribal kids playing tennis. They may not be going to nationals, they may not be going to the international tournaments, but they have started a process. The process will lift up. It will take 10 years, 20 years, might be 25 years. It will take a long time because tennis is a very individual sport, very expensive sport. But they have taken an initiative. So as a journalist, your attention should be a positive model. So we have given a headline which tennis the sakaratmak racket. Racket is generally always about some bad things, about the scams, but it was about the racket, it's about the tennis, and it's about the positive thing happening in our state. In extremely remotest part of the Maharashtra, people, kids coming to Pune as well, coming to Mumbai, watching tennis, playing tennis, also applying as a ball boy in major tournament. So that is what the initiative is all about. So social change is what, this is what social change we are talking about. So we are here not exactly bringing all the revolution. Revolution is a huge word, it will take ages. But as a journalist, as a sports journalist, as Roshan said, as Amol said, so your work will gradually make things happen. As Mihir said, Mihir is the one person you might not be aware, he is the person who has gone to North Korea. He has been to North Korea. He was obviously not allowed as a media person, but he has gone through the Bangalore FCT media manager. So it's a rarest opportunity because North Korea you did not get the passport. Mihir has gone there as a journalist. Obviously he didn't write from there. He came back and write the reports. But he has written extensively about staying in North Korea, facing the missiles. He has about what is the hotels, how the atmosphere is in North Korea. So he might be the rare person in India or a rare sport journalist in India who has gone to North Korea, where passport is not given to us, only the bureaucrats, diplomats are going. So he has gone there and covered an event, a match, might be a very nascent stage, or you can say we've not even heard of that match. It's a club level match, it's a proper club game, but he has gone there for 6 days, he has come back, he has written extensively. You can find the name Mihir Vasauda, North Korea, you will find 8 stories. So changes, this is what the change is all about. But why he has gone to North Korea? Because he has covered and written about football, he has covered about Olympic sports for almost a decade. So he started out from DNA, from there has gone to Hindustan Times, from gone to Indian Express. Same guy who works at Delhi, he has gone to Haryana to see how we can say, आपण गोठा असतो ना आपला गोठा, गाई गुरांचा गोठा असतो, त्याच्यामध्ये एक नेमबाजीची शील्ड उभी केली होती आणि त्याच्यामध्ये लोक प्रॅक्टिस करत होते. विटांनी, चुन्यांनी, भट्टीनी ती शेड बनलेली होती. एक रिमोटेस्ट गाव होतं, तिथे काही इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर नव्हतं, तिथे गावात जायला धड रस्ता पण नव्हता. तिथपर्यंत हा माणूस पोहोचला, त्याने एक सेंटर स्पेड पेज केलं, लोकांना कळलं की हरियाणामध्ये असं काहीतरी होतंय आणि त्या सगळ्या माणसांपैकी एकाने एक ऑलिम्पिकचं मेडल जिंकलं. So did he know that really going to make an Olympic medal? No. He has gone there by the expense of Indian Express. He has gone extensively on a day trip. He has gone with a photographer. They had a center spread, so almost had a 5,000 words article, but not sure about the Olympic medal. But Express has taken the initiative to send a person where you are not sure about the Olympic medal, not sure about the Commonwealth game or even an Asian Games medal, but they have sent it. There are organizations in India. Amol is one of the part of Hindu which sends everywhere in the country at the rarest thing in the Hagran. And whenever we meet, we talked about going to field. Right now you are sitting in a very, very nice setup. But when you go out and when you go outside, when you go to assignments, when you are given the assignments, that is when the entire thing will go into, translates it into the orientation. Right now it's a good, nice atmosphere. You got good studio, good facilities, good faculties, people coming, good food, nice infrastructure. But when you go outside, when you say we'll go for apply for the jobs and they will pay you a very, very less amount, and then what we will do, that is where the social change factor will come. Whether you will part of a social change, that is another thing, but whether we will pursue media itself, that is also a big question. Now, how many of you have heard about Balu Palwankar? Balu Palwankar? Amol's hand is raised. Balu Palwankar. So, simple, you all are media students and you should know about this guy. And I am saying guy because he is the first Dalit Indian cricket player right from this region, Maharashtra. So he is the guy who used to play for India and त्यावेळेला अस्पृश्यता होती. अस्पृश्यता तुम्ही हा शब्द ऐकला, तुम्हाला माहिती आहे अस्पृश्यता काय असते. तर अस्पृश्यता असताना हा माणूस खेळत होता. त्यावेळेला सगळे क्रिकेटपटू बसायचे, तो बाजूला बसायचा, कारण त्यावेळेला ती पद्धत होती. चहा वेगळा होता, जेवण वेगळं होतं, त्यांच्यासाठी जाणं येणं ऑब्व्हियसली वेगळं असायचं. त्या माणसाने क्रिकेट खेळलं, त्यांचे भाऊही क्रिकेट खेळले. त्या माणसाच्या नावाने आज तुम्हाला प्रभादेवीत एक रोड दिसतो. पण त्या माणसाचं कुठे तुम्ही डॉक्युमेंटेशन मराठीत वाचलंय का? नाही वाचलंय. तुम्ही कुठे ऐकलंय का? त्यांच्यावर एक चित्रपट येणार होता, तो अजून आला नाहीये. पण हेच सगळं रामचंद्र गुहांच्या पुस्तकात आहे. मी जेव्हा एकदा स्टोरी केली BBC मराठीसाठी, जवळपास 8 दिवस गेले. आम्हाला असं कळलं की त्यांचे नातेवाईक परदेशात असतात, पण त्यांच्याशी कॉन्टॅक्ट होऊ शकला नाही. खूप प्रयत्न केला, पण त्यांच्याविषयी पुष्कळ मटेरियल इंग्लिशमध्ये उपलब्ध आहे. आता इंडियन एक्सप्रेस काय, द हिंदू काय, हे लोक काय करतात, स्पोर्ट्समन कडे तो खेळतोय किती, धावा किती करतोय, किती हारला जिंकला, याच्याकडे नाही फोकस करत. ते फोकस करतात त्याच्या माणूस कुठून घडला याच्याकडे. एक दलित माणूस क्रिकेट खेळतो ही तेव्हाही बातमी होती, कारण त्याला सोशल स्ट्रॅटामध्ये काही स्थान नव्हतं. त्याला क्रिकेट खेळणं इटसेल्फ एक प्रिव्हिलेज होता. तो माणूस क्रिकेट खेळपर्यंत आला, त्याच्यानंतर त्यांनी निवडणूक पण लढवली, एक समाजात एक स्थान बनवलं स्वतःचं, आणि त्याच्यानंतर क्रिकेटमुळे तो ओळखला जायला लागला. आणि नंतर ऑब्व्हियसली पुढे त्यांची प्रगती झाली. का झाली? तर क्रिकेटमुळे झाली, एक खेळामुळे झाली. पण आपलं कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन काय आहे? आपल्याला प्रभादेवीतला तो रोड माहितीये का? मी त्या रोडवर गेलो होतो आणि किमान 20 लोकांना विचारलं की हे कोण आहेत, पी बाळू कोण आहेत, त्यांना माहित नव्हतं. आता त्यांचा प्रॉब्लेम नाहीये, आपला पण प्रॉब्लेम आहे. आता तुम्हाला बघितल्यावर लक्षात आलं पाहिजे की हे पी बाळू कोण आहेत, तर तुम्ही जाऊन सर्च केलं तर त्याचं इनफ मटेरियल आहे. सो सोशल चेंज म्हणजे अशा स्टोरीज लोकांना हव्यात, अशा स्टोरीज लोकांना वाचायच्या. बाळू पलवणकर एकदम आउटराईटली मराठी नाव आहे, आणि हे जे तुम्हाला मी आता कॉन्टेक्स्ट सांगितला याच्यानंतर खूप साऱ्या गोष्टी आहेत जे टिक मार्क होतात स्टोरीसाठी, पण मराठीत त्याच्याविषयी लिहून येत नाही. कारण मराठीत जसं आता मगाशी अनेकांनी प्रश्न विचारले की हार्दिक पांड्याची कॉन्ट्रोवर्सी विकली जाते, अजून काय स्मृती मंदानाचं लग्न झालं नाही ते विकलं जातं, पण ही स्टोरी विकली जात नाही. हे विकण्यासाठी तुम्हाला वेगळे परिश्रम करायला लागतील. ह्या स्टोरी करण्यासाठी तुम्हाला तुमच्या संस्थेने तुम्हाला पे करावं, याच्यासाठी आधी तुम्हाला अन्य गोष्टी कराव्या लागतील, तेव्हा या स्टोरी करायला तुम्हाला वेळ मिळू शकेल किंवा रिसोर्स मिळू शकेल. त्याच्याशिवाय होणार नाही. म्हणजे असं गेलं आणि बाळू पलवणकर घेऊन आलो असं होत नाही. आम्ही सदानंद मोरेंना फोन केला होता, तुम्ही सदानंद मोरे नाव ऐकलं असेल, त्याने त्यांच्याबद्दल सांगितलं आम्हाला. पण आता टेक्निकली सदानंद मोरे आणि बाळू पलवणकर यांचा काही संबंध नाहीये, पण आपण त्यांना बोलतं केल्यावर माहिती मिळाली. जसं अमोल म्हणाला, सुंदर सर म्हणाले, सकाळी मिहीर म्हणाला की तुम्ही जाऊन भेटा ना लोकांना, बोला त्यांच्याशी. स्टोरी म्हणजे असं कपाट नाहीये की उघडला आणि पटकन स्टोरी घेऊन आलो. स्टोरी अशीच आहे, माणसा बोलण्यातच आहे ना. आता आम्हाला इथे आल्यावर कळलं की एवढं छान इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर आहे, तुम्ही त्याचा काय वापर करताय आम्ही बघतोय, बघू आता पुढच्या काही भविष्यात. पण इतकं चांगलं इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर आहे तर तुम्ही चांगलं मीडिया पर्सन घडला म्हणजे मस्त आहे. म्हणजे तुम्ही नाही घडलात तरच आश्चर्य वाटेल आम्हाला. सो सोशल चेंज आता तुम्ही आता अनेक गोष्टी चालल्या आहेत बांगलादेश संदर्भात. तुम्ही बांगलादेश आणि इंडियाच्या बरंच काही आता चाललंय, त्याच्या संदर्भात तुम्ही जर का बातम्या वाचल्यात तर त्याच्यात क्रिकेटचा संदर्भ फक्त मामूली एका गोष्टीसाठी आहे. त्यांच्या एका प्लेयरला आपल्या IPL ने रिलीज केलं, न खेळता सांगितलं की तू IPL ला येऊ नकोस. पण त्याचं कारण क्रिकेटचं आहे का? नाही. द रिझन इज नॉट द क्रिकेट. रिझन क्रिकेट नाही. रिझन असं आहे की बांगलादेशमध्ये हिंदू नागरिकांवर अत्याचार होत आहेत, त्याचा निषेध म्हणून इथे अनेक देशभरात आंदोलनं झाली. त्याला निषेध आहे म्हणून मुस्ताफिजुर रहमानला बॅन केलंय. बॅन नाही केलं, त्याला सांगितलं की तू खेळू नकोस, बाकी त्याचा कॉन्ट्रॅक्ट रहित करून त्याला सांगितलं तू तिकडेच थांब. आता याच्यात क्रिकेट किती आहे? फारच मामूली आहे. स्टोरी काय आहे? स्टोरी ही आहे की आपण त्याचा बॅकसाईड सगळ्या स्टोरी काढू शकतो ना, की त्याला पैसे मिळणार का, हा एक महत्वाचा प्रश्न आहे. हा बोल. हा बंगाल निवडणूक पण आहे, हा एक वेगळा कॉन्टेक्स्ट आहे. बंगालची निवडणूक आहे, बांगलादेशचा प्लेअर आहे, तो बंगालमध्ये असल्याची जी फ्रँचाईज आहे कोलकाता नाईट रायडर्स त्याच टीम मध्ये आहे, त्याला आपण नको येऊ सांगितलंय. तो एक उत्तम बॉलर आहे म्हणून त्याला 9.2 कोटी मिळालेत. 9.2 कोटी काही लहान रक्कम नाहीये. 9.2 कोटी देऊन त्याला घेण्यासाठी अनेक लोक उत्सुक होते. तो आता येणार नाहीये. तो येणार नाहीये म्हणून बांगलादेशमध्ये IPL दाखवणार नाहीयेत. ते दाखवणार नाहीयेत म्हणून बांगलादेश भारतात पुढच्या महिन्यात वर्ल्ड कप खेळणार आहे की नाही माहित नाहीये. आणि ते आले नाही तर कदाचित स्कॉटलंड येणार आहे, आणि स्कॉटलंड नाही आलं तर अजून काहीतरी होणार आहे. सो एकातून किती बातम्या आहेत बघा. आणि याच्यात क्रिकेटची काहीच घेणं देणं नाही. याच्यात पब्लिक रिलेशन आहे का, याच्यात इंटरनॅशनल रिलेशन आहे का, लॉजिस्टिक्स आहे का, ICC आहे का, याच्यात खूप गोष्टी आहेत. आणि याच्यात मुद्दा मुस्ताफिजुरचा नाहीये. मुस्ताफिजुर एक निमित्त आहे, पण त्याच्या दृष्टीने तुम्ही बघा, जसं आता अँगल सांगितला, अँगल म्हणजे असं काही असं एकदम असं युरेका मुवमेंट नसतो. बंगाल इलेक्शन आहेत, बंगाली पार्श्वभूमीचीच माणसं तिकडे राहत आहेत, याच आपल्याच भागातून तो वेगळा देश काढलाय. आणि आता बांगलादेशला सपोर्ट म्हणून पाकिस्तान पण म्हणते की आम्ही पण कदाचित बॅकआउट करू, कदाचित वर्ल्ड कपच एकदम ओपन होऊन जाईल. सो स्टोरी ही आहे. सोशल चेंज म्हणजे काय? हेच आहे ना. म्हणजे एका माणसाच्या माध्यमातून एक निर्णय झाला की त्याला बाजूला बसवा किंवा त्याला खेळवू नका. त्या त्यातनं हे सगळे एकदम इकोसिस्टम फिरली. पुढच्या महिन्यात T20 वर्ल्ड कप भारतात होणार आहे. त्यातल्या काही मॅचेस मुंबई आहेत. अमोल काही मॅचेस कव्हर करायला असेल, त्याचं रिपोर्टिंग तुम्ही वाचाल. भारतात म्हणजे मुंबईत आहेत मॅच, बांगलादेशच्या मॅच मुंबईत आहेत. स्टोरी तिथे आहे की ते येऊन काय करतील. समजा ते आले तर ते बायकॉट करणार का, त्यांच्या सिक्युरिटीचं काय, त्यांच्या म्हणजे त्यांच्या बसला तो प्रेसिडेंट सारखा एक कॉन्वॉय लागतो तसा देणार का ते खेळणार, ते बंद स्टेडियम मध्ये खेळणार का, सगळे एकदम स्टोरीज ओपन झाल्या ना. तर सोशल चेंज म्हणजे काय, एक मुस्तफिजूर कोण आहे हे अजून अनेकांना आपल्याला माहित नाही. इज अ लेफ्ट आर्म पेसर, अ व्हेरी क्लेवर बॉलर who bowls back of the hand and slower ones. Mustafizur plays for Sunrisers, Delhi, Chennai Super Kings, all teams. It's a great bowler, very handy bowler to bowl in 13, 14, 17, 19 over. Because a very skillful bowler, and that is why he has been taken by 9.2 crores. ते त्याला मिळणार का, हे पण एक लॉ आहे ना. तुम्हाला IPLचं बघायला लागेल. IPLचं तुम्हाला त्याचं एक शीट असते ज्याच्यामध्ये नियम असतात की त्याला 9.2 कोटी मिळणार आहेत, तो येणार नाही. आपण सांगितलं येऊ नकोस. त्याचं कारण तो फिट आहे, तो इंजर्ड नाहीये, तो व्यवस्थित आहे, एकदम ठणठणीत आहे, आणि आपण त्याला सांगतोय की तू घरी बस. तर त्याला 9.2 कोटी मिळणार का, आणि 9.2 कोटी मिळणार असून पण तो घरी बसणार आहे आणि तरी तो काही बोलणार नाहीये का, सगळे अँगल आहेत. सो सोशल चेंज म्हणजे हा विषय दिला आहे, तुम्ही प्रत्येक गोष्टीकडे ह्यातनं बघू शकता. आत्ता अनेक गोष्टी अशा घडतात आपल्या आजूबाजूला की ज्याच्यात स्टोरी दडली, ती सांगायची कशी ते तुमच्यावर आहे. तुम्ही ते कुठलं मीडियम निवडता ऍब्सोल्युटली तुमचं आहे. न्यूझीलंडची टीम आपल्याकडे, न्यूझीलंडच्या टीम मध्ये आता अशोक नावाचा प्लेअर आहे, आदित्य अशोक नावाचा, त्याचं सगळे बॅकग्राऊंड इकडची आहे. यालाच कॉन्टेक्स्ट जोडून काही दिवसांपूर्वी एक्सप्रेसने एक स्टोरी केली होती, 4 दिवसांपूर्वी, की आता अंडर-19 वर्ल्ड कप चालू आहे. तुम्हाला माहिती आहे अंडर-19 मुलं आपली खेळत आहेत. वैभव सूर्यवंशी नावाचा पण एक कार्यकर्ता खेळतोय, ज्याचं कथित वय आहे आता 14 का काहीतरी आहे म्हणतात, तर ते आहे. तर त्या टीम पैकी ज्या काही टीम्स आहेत 15-20, त्याच्यामधले 60 ते 70% प्लेयर प्रत्येक टीम मधले मिळून हे भारतीय वंशाचे किंवा साऊथ एशियन बॅकग्राऊंडचे आहेत. म्हणजे थोडक्यात आपलीच माणसं, आधार कार्ड वर्सेस त्यांचं NRIचं कार्ड अशी आहे. सो तो आपलीच टीम आहे, म्हणजे आपल्याच इथल्या मंडळींची तिकडे जाऊन जी मुलं आहेत त्यांच्याच मुलांबरोबर आपण खेळतोय. सो जेव्हा पहिली मॅच अंडर-19 वर्ल्ड कपची म्हणत नाहीये, नॉर्मल T20 वर्ल्ड कपची म्हणतोय, तेव्हा मुंबईतच जन्मलेला सौरभ नेत्रावळकर, जो इथेच खेळला, इथेच वाढला, मुंबईतल्या मैदानांवर वाढला, त्याने त्याचं करिअर गिव्हअप केलं, तो नॉर्मल IT प्रोफेशनल झाला, अमेरिकेत गेला, चांगलं काम करतो, उत्तम पैसा कमवतो, क्रिकेटही खेळतो. आता त्याच मुंबईत अमेरिकेकडनं अमेरिकेचं राष्ट्रगीत गाणारे मुंबईत बसून. तर ही स्टोरी. सोशल चेंज हाय की एक मराठी माणूस, आणि तो उत्तम मराठी बोलतो. तुम्ही त्याच्या इंस्टाग्रामवर गेलात तर तो आपल्या तुमच्या माझ्यापेक्षा जास्त चांगली गाणी म्हणतो, आणि त्याच्यात एक युकेलेले नावाचं एक त्याच्यावर वाजवतो पण. सो सौरभ नेत्रावळकर स्टोरी आहे. तुम्ही करायची म्हटली तर तुम्ही जाऊन त्याला अप्रोच करू शकता, त्याचा मॅनेजर असेल, तो असेल. तर सौरभ नेत्रावळकर सारख्या 100 स्टोऱ्या अंडर-19 वर्ल्ड कप मध्ये पण आहेत आणि ह्या नॉर्मल T20 वर्ल्ड कप मध्ये पण आहेत. तर स्टोऱ्या काय करायच्या ते तुमच्यावर आहे. एक गमतीशीर उदाहरण सांगतो, सांगावं की नाही असं आहे, पण ठीक आहे सांगावं, कारण तुम्ही सगळे पत्रकार आहात, तुम्ही मीडिया पर्सन आहात, आणि एक प्रेस कॉन्फरन्स होती आणि चांगली स्पर्धा आहेत, आणि त्यामुळे ते उदाहरण सांगणं आवश्यक आहे. दरवर्षी मुंबईत होते. संक्रॉक एक नावाचं ठिकाण आहे, गेटवे ऑफ इंडिया पासून नॉटिकल माईल नुसार 10 किलोमीटरवर. संक्रॉक ते गेटवे असं एक समुद्री शर्यत असते, ज्याच्यात अनेक महाराष्ट्रातली, राज्यातली मुलं धावतात, म्हणजे पोहतात थोडक्यात, आणि त्यांना एक काय प्राइज मिळतं. सो वेगवेगळ्या कॅटेगरीज मध्ये होते. प्रेस कॉन्फरन्स झाली, आम्हाला त्याचे कॅटेगरीज सांगितल्या, सगळी प्रोसेस सांगितली, आणि नंतर आम्ही निघताना ॲज अ प्रोसेस, आता सगळी डिग्नेटरीज होते, त्याच्यामध्ये PR पण आहेत, सुंदर सर पण आहेत, तर आम्हाला एक काहीतरी बॉक्स दिला. तर तो घ्यायचा की नाही ते तुमच्या ऑर्गनायझेशनच्या आणि तुमच्या पॉलिसीवर आहे. त्याच्यात काहीतरी घड्याळ होतं. तर मी म्हटलं अरे घड्याळ आम्हाला कशाला ना, म्हणजे काय सगळ्यांकडे घड्याळ आहेत, तर आता काही आवश्यकता नाहीये तशी, आणि तशी आवश्यकता नाहीये. तो म्हणाला नाही असू द्या. आणि अचानक माझ्या लक्षात आला, पुन्हा याच्यात मी महत्वाचं नाहीये, महत्वाचं आहे की संस्थेने माझ्या किंवा माझ्या ऑफिसने काय भूमिका घेतली हे महत्वाचं आहे. तर मी सहज बघितलं की जो बॉक्स होता त्या घड्याळाची किंमत काहीतरी 5,000 रुपये होती. आता तो बॉक्स सगळ्यांनी दिला, 15-20 पत्रकार जेवढे आले होते त्यांना. आणि मग मला त्या ऑर्गनायझेशन कमिटीने जे पत्रक दिलं होतं त्याच्यात त्यांनी म्हटलं होतं की जो विनर असणार आहे त्याला 3,500 रुपये प्राइज आहे, आणि जो दुसरा असणार आहे त्याला 1,500 आहे, आणि तिसऱ्याला 1,000 आहे. तर मी ऑफिसला गेलो. आता हे बघा, त्या PR टीमने ते केलं ते चुकीचं आहे का? नाही. त्यांनी घड्याळ दिलं, स्पॉन्सरने सांगितलं घड्याळ द्या, घड्याळ दिलं, त्यांचं चूक नाहीये. अगेन तुम्ही गोष्टी नीट समजून घ्या, लगेच एकदम असं क्रॉस करू नका. त्यांच्या दृष्टीने त्यांचं बरोबर आहे, पण मला माझ्या बॉसने काय पाठवलं होतं की तुला स्टोरी करायला पाठवलंय. स्टोरी ही आहे की मला 5,000चं घड्याळ दिलंय आणि विनरला 3,500 रुपये देणार आहेत. सो मी गेलो ऑफिसला आणि त्याला म्हटलं ही स्टोरी आहे, तर ऑब्व्हियसली त्याचा कोट हवा. तो तर कोचसाठी फोन केला, ते म्हणे नाही 3,500 हे ठरलेलं आहे आणि हे डिसाईड झालं आहे आणि रविवारी संक्रांत ते गेटवे होणार आहे. तर आमच्या ऑफिसने म्हटलं की चला आता वाजवूया स्टोरी. तर ऑफिस चांगलं होतं म्हणून त्यांनी स्टोरी वाजवू दिली आणि आम्ही ती आमच्या पद्धतीने नेहमीच्या लोकसत्तेच्या खाक्याने केली. सकाळी 7 वाजता ऑर्गनायझरांनी यांचा फोन आला, सर तुम्ही काल बोलला असतात. म्हटलं मी काल तुम्हाला फोन केला होता, तुम्ही म्हणालात 3,500 रुपयेच देणार. त्यांचं काय चर्चा झाली माहित नाही, त्यांनी एका दिवसात खुलासा पाठवला की पहिल्याला 25,000 रुपये देतोय. तर मुद्दा असा आहे, मी माझं काम केलं, माझ्या संस्थेने मला बॅक केलं, PR ने त्याचं काम केलं, मी माझं काम केलं. त्याच्यामुळे मी एक जस्ट केस स्टडी का दिला, त्या आमचे जेव्हा बोलत होतो तेव्हा एक लहान मुलगा आणि त्याचे बाबा आले होते. तो मुलगा होता सोलापूरचा. मी एक जस्ट लॉजिस्टिकचं उदाहरण सांगतो की एक मुलगा किंवा आई बाप म्हणजे त्याचे वडील त्याला घेऊन आले होते, सोलापूरहून ऑल द वे इथे आले, मुंबईला 2 दिवस राहिले, ऑब्व्हियसली कुठेतरी हॉटेलात त्यांची व्यवस्था केलेली असणार आणि ते परत जाणार ट्रेनने. या सगळ्याची कॉस्ट तरी बेअर झाली पाहिजे एवढंच माझ्या डोक्यात होतं. की बाकी सगळं जाऊ द्या की कुठले किती पैसे दिले, काय दिले, कसे दिले, चेकने दिले का खात्यात टाकले, याच्यापेक्षा सोलापूर टू मुंबई, मुंबईतला खर्च आणि बॅक टू सोलापूर ही कॉस्ट बेअर होईल एवढा तरी प्राइस मनी पाहिजे. एवढं आम्ही केस स्टडीमध्ये मांडलं. आम्ही त्या बॅक केलं, संस्थेने सपोर्ट केला. 3.5 होतं, 25 झाले. त्या मुलाला पहिलं प्राइज मिळालं, तो 25,000 रुपये घेऊन घरी गेला. तो अजून खेळतोय का, तो नाहीये, त्याने सोडून दिलं. तो आता नॉर्मल IT इंडस्ट्रीमध्ये काम करतो. ते जाऊ द्या. त्यामुळे सोशल चेंज म्हणजे काय, तर आपण हे करू शकतो. तुम्हाला उचलून एकदम काहीतरी भाला उचलला आणि टाकला, बदल झाला असं नाही होत. म्हणजे अमोलही सांगेल, मिहिरही तुम्ही बघितलं, सगळी मंडळी, सुंदर सर पण स्वतः पत्रकारच आहेत, की एकदम मायन्यूटेस्ट बदल घडायला पण खूप वेळ लागतो. आणि स्टोरी तुम्ही 500 शब्दांची लिहा, 1000 शब्दांची लिहा, काही करा, पण त्यातला बदल घडायला कदाचित 10 वर्ष पण जाऊ शकतात. सो तुमच्या शब्दांची ताकद पण खूप आहे. म्हणजे काही दिवसांपूर्वी म्हणजे आता ब्रँडन मॅक्युलम तुम्हाला माहिती असेल, बॅस बॉल ती खूप थेरी गाजते. तर ब्रँडन मॅक्युलमच्याच काळात न्यूझीलंडचा एक विकेट किपर आला होता, ब्रॅडले वॉटलिंग नावाचा. बरंच खेळला आणि रिटायर झाला. आणि त्याच्याबद्दल मी जस्ट लिहिलं होतं, काही असं काही कुठे प्रमोशन वगैरे काही नव्हतं, जनरल लिहिलं होतं. एका माणसाने मला सांगितलं, ती कमेंट मला लक्षात राहिली, ते माझ्या कौतुकाचा मुद्दा नाही. तो म्हणाला, मला हा माणूसच माहित नव्हता. म्हणजे परत तेच की जसं मगाशी रोशन म्हणाला की ठराविक लोकांच्याच मुलाखती येतात, ठराविक लोकच दिसतात. तुमचं काम हे की तो पडदा बाजूला करायचा आहे आणि जे दिसत नाहीये लोकांना त्यातली स्टोरी तुम्हाला सांगायच्या. तर ते तुमचं टास्क आहे. सो IPL हे स्टोऱ्यांचा आगार आहे. तो काय म्हणाला, रिंकू सिंगची स्टोरी आम्ही विकली. म्हणजे ते काय असं प्रोडक्ट नाही ना, कुकर नाहीये, आता विकला रिंकू सिंगला. रिंकू सिंगची स्टोरी खरंच चांगली होती, सेलेबल होती, पण रिंकू सिंग सारख्या ढिगावारी स्टोरीज IPL मध्ये रोज घडतात आणि आपल्याला त्याचा पत्ता नसतो, कारण आपण त्या इकोसिस्टम मध्ये नसतो. अमोलला आज इथे का बसवलं, कारण तो ग्राउंडवर गेली 20 वर्ष जातोय, लोकांना भेटतोय, ऑर्गनायझरला भेटतोय, संघटकांना भेटतोय, खेळाडूंना भेटतोय, फ्लाईट पकडतोय, नाहीतर ट्रेनने जातोय. अनेकदा असं असतं, तुम्ही त्याला विचारा की ॲक्रेडिशन नसतं असं पण काळ आहे, जेव्हा तुम्हाला AC प्रेस बॉक्स मिळत नाही, तुम्हाला कुठेतरी बाहेर उन्हात उभं राहायला लागतं, कुठल्या तरी स्टँडमध्ये बसून करायला लागतं, लॅपटॉपचा चार्जिंग पॉईंट नसतो, खाण्यापिण्याची व्यवस्था नसते, ते मैदान कुठे आहे माहीत नसतं, माणसं जातात, रिपोर्टिंग करतात, म्हणून आज तुमच्या समोर बसलेत. सो स्टोरीज आणतो, अल्टिमेटली त्याला पगार मिळतो स्टोरीचा, मलाही पगार मिळतो स्टोरीजचा. मला इथे बोलायला आहे कारण तुम्ही म्हणता सोशल चेंज घडवायचा आहे. तो एक बदल घडवण्यासाठी खूप प्रचंड मेहनत आहे आणि हे शुअर नाहीये की तुम्ही खूप मेहनत केली तरी पण बदल घडेल असं नाहीये. त्याच्यामुळे तो जो बदल आहे ना, तो खूप स्लाइटेस्ट आणि मायन्यूटेस्ट आहे. एक उदाहरण देतो, हे आपण सगळं आता बोललो हे लोकल आहे, आपण थोडंसं ग्लोबल जाऊया. काही दिवसांपूर्वीच एक 7-8 वर्षांपूर्वी मी एक सिरीज केली, 2019चा वर्ल्ड कप झाला होता आणि त्याच्यात एक ट्रेंड होता, प्रत्येक टीम मध्ये आपला देश सोडून दुसऱ्या देशात जाऊन करिअर घडवलेली माणसं होती. आता ऑब्व्हियसली आपण आपलं घर सोडतो तेव्हा एक मोठं चॅलेंज असतं, शहर सोडतो त्याहून मोठं चॅलेंज आहे, देश सोडतो तर त्याहून मोठं चॅलेंज आहे, सगळंच बदलतं. तर अशी माणसं ज्यांनी आपला देश सोडला आणि कुठल्या तरी वेगळ्याच देशात जाऊन त्यांनी करिअर केलं, असं प्रत्येक टीम मध्ये माणूस होता. आणि अशा त्या सगळ्या 10-12 जणांची स्टोरी झाली, ती सिरीज केली, झाली, चांगली चालली, ते नंबर वगैरे सगळं ओके. थीम ही होती त्याच्यातनं निघाली की सुनील गावस्करांचं मगाशी एक उदाहरण निघालं. सुनील गावस्करांना त्यावेळेला विचारलं होतं की ह्या वर्ल्ड कप कोण जिंकेल. ते म्हणाले ते इंडिया इंग्लंड फायनलला येतील, त्या 2 चांगल्या टीम आहेत, कोण जिंकेल मला माहित नाही. तर कट टू नेक्स्ट, फायनलला इंग्लंड होतं आणि इंग्लंड जिंकलं. इंग्लंड जिंकल्यावर ते म्हणाले होते, मी तुम्हाला बोललो होतो, पण म्हणे ही इंग्लंडची टीम आहे का रेस्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड 11 आहे, कारण यातल्या अर्धी माणसं तर बाहेर राहून आलेली आहेत. सो माझी सिरीज वर्क झाली. मी एवढंच म्हटलं की जी थीम मला वाटली ती गावस्करांना वाटली, म्हणजे थीम करेक्ट आहे. सो उस्मान ख्वाजा असेल, इम्रान ताहिर असेल, जोफ्रा आर्चर असेल, बेन स्टोक्स असेल,
स्टोरी प्रत्येकाची आहे, ती वेगवेगळी आहे. त्याच्यात एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट काय होता की प्रत्येकाने देश सोडलाय, काहीतरी खडतर संघर्ष केलाय, दुसऱ्या देशात गेलाय, रेसिझम भोगलाय, परत तिथली सिस्टम समजून घेतले, नवीन काहीतरी अजून 4 गोष्टी शिकल्या आणि मग कुठेतरी जाऊन करिअर केले. सो अल्टिमेटली इंग्लंडला कोणी हेटाळणी केली की रेस्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड 11 आहे तरी कप त्यांच्या नावावर होता. आता दुसरी स्टोरी काय होती, तुम्ही नीट मॅच पुन्हा जाऊन आता युट्यूबवर बघा. 2019चा वर्ल्ड कप, न्यूझीलंड हारलं नाही, मॅच टाय झाली, सुपर ओव्हर पण टाय झाली, फक्त बाउंड्रीज कोणी जास्त मारलाय त्याच्यावर न्यूझीलंडला जिंकून दिलं. सो नियमानुसार न्यूझीलंड हारलंच नव्हतं. सो स्टोरी ही आहे की खरं तर दुसरी कोण टीम असती तर आरा केला असता, हा दुसरा पाकिस्तान वगैरे असतं तर दंगलच झाली असती. पण त्यांनी काही नाही केलं, ते म्हणाले नियम होता, आम्ही हारलो नाही हे फॅक्ट आहे, पण आम्हाला सांगितलंय की हा बाउंड्रीजचा नियम आहे, त्याच्यात आम्ही कमी पडतोय, सो वी ऍक्सेप्ट द थिंग. आणि सगळ्यात एवढं सगळं हरून पण न्यूझीलंडच्या टीमला लोक म्हणाले की यांनी मन जिंकली. रेस्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्डची स्टोरी बाजूला राहिली, लोक म्हणाले अरे हे काय किती चांगले भले लोक आहेत, जेंटलमन्स लोक आहेत की हे हारले पण हे तर मन जिंकून गेले, कप तर ठीक आहे, कप तर येत जात राहतो, आणखी 4 वर्षांनी परत जिंकतील, पण स्टोरी त्यांची झाली. सो सोशल चेंज काय की न्यूझीलंड हा देश कसा आहे ते पण तुम्ही बघितलं पाहिजे ना, की ते असं का वागतात, ते एकदम जेंटलमन्स का म्हणतात, कारण त्यांच्या देशाचं स्ट्रक्चर बघा ना, तुम्ही त्यांचा कॉन्टेक्स्ट समजून घेतला पाहिजे. सो स्पोर्ट्स हे फक्त एका बेटात बबल असं नाहीये, ते त्याच्याबरोबर एकदम छोट्या गोष्टी आहेत ज्याच्यातनं माणूस घडत जातो. सो ते स्टोरी जेव्हा तुम्ही जाता तेव्हा एक साधं उदाहरण आहे, अगदी 2011-12चा असेल, जेव्हा मला बॉम्बे जिमखान्याला पाठवलं एक असाइनमेंट कव्हर करायला, तर आपण उत्साहात जातो की मी आता लोकसत्ताचा प्रतिनिधी चाललो जोरात, एकदम प्रेस जातो. तिकडे गेल्यावरती ते सोडत नाहीत कारण त्यांची प्रोसेस आहे, ते अजून वसाहतवादी आहेत, ते अजून तसंच वागतात. तर ते म्हणतात नाही असं आम्ही सोडणार नाही, तर तुम्हाला तर काहीतरी करावं लागेल ना, आयदर तुमच्या बॉसला कॉल करायला लागेल, एकदम तुम्ही ती जी काही क्रांतीची पताका तुमच्या खांद्यावर घेतली ती उतरावी लागेल, आधी खाली जाऊन बोलावं लागेल की मला आधी सोडा मग क्रांती करेन. सो ह्या खूप छोट्या गोष्टी आहेत, म्हणजे असं गेलो आणि एकदम धापकन एकदम 800 शब्दांचा आर्टिकल लिहिलं बदल नाही होत, एक खूप वेळ लागतो. सो साधा अजून एक उदाहरण आहे, म्हणजे तुम्हाला या सगळ्या लोकांनी एक महत्वाचा व्ह्यू दिला की तुम्ही काय कसं केलं पाहिजे, पण फील्डमध्ये गेल्यानंतर किती भयंकर घट्टे पडतायत ते अद्याप तुम्हाला माहिती नाहीत, कारण हे सगळं छान सेटअप आहे. बीकेसी मध्ये एक छान ग्राउंड आहे, अमोल तिथे नियमितपणे जातो, तर त्या ग्राउंडचं नाव आहे शरद पवार जिमखाना क्लब ग्राउंड. तिथे मस्त उत्तम स्टेडियम आहे, फक्त तिथे बसायला प्रेक्षकांना बसायला सिस्टम नाहीये. 2010 मध्ये मी तेव्हा इंटर्नशिप करत होतो आणि मला सांगण्यात आलं की ही मॅच तू कव्हर करायला जा, बघायला जा, कव्हर तर जाऊ दे बघायला जा. त्या ग्राउंडला 4 गेट आहेत आणि मी पहिल्या गेटवर पोहोचलो सकाळी 8:45 वाजता. त्यांनी सांगितलं तुम्हाला सोडणार नाही, तर तो अभ्यास आहे, त्या गेटने मला सांगितलं सोडणार नाही, कारण होतं आय कार्ड नाहीये. मग म्हणाला तुम्ही अशा कुठेही येता कुठेही घुसता, असं कसं काय तुम्हाला सोडणार, बरोबर आहे त्याचं. म्हणून अर्धा किलोमीटर फिरून दुसऱ्या गेटवर गेलो, तिथे म्हणाले संबंधच नाही तुम्हाला सोडण्याचा, कारण आम्हाला सांगितलं कोणालाच सोडायचं नाही. माझ्या समोर मग 2 बस गेल्या रणजी मॅच खेळणाऱ्या, त्यातनं प्लेयर गेले मुंबईचे, अन्य कर्नाटक जी कुठली टीम होती त्यांचे. मी तिसऱ्या गेटवर गेलो, ते म्हणाले पहिल्या गेटवाल्याने काय सांगितलं नाही, दुसरीने काय सांगितलं नाही, मग तुम्हाला आम्ही सोडण्याचा प्रश्नच येत नाही, मॅच कशी कव्हर करणार तुम्ही आत गेल्याशिवाय. चौथ्या गेटवर तर ते जिमखान्याचं इच्छल क्लब आहे, तिथे बघून तुमचे असे डोळे दिपतील. सोशल चेंज आपण म्हणतोय तर ते असं 5 स्टार क्लब आहे, तसं डोळे दिपतात तुमचे. तर तिथनं आत जाण्याचं धैर्य नाही झालं, विचारण्याचंच नाही झालं की इथे मला घ्याल का म्हणून. त्याच्यानंतर पुन्हा पहिल्या गेटवर आलो, मला फोन करून त्यांनी विचारलं माझ्या बॉसने की काय रे तू काय सांगत का नाहीस मॅच बद्दल काय. म्हटलं अजून आतमध्ये गेलोच नाही तर सांगणार कसं काय. तर मग त्यांनी फोन करून फोनाफोनी झाली, या मुलाला सोडा, आपलाच मुलगा आहे, सोडा, 1 तासभर बसेल इकडे. बरं आत गेल्यानंतर पुन्हा एक इंटरव्हेशन झालं की असं कसं तुम्ही आत घुसलात, इकडे तर तिथे प्रेस बॉक्स नाहीये, तिथे तर तुम्हाला एंट्री नाही, तुमच्याकडे तर ॲक्रेडिशन पण नाही. मी ग्रॅस बँकवर बसलो 3.5-4 तास, मॅच बघितली आणि नंतर परत आलो. सो सोशल चेंज आपण जेव्हा म्हणतो तेव्हा आधी सगळीकडे जायला सुरुवात केली पाहिजे. आणि जेवढे रिजेक्शन्स, जेवढ्या फजित्या, जेवढा गोंधळ, जेवढा किओस आणि जेवढं एम्बॅरेसमेंट पण म्हणतो तात्काळात लागेल, आय थिंक ते सगळं वर्थ असतं. जेव्हा तुमची स्टोरी बायलाईन पेज 1 वर येते, लोक तुम्हाला फॉलो करतात, तेव्हा खरं त्या स्टोरीचं तुम्हाला कळतं की मी इतके वेळा मला कोणीतरी तात्काळात ठेवलं. तर ठीक आहे, तात्काळात ठेवलं तर आपल्या प्रोसेसचा भाग येतो, तुम्हाला वेट करावा लागेल आणि वेट करणं आवश्यक पण आहे, फजिती होणं पण आवश्यक आहे. म्हणजे तुम्हाला खूप असं वाटतं की आपण गेलो म्हणजे तिथे झालं, काहीच होत नाही तिथे जाऊन. सो प्रोसेस आहे. एक गोष्ट आउटराइटली ह्याच्या थोडी पलीकडची आहे जी आम्ही एक सिरीज केली होती आणि त्याचा खरं इंडियनशी काही कॉन्टेक्स्ट नव्हता, पण त्याचा एक लॉजिस्टिक, मायग्रेशन, सोशल सेटअप आणि मॅडमने जो मुद्दा मला दिलाय सोशल चेंज, त्याच्या संदर्भात एक सिरीज होती. त्याचं नाव होतं, आम्ही एक दिलं होतं की एका देशाने ब्रेन ड्रेनमुळे, आपला देश नाही, एक देश आहे साऊथ आफ्रिका, ब्रेन ड्रेनमुळे
त्यांनी जवळपास 40 क्रिकेटपटू गमावले म्हणजे दुसऱ्या देशाला गमावले. त्याचं कारण होतं एक करार ज्याचं नाव आहे कोलपॅक करार. सो कोलपॅक ही एक खूप टेक्निकल टर्म आहे. तुम्ही म्हणाला काय मॅडमने चहा पण अजून दिलेला नाही, झोप पण येते, काय तुम्ही पकवताय, खरं ते, पण हे तुम्हाला समजून घ्यावं लागेल, कारण ह्याच्यात स्पोर्ट्स फक्त तोंडी लावण्यापुरतं आहे. बाकी ज्या गोष्टी आहेत त्या आपल्या तुमच्या माझ्या कामाच्या आहेत, कारण तुम्ही पण बाहेर पडणार आहात, तुम्ही पण अन्य देशात जाल, अन्य राज्यात जाल. स्लोवाकिया नावाचा देश आहे, तिथला एक प्लेअर आहे, त्या काय काय खेळ खेळायचा. त्याने एका जर्मन क्लबला सांगितलं की माझ्याकडे तुमच्याकडे रजिस्ट्रेशन आहे, पण मला तुमच्याकडे फॉरेन प्लेअर म्हणून ते घेत नाहीयेत, सो मी आता न्यायालयात जातोय. न्यायालयाने त्याचं अपील ऐकलं, क्रीडा लवादापर्यंत गेलं आणि त्याला फॉरेन प्लेअर म्हणून खेळायची संधी मिळाली. आता याचा आपल्याशी काही संबंध आहे का स्लोवाकियाचा? काहीच नाही. साऊथ आफ्रिकेशी आहे का? येणार होता. हाच नियम लावला. एक युरोपियन युनियन नावाची कॉन्सेप्ट होती ब्रेक्झिटच्या आधी, ज्याच्यामुळे सगळे भाग जोडलेले असतात. म्हणजे थोडक्यात तुम्ही एका टर्मचा भाग आहात, तुमच्याच पंचक्रोशीशी मी पण निगडीत आहे आणि मला आणि तुम्हाला एका बाजारामध्ये सवलत मिळते, असं धरून चाला. सो साऊथ आफ्रिकेचे प्लेयर इंग्लंडमध्ये फॉरेन प्लेअर म्हणून न खेळता काउंटी क्रिकेटमध्ये स्थानिक प्लेअर म्हणून खेळू शकतात. हा त्याचा सोपा अर्थ. तर हे का केलं त्यांनी? साऊथ आफ्रिकेमध्ये कोटा सिस्टम लागू आहे. ती चांगली आहे का वाईट आहे ते नंतर, ते तुम्ही अभ्यास करा. कोटा सिस्टम असल्यामुळे गोऱ्या खेळाडूंना संधी मिळेनाशी झाली. संधी नाही त्यामुळे पैसे नाही, पैसे नाही त्यामुळे घर चालत नाही. मग मी काय करणार? तुम्ही कुठेतरी बाहेर बघणार. हे कोलपॅक म्हणजे काय झालं? साऊथ आफ्रिका युरोपियन युनियनचा भाग होता. युरोपात येतं का ते? नाही, ते दूर आहेत, पण ते युरोपियन युनियनचा भाग आहेत. साऊथ आफ्रिका, झिम्बाब्वे युरोपियन युनियनचा भाग आहेत. सो साऊथ आफ्रिकेचे प्लेयर पैसे मिळत आहेत, संधी मिळते, खेळणंही होत आहे, घरही चालतंय. सो ते दक्षिण आफ्रिका सोडून इंग्लंडला जायला लागले. आता तुम्ही म्हणाल याच्यात काय बातमी? हे तर काय नॉर्मल प्रोसेस आहे? नाही, नॉर्मल प्रोसेस आहे, पण कुठल्याही देशात गेल्यानंतर प्रत्येक जण काय म्हणणार की शेवटी भूमिपुत्र नावाचा काय आहे की नाही. इंग्लंडवाले म्हणणार आमचं पण काय आहे की नाही. सो इंग्लंडमध्ये पण काउंटी क्रिकेटमध्ये सिस्टम आहे, कोणाला संधी द्यायची, किती प्लेअर खेळवायचे, परदेशी किती, भारतीय किती. तर त्यांनी सांगितलं की हे खेळू शकतात कारण यांना टॅग नाहीये फॉरेनचा. सो हे स्थानिक झाले. सो हे फॉरेनर आहेत पण स्थानिक होते, स्थानिक होऊन खेळले. स्थानिक होऊन खेळले नुसतं नाही, अनेकांनी हजार विकेट काढल्या, उत्तम करिअर झालं. पण नंतर साऊथ आफ्रिकेला लक्षात आलं की आपलं ब्रेन ड्रेन मध्ये जवळपास आपले 40 खेळाडू गेले आणि इंग्लंडला लक्षात आलं की आपले भूमिपुत्र कमीच होत आहेत, आपली माणसंच नाही आपल्या टीममध्ये. आता हे सगळं चाललं, चर्चा खूप छान झाली, पण ह्याच्यात पुढे काही होत नव्हतं. कोलपॅक चालू होता, ब्रेन ड्रेन चालू होतं, ब्रेक्झिट झालं. खरं तुम्ही म्हणा ब्रेक्झिट ही एक सोशो इकॉनॉमिकल कॉन्सेप्ट आहे. ब्रेक्झिट झाल्यानंतर हे सगळं डिसइंटिग्रेट झालं, कारण ते युरोपियन युनियनच्या भागातनं बाहेर पडलं. त्यामुळे साऊथ आफ्रिकेच्या खेळाडूंना जी रोजगाराची संधी होती ती कट झाली. ती कट झाल्यामुळे ते परत आले. तर ब्रेन ड्रेन जे झालं होतं ते रिव्हर्स झालं. त्या रिव्हर्स ब्रेन ड्रेनमुळे साऊथ आफ्रिकेचे अनेक प्लेयर्स जे सोडून गेले होते ते परत आले आणि साऊथ आफ्रिकेची टीम बळकट झाली. त्याचा परिणाम तुम्हाला WTC चॅम्पियनशिप मध्ये दिसला. त्याच्यात 3 प्लेयर असे होते की जे कोलपॅक घेऊन गेले होते आणि ते परत आले होते. हे तुम्ही वाचलंय का? मराठीत कुठे नाही वाचलंय, मराठीत नाही सांगत अशा गोष्टी. ते तुम्ही म्हणता तसं हार्दिक पंड्या, स्मृती मंदाना असं सगळं छान सगळं वेगळं चालू असतं. म्हणून हे सगळं किचकट आहे, पण हे सगळं गंमत आहे. ही गंमत तुम्ही जर का समजून घेतली की हा कॉन्सेप्ट खूप प्युअरली टेक्नॉलॉजिकल आहे. याच्यात लॉजिस्टिक, मायग्रेशन, इमिग्रेशन, प्रत्येक देशाचा कायदा, अर्थ सगळं. तुम्हाला पैसा हवा, तुम्हाला तो चांगल्या मार्गाने कमवायचा आहे. त्या प्लेअरनं पण पैसा हवा होता, ते तिकडे गेले, ते बंद झालं दुकान, ते परत आले. ते जे इंग्लंडमध्ये खेळत होते साऊथ आफ्रिकेत आले, साऊथ आफ्रिका टीमचा भाग बनले. ते मागच्या वर्षी ती गदा उचलली, WTC चॅम्पियनशिप म्हणतात त्याला, ती गदा उचलली. आपल्या इथे येऊन आता परवा आपल्याला हरवून गेले, त्यामध्ये पण हे प्लेअर होते. हे सगळे जे परत आले, ब्रेन ड्रेन उलटा आलाय, त्याच्यात ते प्लेअर होते. पण आपण हे स्टोरीज वाचत नाही किंवा आपण हे स्टोरी करत नाही. जे करतात तिथपर्यंत आपण पोहोचत नाही. सो हा बदल आहे. सोशल स्टेट म्हणजे काय? तेंबा बाबूमा, याच्यात तुम्ही आता इंस्टाग्रामवर आता उघडा आणि तेंबा बाबूमा शाकाल म्हणून टाका, तेंबा बाबूमा जॉन का डॉन म्हणून टाका, असे 100 क्रिया तुम्हाला सापडतील. पण टेंबा बाबूमाची स्टोरी तुम्ही वाचलेली नाही. टेंबा बाबूमा अशा भागात घडलाय जो ब्लॅक बहुल भाग आहे, म्हणजे ऑब्व्हियसली उपेक्षित, वंचित, रिसोर्सेस नाहीत अशा भागात लांगा नावाचा भाग आहे. इंडियन एक्सप्रेसचे संदीप द्विवेदी आहेत, ते तिथे गेले होते, ते मॅच बघायला गेले होते. कोणी म्हटलं नव्हतं की तेंबाच्या परिसरात जा. ते तेंबाच्या त्या परिसरात गेले, घरी गेले, घरच्यांशी बोलले, आत्याशी बोलले आणि त्यांनी एक पानभर आर्टिकल लिहिलं. तेव्हा आपल्याला कळलं, आपल्याला थट्टा करायला छान आहे, तेंबा बाबूमा काय छोटा आहे, काय उंचीने कमी आहे, तो काय मीम मटेरियल आहे, काय टकलूच आहे, आज 100 गोष्टी आहेत. पण टेंबाची बॅक स्टोरी आपल्याला माहित नाहीये की त्याला एवढं का मानलं जातं, की त्याला एवढं खूप कन्सिडर का केलं जातं, की तो एक फंडामेंटल चेंज साऊथ आफ्रिकेत आणलाय.
त्याच्यासाठी टेंबाला कन्सिडर केलं जातं, याच्यासाठी आपल्याला ते वाचावं लागेल. त्याच्यासाठी कोलपॅक पण वाचायला लागेल, कारण त्या कोलपॅकमुळे बरंच घडलंय, तो त्यांनी एक्सेप्ट केलाय. आणि हा जो बदल आहे, मगाशी मी म्हटलं की कोटा सिस्टम चांगली आहे का वाईट आहे हे साऊथ आफ्रिकेचं बघून घेतील, ते तुम्ही बघून घ्या, सगळे नियम तिथे दिलेले आहेत. पण या कोटा सिस्टममुळे साऊथ आफ्रिकेचं नुकसान झालं आणि आता त्यांचा फायदाही होतो. अजूनही त्यांच्या टीममध्ये ट्रान्सफॉर्मेशनल टार्गेट्स असतात, म्हणजे 11 पैकी काही खेळाडू जे आहेत ते रंगाचे म्हणजे गोरेतर खेळाडू असावे लागतात आणि हे पाळली जातात. हे तुम्हाला माहिती आहे का? साऊथ आफ्रिकेची टीम जेव्हा बघतात तेव्हा हे आपल्याला समजून घेतलं पाहिजे. सो जो विषय आहे सोशल चेंज तो हा असा आहे, असं काही एक आपण पीपीटी काढली पटकन करून टाकलं असं नाही, ते खूप असं इंटरनल प्रोसेसचा भाग आहे. त्याच्यामुळे तुम्हाला हे टेक्निकल वाटेल, पण जेव्हा तुम्ही यात शिराल वाचाल आणि त्या नॉर्मल जे मगाशी तुम्ही चर्चा केली प्रश्न विचारले ते चांगलंच आहे. म्हणजे तुम्हाला हे प्रश्न पडला की हार्दिक पांड्या आणि स्मृती मंदानाचं सगळं आम्ही वाचतोय ते आम्ही करावं का पत्रकार म्हणून, पण पत्रकार म्हणून बाकी पण खूप गोष्टी आहेत ज्या नॉन स्पोर्ट्समध्ये पण आहेत, स्पोर्ट्समध्ये पण आहेत आणि ऑलिम्पिक स्पोर्ट्समध्ये पण आहेत आणि क्रिकेटमध्ये पण आहेत. म्हणजे हार्दिक पांड्या ते काहीतरी 68 का काहीतरी कोटीचं घड्याळ घालतो, आता काय घड्याळ घालावं हा त्याचा प्रश्न आहे, पण तो मेहनत किती करतो तुम्ही बघत नाही. तो रोज जेव्हा आता ऑफ सीझन इंजुरीमुळे होता तेव्हा त्याने किती घाम गाळला आणि म्हणून तो आता चांगला खेळतोय. तर त्याची जी बॅक स्टोरी आहे ही हिंदूमध्ये छापून आली, ही एक्सप्रेसमध्ये छापून आली. पण आपल्याला काय आवडलं की आपल्याला कॉफी विथ करण मधला अजून आपण आपल्या डोक्यात तो हार्दिक पांड्या आहे. ही जो मेहनत आहे त्याच्या मागची प्रोसेसची ती कोण आहे ती आपल्याला समजून घ्यायची ना. तुम्ही मीडियात जाणार आहात, तुम्ही PR करणार आहात, तुम्ही ब्रँडमध्ये आहात, तुम्ही इव्हेंट्समध्ये जाणार आहात, कदाचित हार्दिक पांड्याच्या टीममध्ये तुम्ही असाल, मग तुम्ही काय विकणार? तर तुम्हाला स्टोरी कळली पाहिजे माणसांची, मग ते कोणीही असो. म्हणजे त्याच्यात हा फंडामेंटल हे पाहिजे की सगळे सकाळपासून सांगतायत स्टोरी टेलिंग. प्रत्येक माणसाची एक स्टोरी आहे. IPL मध्ये 10 टीम्स आहेत, प्रत्येक टीम मध्ये 25 लोक असतात, 25. आणि मुंबई इंडियन्सच्या ताफ्यात 150 लोक असतात. आणि जेव्हा ते कोरोनात दुबईत गेले होते तेव्हा त्यांनी 2 हॉटेल बुक केली होती 150 माणसांची. सो तो प्रत्येक माणूस जो इथून गेला होता तो स्टोरीच आहे. एक साधी स्टोरी सांगतो. आता तुम्ही म्हणाल याच्यात स्टोरी आहे का, तर ऍब्सोल्युटली स्टोरी आहे. 2012ची घटना आहे. ड्वेन ब्रावो नावाचा एक प्लेअर तुम्हाला माहिती असेल तर फेमस आहे, सगळीकडनं खेळतो, जगात सगळीकडे दिसतो. तो तेव्हा मुंबई इंडियन्सकडे होता. आता त्याने काय डिमांड केली की हे सगळं IPL चाललंय, सगळं छान आहे, मी परवापर्यंत खेळू शकतो, 13 मला टेस्ट मॅच खेळायची वेस्ट इंडिजसाठी. तर आता हे कसं होऊ शकतं? एक तर ते रिव्हर्स म्हणजे आपल्यापेक्षा 10 तास मागे आहेत, म्हणजे परत अवघड आहे जाणं. तर ती टीम कोणाची आहे? रिलायन्सची आहे. मग अशी चर्चा झाली की रिलायन्सची ताकद किती आहे. म्हणजे पैसा प्रत्येक वेळेला वाईटच असतं असं नाहीये, पैसा चांगल्या गोष्टी पण करतो. ड्वेन ब्रावोने सांगितलं की ॲज अ नॅशनल कमिटमेंट मला शुक्रवारपासून सुरू होणारी टेस्ट मॅच खेळायची. आय वॉन्ट टू प्ले दिस टेस्ट मॅच फॉर वेस्ट इंडिज. त्याने पुटअप केला प्रपोजल. आदल्या रात्री मॅच झाली, 12:30 वाजता सगळं संपलं. मुंबईच्या स्टेडियमवर एक लिमोजिन गाडी आली ज्याच्यात ड्वेन ब्रावोचं सगळं किट होतं. तिथून ती एअरपोर्टला गेली. एअरपोर्टला एक सेपरेट प्रायव्हेट जेट उभं होतं, त्यात तो बसला. तिथनं अँटिगोला गेला, कपडे बदलले आणि मॅच खेळायला उतरला. आता हे आयडियल आहे का? कदाचित आयडियल नाहीये, पण हे घडलं, ही स्टोरी आहे. हे का घडलं? कारण ड्वेन ब्रावोची तेवढी ताकद आहे, तो तेवढा परफॉर्म करतोय, सो त्याच्यासाठी त्याच्या कंपनीने केलं. पण आता ही स्टोरी येत नाही कारण हे त्यात लॉजिस्टिक आहे, याच्यात काही गंमत नाही असं तुम्हाला वाटतं. पण ह्या सगळ्यात स्टोरीज आहेत. आणि स्टोरीज सांगताना आपल्याला जे समोर सतत एक बोंबावर केलं जातंय ना त्याच्या बाजूची लोक जास्त महत्वाची आहेत असं मला वाटतं. म्हणजे आपण ऑस्ट्रेलियात जिंकलो, आपण अजून काही न्यूझीलंडमध्ये जिंकलो किंवा आपण अजून अन्य कुठेही जिंकलो, तर ते सगळ्यात महत्वाचं कोण लक्षात राहतो? जो ट्रॉफी उचलतो तो लक्षात राहतो, जो काय आणखी प्रेस कॉन्फरन्सला येतो तो लक्षात राहतो. स्टोरी आजूबाजूला जास्त असतात. ते बोलतात कारण ते कॅमेरावर असतं, सो ते तुम्हाला माहिती आहे की तो छानच बोलणार आहे. म्हणजे आता उद्या तुम्ही मला इथे प्रेस कॉन्फरन्सला बसवलं तर मी कोणाला शिवाय घालीन का? नाही घालणार. तुम्हाला पण नाही घालणार. तुमचंच कॉलेज आहे, मी तुम्हाला येऊन कशी शिवाय घालीन, नाही का? तर त्यामुळे नाही घालणार. त्यामुळे ते सगळं छान छानच असणार आहे. बाजूची जी मंडळी आहेत ते स्टोरी आहेत. बाजूची मंडळी तुम्हाला सांगणार आहेत की स्टोरी काय. आणि आता तुम्ही इथे वेगवेगळ्या भागात आलेले असाल, पुण्याच्या वेगवेगळ्या भागातले असाल, तुमची प्रत्येकाची एक स्टोरी असेल जी मला माहित नाहीये. ती कदाचित इतकी इंटरेस्टिंग असेल की मी इथे बसून 2-4 तास ऐकेन, पण मला अजून माहित नाही ना ती स्टोरी. तर ती स्टोरी जसं आता रोशन पण मगाशी म्हणाला, तुमच्याकडे टूल आहे सोशल मीडियाचं, तुम्ही ती सांगितली पाहिजे. कदाचित स्पोर्ट्स हा वे आउट नसेल, तुमचं काहीतरी वेगळं डोमेन असेल, तुम्ही स्पोर्ट्सच्या माध्यमातून तुम्ही कदाचित खेळत असाल तर ऑब्व्हियसली तुमचं करिअरच बोलेल. तुम्ही मीडियात गेलात तर मीडियात बोलेल, PR मध्ये गेलात तर तुम्ही कोणासाठी तरी क्लायंट म्हणून काम कराल, तुमचं ते बोलेल. सो तुम्हीच मला सांगा, प्रश्न ओपन आहेत, इंटरॅक्शन आहे, की तुम्ही आता मी ज्या गोष्टी सांगितल्या या गोष्टी तुम्ही आधी कधी बघितल्या होत्या का? ह्या तुम्ही ऐकल्या होत्या का? कारण ह्याच्यात आपल्याकडे कशी पद्धत आहे त्याला पॉप्युलर कल्चर म्हणतात, ही एक सोशॉलॉजीतली कॉन्सेप्ट आहे. सो पॉप्युलर कल्चर मधलं सगळं सतत चर्चा असते. म्हणजे रोहित शर्मा शिंकला ही पण बातमी आहे, रोहित शर्माने आज गुलाबी बूट घातले बातमी आहे, रोहित शर्मा एअरपोर्टवर उतरला आणि त्याने कॅमेरामॅनला टाळी दिली ही बातमी आहे. अरे पण त्या संघातला तुम्ही कधी असा विचार केला का की उमेश यादवचा मी शेवटचा इंटरव्ह्यू छान असा मस्त कधी बघितला नाही? उमेश यादव, तुम्ही उमेश यादव माहितीये तुम्हाला, आपला इंडियाचा प्लेअर आहे, टेस्ट मॅचेस खेळतो, उत्तम खेळतो, तिन्ही फॉर्मॅटमध्ये खेळायचा, IPL पण खेळायचा, आता गायब झालाय सर्किट मधनं, अजूनही व्यवस्थित खेळतो. त्या माणसाची तुम्ही एक मला उदाहरण इथे आता युट्यूबवर दाखवा की ज्याची एक खणखणीत 1 तासाची जाऊ द्या अर्ध्या तासाची एक छान मुलाखत नाहीये. का नाहीये? कारण तो पॉप्युलर कल्चरमध्ये नाहीये. त्याची स्टोरी, विराट कोहली रोहित शर्मा लिजेंड आहेत, पण उमेश यादवची स्टोरी पण तितकीच चांगली आहे जी तुम्हाला माहित नाहीये, मला पण माहित नाही, पण स्टोरी आहे. एकच उदाहरण परवाच आहे, विदर्भ टीम आहे आणि त्यांनी रणजी ट्रॉफी जिंकली, अजून बऱ्याच ट्रॉफी जिंकत असतात. परवा त्यांनी विजय हजारे ट्रॉफी जिंकली बंगलोरमध्ये. तुम्हाला काय कल्पना आहे? त्या प्रत्येक माणूस त्यांच्या टीम मधला एक अत्यंत गुणी प्लेअर आहे, मराठी माणूस आहे, मराठी म्हणजे विदर्भातच राहतात. आता तुम्हाला प्रश्न हा पडला पाहिजे की एक राज्य एक संघ असं स्ट्रक्चर आहे, मग महाराष्ट्र, मुंबई आणि विदर्भ अशा 3 टीम का खेळतात? ही स्टोरी आहे. तुम्ही शोध घेतला पाहिजे की अरे आपला राज्य तर एकच आहे, 3 टीम कशा काय खेळतात? सौराष्ट्र पण खेळतं, बडोदा पण खेळतं आणि गुजरात पण खेळतं, आपल्या पण टीम खेळतात. पण आपल्या याच्यामध्ये विदर्भाच्या टीम मध्ये फक्त 8 तालुके आहेत, म्हणजे 8 जिल्ह्यांचं स्ट्रक्चर आहे, तेवढीच माणसं येतात. तर तुम्ही बघितलंय का कधी विदर्भाच्या प्लेअरचा इंटरव्ह्यू? विदर्भाचा कॅप्टन कोण आहे तुम्हाला माहितीये का? विदर्भाच्याच माणसाने सर्वाधिक रन्स केल्यात, विदर्भाच्याच माणसाने सर्वाधिक विकेट्स घेतल्यात विजय हजारे ट्रॉफीमध्ये. पण ते काय नाहीये, कारण आपण डॉक्युमेंट करत नाही. तर ती स्पर्धा लहानसण नाहीये. भारतभरात 3 आठवडे स्पर्धा चालली ज्याच्यात अमन मोखाडे नावाचा प्लेअर होता ज्याने सर्वाधिक रन्स केल्या. अमन मोखाडे आउटराईटली मराठी माणूस आहे, आपल्याच विदर्भाकडनं खेळतो, पण आपल्याला त्याच्याविषयी माहित नाहीये. कारण आपण ती जी झापड आहे ना, कोहली, शर्मा, हार्दिक, राहुल, अजून कोण कोण, ते असं बाजूलाच करत नाही. आपल्याला म्हणजे तिकडे पण माणसं आहेत, आपल्यासारखीच माणसं आहेत. आता तुमच्याबद्दल आम्ही ऐकू तेव्हा आम्हाला बरं वाटेल की आम्हाला बरोबरांनी बोलावलं होतं, तेव्हा ही मंडळी होती, त्यांची आता स्टोरी मी वाचतो तर आम्हाला बरं वाटेल. पण असं होईल की तुमच्यातलं एक कोणतरी असं सेलिब्रिटी होईल की त्याच सगळीकडे नाव असेल, त्याच अकाउंटला मिलियनचे फॉलोअर असतील, पण तुमची पण स्टोरी तेवढी महत्वाची आहे ना. सोशल चेंज म्हणजे मी गेलो आणि आता एकदम भराभरा सगळं चेंज करून आलो असं नाही होत. आत्ता जी मंडळी आतापर्यंत बोलली त्याच्यात अनेक अशी मंडळी आहेत. एक उदाहरण सांगतो, म्हणजे आता आशिष सर आलेत आणि तुम्हाला आठवत असेल विनेश फोगाटचं उदाहरण निघालं ऑलिम्पिकमध्ये. त्यावेळेला पहिलं एका ग्रुपवर आम्ही आहोत, पहिलं मेसेज त्यांचा होता डिस्क्वालिफाय झाल्याचा, जेव्हा कुठेही बातमी नव्हती. आता ती काय होती? त्यांच्या सोर्सेस थ्रू होती. एवढी वर्ष कव्हर केलंय, कॉन्टॅक्ट्स आहेत वेगवेगळ्या लेअरला, प्लेयर्सला, कोचेसला, ऑर्गनायझर्सना, तिकडच्या ऑलिम्पिकच्या लेवलला. तर त्या एक मेसेज होता आणि मी असे डोळे असे फाडून बघितलं होतं की डिस्क्वालिफाईड असं आलं होतं आणि तेव्हा कुठेही बातमी नव्हती. मिहिरने बातमीनंतर ब्रेक केली इंडियन एक्सप्रेससाठी, ती आम्ही ट्रान्सलेट केली, नंतर जगभर आली. पण त्या ग्रुपमध्ये पहिला त्यांचा मेसेज होता जो करेक्ट ठरला आणि तिथे एकच होतं की विनेश फोगाट डिस्क्वालिफाईड झाले, फुल स्टॉप. आता ही बातमी होती, त्याचे खूप अँगल्स होते, मग ते सगळे इमोशनल सगळं झालं, हे सगळं खरं. पण मुळात तुम्हाला पहिलं तर कळलं पाहिजे ना कधीतरी, म्हणजे तुम्ही आता एंटर केल्या पहिले नसाल, पण कधीतरी तरी तुम्हाला एक्सक्लुसिव्ह मिळालीच पाहिजे, नाही तर मग आपल्याला काम करायचा काय अर्थ आहे? हा, तर तिकडे मुद्दा खाली कागद आहे तिकडे लिहून ठेवला होता. तर तुमच्या स्टोरीजने किंवा तुमच्या आउटपुटने बदल होतो का? तर इंडियन एक्सप्रेसचा एक रिपोर्टर होता, तो आता काम करत नाही इंडियन एक्सप्रेससाठी, त्याचं नाव आहे अँड्रू एम्सन. तुम्ही अजूनही ती स्टोरी सर्च करू शकता. तो जनरल ॲथलेटिक्स आणि हे सगळे गेम्स कव्हर करायचा. दिल्लीमध्ये एका असाइनमेंटला जात असताना त्याला एक गोष्ट नजरेस पडली की रोज संध्याकाळी त्या ॲथलेटिक ट्रॅक्समध्ये ऑब्व्हियसली मंडळी सगळे ट्रॅक आणि फील्डचा सराव करत असतात. बरोबर 5 वाजले की अशी शिट्टी मारल्यासारखं सगळ्यांना बाहेर काढलं जातं की चला निघा तुम्ही. तर हा काय प्रकार आहे? आत्ताच सराव करणार ना, संध्याकाळीच सराव करणार, घरी पाठवायचं काय कारण आहे? त्याने थांबून लक्ष घेतलं की काहीतरी गडबड आहे इथे आणि हे काय प्रकारे कळत नाही. आणि मग ह्यानं पण सांगितलं जा म्हणून तो एकदा गेला, 3दा गेला. मग एका समोरच्या बिल्डिंग मध्ये जाऊन त्यांनी नक्की प्रकार काय होतो बघितला. तर एक IAS ऑफिसर येतो, त्याची गाडी येते SUV, तो त्या गाडीतनं उतरतो, त्याचा कुत्रा दुसऱ्या गाडीतनं उतरतो, त्या कुत्र्याला पट्टा घेऊन ते पूर्ण ॲथलेटिक्स ट्रॅकला एक राऊंड मारतात, कुत्रा गाडीत बसतो, हे गाडीत बसतात, मग ते घरी जातात. ही स्टोरी होती. आता तुम्ही म्हणाल की अरे तो IAS ऑफिसर आहे, केंद्र सरकारमध्ये मोठ्या पदावर आहे, आपण स्टोरी केली तर सगळं अगेन्स्ट जातं. पण अँड्रू एम्सनने त्याच्या बॉसला सांगितलं ही स्टोरी आहे, पण आता याला प्रूफ पण लागेल. त्याने कोड घेतला त्या ॲथलेटिक्स ट्रॅकचा, त्याने सांगितलं नाही असं नाही, ते येतात पण आम्ही बंद करतो, पण आम्ही थोड्या वेळाने चालू पण करतो, पण बंद करतो हे तुम्ही मान्य फोटो आण म्हणून त्यांनी त्या उंच बिल्डिंगवरनं जाऊन जेव्हा ते शटडाऊन करतात त्याचा फोटो आणला आणि दुसऱ्या दिवशी त्याचा फोटो छापला आणि त्याच्यानंतर त्या IAS ऑफिसरचं निलंबन नाही झालंय पण तुर्तास तो ऍथलेटिक्स ट्रॅक बंद तरी करत नाहीये. सो पॉवर काय असते तर एक स्टोरी बदल जो असतो तो असा असतो की एक साधा पत्रकार आहे त्याच्यात IAS ऑफिस, तुम्ही आता दिल्लीत कधी गेलात तर बघाल IAS ऑफिसरची काय ताकद असते. ते एका IAS ऑफिसरसाठी ही खूप मामूली गोष्ट होती, अशीच स्टोरी कशी गेली असती पण त्याची ताकद ही होती. फोटो सकट स्टोरी आली, ऑल एडिशन गेली, भारतभर झाली, सगळे चॅनलवाले पोहोचले, त्या ॲथलेटिक्स ट्रॅकवर सगळे छान व्हॅनिटी व्हॅन आल्या, सगळ्यांनी शूटबीट केलं, त्या IAS ऑफिसरच्या घरी पण जाऊन उभे राहिले आणि काय झालं त्याचं निलंबन नाही झालं पण बदल झाला की ॲथलेटिक्स ट्रॅक जो खेळाडूंसाठी आहे तो त्यावेळी नॉर्मल वेळेला 4 ते 6 जी वेळ आहे त्या वेळात सुरू राहिला. आता कुत्रा कुठे फिरतो मला माहित नाही, ती एक वेगळी स्टोरी आहे, पण आता कुठे कुत्रा असेल तर ती पण एक बातमी. सो बदल जे आहे ते असं एक्स्ट्रावॅगंट काहीतरी ह्यूज प्रचंड असं नाहीये. तुम्ही एकदम ग्रॅज्युअल हळूहळू स्टार्ट करा, तुमचं एक्सपर्टीज डोमेन वाढवा, नॉलेज बेल्ट वाढवा आणि तुम्ही जास्त जा लोकांपर्यंत. म्हणजे एक साधं उदाहरण होतं, मी लोकसत्ता जॉईन केलं आणि मला सांगण्यात आलं की ऑलिम्पिक गेम्स कव्हर कर, क्रिकेटला भरपूर लोक आहेत. म्हटलं ठीक आहे हरकत नाही. तर त्याच्यात एक खेळ होता स्क्वॉश. तर आता त्याचं म्हणतात कसं इथपासून सुरुवात होती, नियम माहिती असण्याचं काही कारणच नव्हतं आणि तुमच्या हरकतचं मी पण ठाणे ग्रामीणमध्येच राहतो त्याच्यामुळे मला स्क्वॉश माहिती असण्याचं काही कारण नव्हतं. तर मी एक सहज आम्ही एका प्रेस कॉन्फरन्सला गेलो, त्या विलिंग्डन क्लब नावाचं आहे, तिथे कोणीच ओळखीचं नव्हतं आणि तिथे एक सर बोलत होते तर ते कोच होते. तर मी त्यांना एक रिक्वेस्ट केली की सर तुम्ही आमच्या म्हणजे पत्रकारांसाठी म्हणजे मला असेल किंवा सगळ्यांना असेल तर तुम्ही एक क्लिनिक ठेवता का. तर आपण एक थेरी डोक्यात ठेवली पाहिजे की मॅक्झिमम काय म्हणतील, म्हणजे तुम्ही विचारलं तर मॅक्झिमम माणूस काय म्हणेल, समोरचा नाही म्हणेल, एवढंच म्हणेल ना, शिव्या तर नाही घाल आणि घातल्याशिवाय तरी तुम्हाला काय फरक पडतो, शिव्याच घालेल ना. तर मी विचारलं तुम्ही एक क्लिनिक किंवा वर्कशॉप असं काही ठेवाल का, स्क्वॉशचे नियम किंवा कसा खेळतात. ते असं बघितलं म्हणजे असं कोणी आम्हाला आतापर्यंत विचारलं नव्हतं. मी तुम्हाला एक दिवसात फोन करतो. दुसऱ्या दिवशी त्यांचा फोन आला की तुम्ही जर का 10 लोक असाल, 10 पत्रकार, तर तुम्ही रविवारी काय 8-9 वाजता या, तुम्ही ते काय शूज असतात त्याची रिक्वायरमेंट ते आणि टी शर्ट जीन्स काय नॉर्मल घालून या, तुम्हाला आम्ही क्लिनिक दाखवू म्हणजे करू. त्यांनी केलं क्लिनिक आणि आम्हाला सगळ्यांना त्यांनी स्क्वॉश पासून सांगितलं की कोर्टचं अंतर किती, खेळतात कसं, जिंकतात कसं, पॉईंट कसा खेळतात, कसं मारायचं नाही, काय डूज अँड डोंट्स आहेत, काम किती निघतो, काय जे काही त्याचं तंत्र होतं. 2 तासानंतर आमच्या सगळ्यांच्या जर्श्या पूर्ण जसं चिखलाने आता तसं पूर्ण भिजल्या होत्या. पण याने काय झालं, आपण एक बेसिक विचारलं ना, नाहीच म्हणाले असते तर नाही म्हणाले असते. आपण युट्यूब तेव्हा युट्यूब नव्हतं एवढं, पण आम्हाला काही न करता फुकतात, वरती जेवण पण दिलं. हा एक फायदा असतो की जेवण चहा पण सगळं सुटलं तिकडे, ते एक फार महत्वाचं आहे, ते पण एक लक्षात घ्या. लोकांना ते पण नसतं, त्याच्यामुळे प्रश्न विचारा, जा फिरा आणि सोशल चेंजसाठी ना ते पॉप्युलर कल्चर थोडंसं असं बाजूला करा आणि ते बाकीची लोक बघा, स्टोरीज बघा आणि चांगल्या गोष्टी वाचा. एक्सप्रेस वाचा, म्हणजे आमचीच संस्था आहे असं म्हणून नाही म्हणते, हिंदू वाचा, जे कोणी स्टोरीज करतात ना ते वाचा. म्हणजे पानेक अँकर असेल, आत्ता जी मंडळी होती, अमोल असेल, मिहीर असेल, अनेक मंडळी आहेत जे चांगले स्टोरीज करतात, जे जातात. एक जाता जाता एक उदाहरण देतो की कशा स्टोरीज केल्या जातात. इंडियन एक्सप्रेसने 2018 साली एक सिरीज केली. आपल्याकडे रणजी ट्रॉफी होते आणि रणजी ट्रॉफी पण अशीच उन्हात लोक खेळतात, कोणीही नसतं, आपल्या इकडे पण मॅच होतात, कोणीच नसतं. तर त्याने एक सिरीज केली की असे व्हेन्यूज काढले की जे अत्यंत सुंदर आहेत आणि अत्यंत दुसऱ्या बाजूला असे व्हेन्यू काढले की जे अत्यंत भयंकर अवस्थेत आहेत, अशी एक सिरीज केली. 5 भाग इकडे होते. पहिल्या भागाचा इंट्रो वाचून तुम्हाला असं वाटेल की आपण तिथे जाऊन बसावं. त्याचा इंट्रो असा होता की मी चालत चालत एका सायकलवाराच्या मागे बसलो आणि एका टेकाडावर जाऊन बसलो. तिथे मला त्याने सोडलं, तो निघून गेला. तिथे काहीच शेड नव्हती, काहीच नव्हतं. एका दगडावर मी बसलो, खाली मला मॅच दिसत होती आणि ती मॅच मस्त चालली होती आणि मला असा ड्रोन सारखा बर्डचा व्ह्यू मस्त मिळाला. मी दिवसभर तिथे बसलो. मग एकाने मला मॅगी आणून दिलं जाता जाता आणि मी अशा पद्धतीने मॅच कव्हर केली. ते ग्राउंड कुठलं काय त्याचे तपशील सगळे आहेत. दुसरं एक उदाहरण आहे, तुम्हाला स्टोरीज कुठे मिळतात ना, तुम्ही दिल्लीत सर्च केलं सहज आणि सीपी टाकलं म्हणजे कनॉट प्लेस, तर ते कनॉट कोण बिन सगळं तुम्हाला माहिती आहे आता. तर ते कनॉट प्लेस दिल्ली असं टाका आणि तिथे एक रणजी मॅच होते. तर आता लोक काय म्हणतात, रणजी मॅच कुठे होते, फिरोजशाह कोटला म्हणजे अरुण जेटली इंटरनॅशनल क्रिकेट स्टेडियमला. नाही, तिथे नाही होत, तिथे होतेच पण हे वेगळं आहे. भर दिल्लीत, भर राजधानीच्या एकदम मध्यभागी रेल्वे स्टेशन पासून 3 मिनिटांवर एक स्टेडियम आहे जे रेल्वेचं होम ग्राउंड आहे, ज्याचं नाव आहे कर्णी सिंग स्टेडियम. तिथे प्रॉपर मॅच होतात
आजूबाजूला सगळे रेसिडेन्शियल ह्याच्यात म्हणजे नॉर्दर्न रेल्वेचे सगळे वसाहती आहेत चारी बाजूला, आणि ते लोक त्यांच्या कामात असतात. कोणी कपडे वाळत टाकतंय, कोणी कचरा काढतंय, कोणाला काही पडलेलं नसते. त्यांनी त्या स्टेडियमची मॅच काय केली, त्याचा इंट्रो असा होता की मी सीपीची सर्कल आहेत, म्हणजे जसं तुमच्या पुण्यात वेगवेगळ्या गोष्टी आहेत तसं सीपी मध्ये काय आहे, एक आउटर सर्कल आहे आणि एक इनर सर्कल आहे. थोडक्यात दिल्लीचा मध्यभाग, त्याचे 2 सर्कल आहेत. या मध्यभागी मी एका पानवाल्याला विचारलं की हे स्टेडियम कुठं आहे, तो म्हणाला काही कल्पना नाही. मग मी एका दुकानदाराला, मोठ्या दुकानदाराला विचारलं की हे ऐसा रेंजी चल रहा है, वो स्टेडियम कहाँ पर है, बोला पता नाही. असं करत त्यांनी 15-16 लोकांना विचारल्यानंतर कोणालाच माहिती नाही कळलं. आणि मग तो म्हणाला जाऊ दे, हा आता रस्ता जातोय तिकडे जाऊ, आणि तिथे जाऊन त्याला ते स्टेडियम कळलं, तिथे मॅच चालू होती व्यवस्थित, कोणीही नव्हतं. सो स्टोरी इथे आहे. आता ही मॅच कव्हर करायला कोणी गेलं नाही, कारण तिथे काही फॅन्सी नव्हतं. मॅच होती रेल्वे आणि आणखी कुठला तरी उत्तर प्रदेश संघ होता, कोणी मोठा प्लेअर खेळत नव्हता. त्याची त्यांनी स्टोरी केली. ती स्टोरी आजही गुगलवर उपलब्ध आहे. अँड्रू अम्सनची पण स्टोरी आहे, माझी पण केलेली स्टोरी आहे. सगळ्या स्टोरीज उपलब्ध आहेत. फक्त आपण वाचतोय का आणि आपण तिथपर्यंत पोहोचतोय का, एवढाच फक्त महत्वाचा विषय. तर तुम्ही हे बघा, 2010ला मॅडमच्या समोर जो विद्यार्थी वायवा देत होता तो आता तुमच्या समोर आलाय. सो बदलाचं एक दुसरं उदाहरण असतं, पॅराडाइम शिफ्ट नावाची एक कॉन्सेप्ट आहे सोशिओलॉजीमध्ये, म्हणजे आर्क पूर्ण होते. म्हणजे आता इथे संपलं नाही, मी आता तज्ञ नाही झालोय, मी आता स्टुडंटच आहे, तुमच्यासारखाच आहे, BMMच केलंय मी, वेगळा काही कोर्स नाही केलाय. आणि तुमच्या माहितीसाठी सांगतो, तुमच्या वेळेला सगळं छान आहे, आमच्या वेळेला क्लासरूमही नव्हती आणि शिक्षकही नव्हते. आम्ही जेव्हा केलं तेव्हा खरंच ही परिस्थिती होती, आणि काही फार असं डायनोसॉर काळातली नाही, आत्ताचीच परिस्थिती आहे 10-12 वर्षापूर्वीची. तर त्यामुळे तुम्ही खूप चांगल्या सेटअपमध्ये शिकताय, चांगली फॅकल्टीज आहेत, चांगला इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर आहे, त्याचा फायदा घ्या. आणि बाकी एवढी सगळं छान चालू आहे, त्यामुळे चांगलं करा. बेस्ट ऑफ लक. थँक्यू.
आहे आपल्याकडे थोडासा वेळ. आशिष प्लीज कम इन द फ्रंट. ओके, 1-2 प्रश्न आपण घेऊ शकतो. चहा आलाय का? हा येतोच आहे, तोवरच आपण प्रश्न घेऊ शकतो. तुम्हाला सर विचारा.
नाही, प्लेअरने ऑर्गनायझेशनने होऊ शकतं. म्हणजे आता फॉर एक्झाम्पल एक चांगलं उदाहरण म्हणजे हे तुम्ही लक्षात घ्या की आपल्यापर्यंत चांगली स्टोरी, जसं सर आता म्हणाले, महाराष्ट्र सरकारचा एक क्रीडा प्रबोधिनी नावाचा उपक्रम आहे. आता आपण बाकी सगळं ज्ञान प्रबोधिनी वगैरे ऐकलंय, पण क्रीडा प्रबोधिनी नावाचं जर का तुम्ही सर्च केलं तर प्रत्येक जिल्ह्यामध्ये क्रीडा प्रबोधिनी असते. तिथे काही रेसिडेन्शियल फॅसिलिटीज असतात, काही ठिकाणी अनेक खेळ शिकवले जातात. त्याचा खर्च सरकार तुम्हाला एक फेलोशिप म्हणजे स्कॉलरशिप सारखी मिळते, ज्याच्यामध्ये सरकार तुमचे पैसे भरतं, तुम्ही खेळायचं आणि तुम्ही त्यातनं पुढे मोठं होत सगळं तुम्हाला त्या खेळात जेवढं पुढे जायचं तर तुम्हाला स्कोप असतो. आता ही क्रीडा प्रबोधिनी सरकार प्रमोट करत नाही. म्हणजे सरकार असं बाकी जसं जाहिराती येतात ना, लाडकी बहीण जसं सतत खूप येतात, तशा क्रीडा प्रबोधिनीच्या जाहिराती येत नाही. पण क्रीडा प्रबोधिनी हा उपक्रम खूप वर्ष आहे आणि हा कोल्हापूरमध्ये, साताऱ्यात आहे, नागपूरला आहे, सगळीकडे. तर क्रीडा प्रबोधिनीमध्ये व्यवस्थित प्रॉपर सरकारी सेटअप असतो आणि सरकारच्या माध्यमातूनच ते सगळं काम चालतं. कोचेस असतात, वेगवेगळे कोचेस असतात, काही ठिकाणी रेसिडेन्शियल असतात, काही ठिकाणी फक्त शिकवतात, तुम्ही तुमचं जायचं. सो या स्टोरीज येत नाहीत. सो तुम्ही एक अशी स्टोरीज करून बघा, तुम्ही पिच करा आयडिया तुमच्या डिपार्टमेंटला की आम्हाला क्रीडा प्रबोधिनीवर डॉक्युमेंटरी करायची, ज्याने क्रीडा प्रबोधिनीत अनेक चांगले नेमबाज घडले, तिरंदाज घडले, अनेक जलतरणपटू घडले. सो अशांची स्टोरीज तुम्ही करू शकता. जसं आता सर म्हणाले की काय करायचं, तर हेच आहे ना, क्रीडा प्रबोधिनी ते प्रमोट करणार नाही, पण तुम्ही तुमचा प्रोजेक्ट म्हणून एक त्याच्यातनं काही मार्क्स म्हणून नका करू. मला आता एकदम नेटफ्लिक्सला सबमिट करायचे अशा लेवलचा विचार नका करू, तुमच्या लेवललाच करा. की क्रीडा प्रबोधिनीवर मी 15 मिनिटाची डॉक्युमेंटरी केली, ज्याच्यात एक कोट असेल ऑब्विसली सरकारचा, एक प्लेअर जो असेल असा जो क्रीडा प्रबोधिनीतनं घडलाय, आणि एक अशी मंडळी की तिथे सेटअप मध्ये कसं आहे, त्या शहरात क्रीडा प्रबोधिनीमुळे एक इकोसिस्टम आली असेल, काय समजा PG सिस्टम असेल, काय मेस आले असतील, किंवा लोक काय वाहनं घेऊन जात असतील म्हणून ती सिस्टम असेल. सो क्रीडा प्रबोधिनी असते, ते प्रमोट करणं नाही, तुम्हाला संधी आहे. सो स्टोरी आहे. सो खेळाडू किती करतील माहित नाही, पण आपल्याकडे म्हणजे ऍज अ पत्रकार म्हणून आपल्याला पूर्ण स्कोप आहे की आपल्याला जर का ती पॉलिसी वाटत असेल, आपण प्रेस कॉन्फरन्सला जातो तेव्हा प्रश्न विचारणं, अगेन्स्ट करणं, आपली संस्था बॅक करत असेल तर ती स्टोरी करणं. जसं मी म्हटलं, सगळ्याच संस्था बॅक करत नाहीत, कारण प्रत्येकाचे हात दगडाखाली असतात, पण ज्यांचे हात दगडाखाली नाही आहेत किंवा ज्यांचे थोडे सैल आहेत ते स्टोरी करू शकतात. त्याच्यामुळे स्टोरी करणं एवढं एकच ऑप्शन आहे सर.
आपले जे काही पालक असतील त्यांना आपल्या स्पोर्ट्सबद्दल जास्त काही माहीत नाही. आता एक समजा मी आता गावी गेलो होतो, तर मग एक स्कूलमध्ये एक नॅशनल 2 मुली खो खोमध्ये, तर त्यांना म्हणलं सर यांचं म्हणजे स्पोर्ट्समध्ये करिअर चांगलं होऊ शकतं. ते म्हणलं सर इन्कम काहीच नाही आहे, म्हणजे नॅशनल आहे, करंटमध्ये येते. फक्त त्या लोकांपर्यंत स्पोर्ट्समध्ये काय काय करिअर्स आहे, काय काय फॅसिलिटीज आहे, किंवा त्यांना पुढे जाऊन म्हणजे काय म्हणजे चान्स भेटू शकतो, तर तिथपर्यंत लोकांपर्यंत जाण्यासाठी आपण कुठंतरी कमी पडतोय.
कोचिंग असतं. आता ॲव्हेन्यूज वाढले त्याच्यामध्ये एकतर कोचिंग करू शकतात, अंपायरिंग करू शकतात, जसं म्हणाले तसं स्पोर्ट्स मार्केटिंगमध्ये, स्पोर्ट्स मॅनेजमेंटमध्ये अंपायरिंग जसं ऑप्शन आहे तसं स्कोरिंग एक चांगला ऑप्शन आहे. सरकारमध्ये आत्ता जॉब कमी झालेत, पण तुम्हाला जर का तुम्ही डेटा काढलात, तुम्ही फक्त गुगलला सर्च केलं की रेल्वे हे आजच्या घडीला भारतातलं असं एक आस्थापन आहे जे सर्वाधिक क्रीडापटूंना रिक्रूट करतं. आजही तुम्ही अनेक प्लेयर जे बघा जे मोठे झालेत, कोणी TCA, कोणी काय अमुक कुठल्या डिपार्टमेंटला काहीतरी इंजिनियर आहे, कोणीतरी अजून काय टेबल जॉब आहे, तर ते तेव्हा खेळत नाहीत. म्हणजे जेव्हा खेळत असतात तेव्हा रोज जॉबला जात नाहीत, जेव्हा ते संपतं तेव्हा ते तिथे जातात किंवा ऑनररी लेवलला जातात. त्यामुळे रेल्वे सर्वाधिक खेळाडूंना रिक्रूट करतं, आजही करतं, आणि त्यांची सेपरेट टीम पण आहे. सो जॉब आहे, पण तू म्हणतोस तसं परत तेच की तुम्ही कुठे राहता हा अजून खूप फंडामेंटल प्रश्न आहे. म्हणजे मगाशी मी म्हटलं तसंच सोशल म्हणजे काय की मी कुठे राहतो याचा निर्णय मी घेत नाही ना, आयदर आई वडील घेतात किंवा काही सर्टन टप्प्यानंतर तुम्ही घेऊ शकता. पण जर का तुम्ही अशा ठिकाणी राहताय जिथे रिसोर्स नाहीये किंवा ज्या शहरात अनुकूल गोष्टीच नाहीयेत तुला आवडणाऱ्या, तुला म्हणजे आपल्याला आवडणाऱ्या, तर मग ऑब्व्हियसली तुला सेटअप चेंज करायला हवा किंवा अधिक पैसे कमवायला हवेत की जिथे ॲव्हेन्यूज आहेत तिथपर्यंत मी पोहोचेन. म्हणजे आता तू पुण्यात म्हटलंस तर पुण्यात तुला अनेक गोष्टी आहेत. आता ते तुम्ही बघितलं असेल ते हल्ली मॉलमध्ये ते काहीतरी असं टर्फ सारखं असतं आणि तिथे काय 200 रुपये दिले की खेळायला मिळतं. तर ही एक चांगली सिस्टम आहे खरं तर. म्हणजे त्यांनाही पैसे मिळतात आणि ज्यांना प्रत्यक्ष खेळायचा आनंद मिळत नाही त्यांना तिथे खेळायला पण मिळतं, तिथे फुटबॉल पण खेळतात. पण आता फुटबॉल प्रत्यक्ष मैदानात खेळणं अपेक्षित आहे. आणि तू आता म्हणालास त्याचं एक महत्त्वाचं मगाशी बोलायचं राहिलं, आता त्याच्यावर बंदी आले, आशिष सर पण सांगतील त्याच्याबद्दल, की हे जे सगळे फॅन्टसी गेम्स होते, MPL असेल, ड्रीम 11 असेल, ते कुठले ते माहिती आहेत तुम्हाला, सगळे आहेत, त्याच्यात काही प्रॉब्लेम नव्हता. ड्रीम 11ने ऑफिशियली सांगितलं होतं की आमच्या एकूण डेटाबेसपैकी आमचा 60% डेटाबेस जो आहे तो ग्रामीण भागातला क्लायंट आहे. सो असं नाही की खेळांचं जे मार्केट आहे ते लोक खेळत नाहीत. ड्रीम 11 किंवा MPL काय असतं, 7:30ला मॅच सुरू होणार आहे, 7 वाजता तो गोंगा असतो, मी टीम लावतो म्हणजे काय, मी माझ्या डोक्याने ही माणसं आज चांगलं खेळतील अशाने 12 लोकांची टीम लावतो, त्याच्यावर मला पॉईंट्स मिळतात, माझं नशीब असेल तर मला 1 कोटी मिळतात, नसतील तर मला 49 रुपये रिटर्न येतात. सिम्पल गेम आहे त्याचा. पण त्यांनी ऑफिशियली मान्य केलंय. सो म्हणजे ग्रामीण भागातली मंडळी खेळत नाहीयेत, पण खेळावर आधारित काहीतरी ऍप आहे ते वापरतायत. आणि हे ड्रीम 11 पण म्हणतं, MPL पण म्हणतं, आणि ते जे किती ऍप होते आता ज्यांच्यावर बॅन आलाय, ज्यांच्यावर पैशावर आलाय, त्यांनी मान्य केलंय. सो याचा अर्थ इकॉनॉमी फिरते. म्हणजे आपल्याला असं वाटतं की मुंबई पुणे ड्रीम 11 खेळतात, नाही, ते कदाचित छोटं सब सिटीज आहेत, म्हणजे 2 टायर सिटीज आहेत, तिथे जास्त खेळलं जात आहे. कारण तिथे कदाचित आपला जेवढा वेळ प्रवासात जातो तेवढा त्यांचा जात नाही, हेही कारण असू शकतं. सो सोशल कुठलीही स्टोरी करण्यासाठी आधी लॉजिक आणि लॉजिस्टिक थेअरी अप्लाय कर. म्हणजे तू पण कर किंवा तुम्ही पण करा.
थँक्यू सो मच. हवं तर आणखी चहा पिताना गप्पा मारता येतील. आपले पुढचे स्पीकर आशिष सर पण आलेले आहेत, त्यामुळे चहा पिऊन लगेचच आपण आत येऊया.
Good evening each and everyone present here. I would like to request our respected Dean Dr. Ujjwala Barve and to felicitate Mr. Ashish Pense. It is truly an honor to introduce a personality who seamlessly bridges the worlds of media, sports, education and global exposure. Yes, I am talking about none other than Mr. Ashish Pense. Hi, I am Vaishnavi Zadav and it gives me immense pleasure to present this introduction today. Mr. Ashish Pense brings with him more than 2 decades of journalistic excellence, having worked with iconic publications like Lok Satta and Maharashtra Times in leadership roles such as senior assistant editor and chief reporter. A passionate football evangelist, he founded India's only football print magazine, Viva Football, and has reported from prestigious global sporting events including the FIFA World Cup, World Football Summit, Commonwealth Games and the Cricket World Cup. He currently serves as the Vice President of the International Federation of Football History and Statistics, reflecting his strong presence and credibility in the global football ecosystem. Through his initiative, Football Pilgrimage, he has curated unique international football experiences, academic tours for management students, and youth football coaching camp tours across countries such as England and Spain. an author, academic contributor, and consultant in media, political media, and social media, Mr. Premse continues to influence conversations at national and international platforms. Let us welcome with a warm round of applause Mr. Ashish Premse.
मी मराठी चालेल इंग्लिश चालेल ठीक आहे आणि बेसिकली पत्रकार असल्यामुळे being a journalist as we say to ask questions is my birthright. So whenever I go for any sessions or any lecture माझा असं मोनोलॉग असा कधीच नसतो. So I think my lecture would depend on your answer. That's a simple thing. And secondly public demand audio visual इथे मी काही आणलेले आहेत. So I know it's just फक्त बोलणं किंवा परागनी तर खूप बाय हार्ट त्याचे अनुभव शेअर केले. I will be little bit combination of both my experience as well as like उज्ज्वला मॅम और योगेश सर इथे सगळे आहेत. सो थोडं अकॅडमिक्स आणि थोडं जरा मेथडॉलॉजी जरा थोडी वी आर ट्राईंग टू लर्न फ्रॉम देम. सो असं थोडं जाईल. सो येस it's good to see all you guys attending this seminar and basically organizing this seminar. My selfish motive here is like to meet all these colleagues and old friends like Parag and all these academicians. And second little selfish motive is to get a chance to interact with you guys because being relevant with the time is very important. आणि तुमच्या बरोबरच्या इंटरॅक्शननी we get the opportunity to be relevant. अदरवाईज आम्ही आमचं काय काय फंडे आमचे सांगत असतो पण ते कितपर्यंत डाऊन डीप जातात और त्याचा फीडबॅक वॉज द फीडबॅक अबाउट दॅट दॅट्स व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट फॉर अस टू नो अँड रिपोजिशन आवर सेल्फ इन द इंडस्ट्री बिकॉज इन 1956 इन आवर ओल्डन डेज वगैरे ते आता काही हल्ली चालत नाही. इट्स व्हेरी इट एव्हरीथिंग हॅज बिकम FMCG. सो व्हॉट्स FMCG? Somebody in the middle. What's FMCG? General knowledge, not related to media. Have you heard of it? Commerce background? See, we all are journalists and yes. And whatever you are going to answer or say, be loud and clear. Because one basic funda is like clarity of speech. So it doesn't automatically come. It comes out of clarity of thought and mind. And when your mind and thought is clear, when you have either passion, experience or knowledge. So try to inculcate that. We are journalists, so aisa vaisa nahi chalega. Has to be very precise and pretty clear, especially sports, because readers read every minutest of the minute detail in sports. For example, we give bowling analysis. Okay, what is bowling analysis? Generic cricket question. I am not asking about any squash or anything like Parag mentioned. So, what is bowling analysis?
And never think that somebody else will answer. You should think that, okay, let me answer.
Yeah. One more kind of a learning lesson is that we are journalists, need to be very specific. We are all into all these SEOs and all that. So we have all these, how the SEOs run with the help of what? Keywords. What's they called? Have you heard the name hashtag? So hashtag is a normally single word or combination of 2-3 words. So has to be very specific to set that trend. Then only that trend goes. If it's a vague or it is not matching the concept, the trend would not set. So as a journalist, be specific, be focused when you are answering. I am very fond of all these academics and definitions. So they help you a lot in whole of your life. So one of my favorite definition is crop ruthlessly, enlarge generously. So you'll learn in photojournalism. So what does it say? Crop ruthlessly. When you have a limited space, or for that matter, in the digital era, you have a limited bandwidth or anything. You should be very precise and very confined to the required necessary gigabytes or space or only double column photo, and enlarge generously. So if you have a big space, then you can enlarge generously. Same logic these are all life lessons, I believe, not only the journalistic definitions. Because in your life also, if you want to do something in a very focused manner, crop ruthlessly, be ruthless doing that. Then my body is paining, आज कंटाळा झाला, आज बोर आलं. No, be ruthless about achieving your target and enlarge generously. When you want to celebrate or you want to explore or experience something, तिथं मग मागे पुढे बघू नका की उद्याला काय होणार आहे, मग माझं हे राहिले. त्या leave that moment. So these are a short, small journalistic definitions that help us a lot. Since Barwa ma'am is here and our seminar was inaugurated by a female sports person. Personally, I don't believe in male and female sports person. Sports person is a sports person. And the latest example of that is we have changed the cricketing terminology. So what we call now for the batsman, so it's not batsman, batswoman, but batter. So anyway, so that's a big debate. That's a different topic of any seminar. But to begin with, just a teaser about
नवंबर 2025 को एक सपना सच हुआ और अब टाइम है फिर से मैदान पे उतरने का, फिर से दहाड़ने का, झंडे गाड़ने का, क्योंकि अब इंडिया के लड़कों की बारी है. एक कप घर आया है, दूसरा घर से जाने नहीं देंगे. वैसे भी मारे छोरे छोरिया तक मायके.
This is about what? So I know my topic is what? Master class about covering sports events. Okay, so this is about what? Okay, and it's a T20 World Cup teaser, right? But what is the last statement or end statement that is remembered after watching this video? Chore choriyo se kam hai kya? Exactly. So that's the statement. And like Durandara and say Padmavat, the villain is always larger than the hero, or it becomes a larger than life image. So, see, as I told you, it will be an open discussion class. So if this is a promo of a T20 World Cup, Men's World Cup, then why this last line should it be there? Is it a social message or is it a business oriented promo? What is the message you are getting out of it? Because it's all communication afterwards. Come on, काय तुम्हाला वाटतं याच्याबद्दल? मुख्य मेसेज डायव्हर्ट झालाय का? Yeah. Okay. Anybody else? The main message is diverted because of this male female wala, or plain you will get that. Okay, so now I will go to the
नवंबर 2025 को एक सपना सच हुआ और अब टाइम है फिर से मैदान पे उतरने का, फिर से दहाड़ने का, झंडे गाड़ने का, क्योंकि अब इंडिया के
Now the message is clear. What is this message? It is basically launching of an Indian cricket team, announcement of an Indian cricket team. In our school days, we used to have a poster of the iCard size photos of Indian cricket team players whenever the Indian cricket team used to travel abroad for any series. But now this is all because of the social media. And see, the message is very crystal clear with all the attributes and the specialities of each and every player. So there is no messing up around in this message, in this communication or in this promo ad. Directly Indian cricket team venturing for the T20 World Cup. So this is how one topic, one one message but put it differently, it is perceived very differently. And that's why we are into our today's lecture, media coverage, pre, during and post event. So again, as I told you, I'm a fond of definition, 5W1H. What is that? Okay. In today's era, the definition is little changed because we know all the W's. Because at the end of the day, before the next day's newspaper or before published to any other website or anything, we know by our WhatsApp or anything. So all W's are like little blurred. How is very important, and secondly, why? Because people want to read the analysis. So that's the little bit of focus change. In our days, after like our basic ground practice, we used to go to a nukkad or corner, as we say, Ambika, Amrutatulya here in Pune. You have all the chai, tea stalls and all that. So there we used to wait for one of our senior colleagues who used to work in Sakar. And he used to write all the scores of today's matches. Say India-New Zealand match. It starts at 4 a.m. and ends at around noon. But till 7:30 p.m. in the evening, आम्हाला त्याचे results माहिती नसायचे. So we used to wait very eagerly for that senior colleague. Then ते आम्हाला लिहून आणायचे विम्बल्डनचा latest result काय आहे, फ्रेंच ओपनचा काय झाला. That was the time, not like जसं म्हणला तसं खूप काही डायनासोर एज मधला नाहीये तो. It's like just hardly 25-30 years ago. But now from that the focus has shifted to every minute to minute ball to ball commentary. So त्याच्यामुळे how and why is very important as far as these sports events or any kind of a news value is concerned. आणि त्यामुळे आपण जेव्हा स्पोर्ट्स इव्हेंटचं कव्हरेज बघतो किंवा ते प्लॅन करतो तर त्याच्यामध्ये ह्या गोष्टींचा सुद्धा आपल्याला एक कुठेतरी एक बॅक ऑफ द माइंड वी नीड टू कन्सिडर द चेंज ऑफ दिस फोकस. आणि त्यानुसार मग आपल्याला आपलं सगळं मीडिया प्लॅन और मार्केटिंग प्लॅन बनवायला लागतो. अजून एक सांगायचं म्हणजे आपण स्पोर्ट्सचे फक्त काही स्पोर्ट्समध्येच एम्प्लॉयमेंट आपल्याला मिळते असं नाही, तर त्याला व्हेरियस स्पोर्ट्स मॅनेजमेंट मधले आस्पेक्ट आहेत. मार्केटिंगमध्ये सुद्धा आपली स्पोर्ट्सची मुलं इंडक्ट केली जातात. आणि त्यामुळे नॉट टू हॅव जस्ट अ स्पोर्ट्स नॉलेज बट मार्केटिंग मधलं नॉलेज तुम्हाला मीडिया प्लॅन बनवायला सांगितलं जाईल, तुम्हाला मार्केटिंग प्लॅन बनवायला सांगितलं जाईल अकॉर्डिंग टू युअर journalistic background. So that is why to have a well-versed personality, like आपण journalismची again व्याख्या आहे की jack of all, king of none. अशी एक journalismची classical व्याख्या आहे. But again we have modified this definition say last 20-25 years, jack of all, king of at least one or two. Because as a journalist we need to know everything because sports covers everything. जसं तुम्ही आधीच्या lectures मध्ये बघितलं असेल, right from social aspect to commercial aspect to corporate aspect to all the facets in life, from politics to court to fashion to lifestyle to infrastructure, sports is everywhere. So as a sports reporter you need to be well versed. आत्ताचं लेटेस्ट तुम्हाला उदाहरण सांगायचं झालं तर पराग करंदीकर हे जे महाराष्ट्र टाइम्सचे मुख्य संपादक आहेत, ही वॉज अर्लियर अ ट्रेनी स्पोर्ट्स रिपोर्टर. सो त्यानंतर मग ही वॉज लाईक I would not say promoted, shifted to general desk, general desk to reporting, and then now he is an editor. So in fact sports advantage असा असतो की आपल्याला all facets of life च्या connectionशी आपल्या ओळखी होतात. He used to handle sports, so Pune International Marathon directly he was very much connected with Suresh Kalmadi. That time he was the full and soul of Pune and all the politics in Pune. So सगळ्या फॅसेट्स ऑफ लाईफ मधल्या आपल्याला व्यक्तींची ओळख होते स्पोर्ट्समुळे आणि त्याच्यामुळे वी कॅन डेव्हलप युअर करिअर. सेकंड अँड व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट थिंग इज वी कॅन स्टार्ट आवर ओन व्हेंचर ॲज अ स्पोर्ट्स जर्नलिस्ट or as a broadcaster or as a blogger or as a vlogger. सो अगेन आज दिवसभर तुम्ही हे सगळे कन्सेप्ट आणि फंडे शिकत आला. सो आय बिलीव्ह दिस इज राईट टू यूज आणि दिस इज द इन्फॉर्मेशन दॅट यू कॅन यूज. Every one of you is a potential broadcaster, and because of the social media every one of us is now become the editor. And that is why print media madli ji agralekh hai, that is the most revered and sacred and worship place. जी वृत्तपत्रामध्ये अग्रलेखी असते त्याची रीडरशिप आता सिंगल डिजिट मध्ये आलेली आहे. एक मुंबईचं वृत्तपत्र होतं, त्यांनी ते अग्रलेख एक वर्षभर छापलेही नाहीत, काही त्यांना फरक नाही पडला. बट अगेन लाजे खातर they have started reprinting that editorial column. So for us, every one of us is a sports broadcaster and sports editor, and you also should try and must try all these things. So त्याचंच एक तुम्हाला उदाहरण सांगायला.
Commonwealth cricket is back, and so is my favorite cricket league, the Women's Premier League. It's one that I've been following since the day one, and you know, witnessing its journey and its evolution has been inspiring for all the women in sports and for budding cricketers as well. From why should boys have all the fun to now being the world champions. This time I'm sure that it's going to get even more bigger and better, as the champions are also warming up and gearing up for another prize, which is the T20 World Cup. But before leads, the Delhi Capitals and Medyaning has taken charge of the, we've seen 2 champions so far. Mumbai Indians, the most successful franchisee in the league, has won it twice, and my favorite RCB has won it once in 2024, which was the Commonwealth cricket is back, and so is my favorite cricket league, the Women's.
So each one of you can try this thing. त्याला पैसे पडत नाहीत. आपल्या टिपिकल पुणेरी सदाशिव पेठी मराठीत म्हणतात तसं फुकट आहे. So each one of you have your Insta account, each one of you should have your LinkedIn account, should have a very strong LinkedIn profile before you pass out from any of your academics or during your academics, and very importantly, try to express your opinion. कारण आम्हाला तुम्हाला त्याबद्दलचं काय म्हणायचं हे आम्हाला पाहिजे. स्टॅक्स अँड फिगर वी गेट एव्हरीथिंग. स्टॅक्स फॅक्ट जो येतो तो मीडिया प्रेसला जनरल पब्लिकलाही हल्ली अवेलेबल होतो. इट्स व्हेरी एक्झॉस्टिव्ह. आम्हाला त्याच्यात पडायचंच नाहीये. आम्हाला पाहिजे व्हॉट यू गाईज फील, व्हॉट इज युअर इम्प्रेशन अबाउट ए थिंग और व्हॉट इज युअर टेक ऑन बी थिंग. आणि त्याच्यामुळे ॲज आय टोल्ड यू, व्हाय अँड हाऊ इज व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट. सो ट्राय टू शिफ्ट युअर फोकस, डोंट बी मीडिओकर, बी एक्सप्रेसिव्ह. आणि तुमचं स्वतःचं एक्सपिरियन्स आणि एक्सप्रेशन हे जर स्ट्रॉंग असेल, so you would be a very say successful, or not in terms of getting followers, but very impactful influencer kind of a thing in your own right. So who is your favorite broadcaster? चलो again, तुम्हाला सांगितले, तुम्हाला मी स्वस्त नाही बसू देणार. फेवरेट ब्रॉडकास्टर. ओके, सो एक गोष्ट मी थोडी गृहीत धरतो की तुम्ही पेपर वाचत नसाल बहुतेक. सो दॅट इज ओके फॉर मी. मीडियम्स हॅव चेंज. ॲटलिस्ट यू रीड any website or watch any kind of a YouTube, or you follow any person or anybody. So if at all those who follow sports, favorite broadcaster or कोण आहे तुमचा favorite TV personality or a YouTube personality in sports? If at all any, compulsion काही नाही. ओके, बाकीच्यांना हर्षा भोगले माहिती आहे ऐकून? नाही माहिती? ओके, बिकॉज दिस इज अगेन, मी हर्षाला एक हे केलं होतं ट्विट की दिस इज अगेन अ चेंज. आत्ताच्या आम्ही लेटेस्ट ज्या ज्या क्लासेसमध्ये जातोय ना, हर्षा भोगले इज फेसबुक झालंय. सो इट्स लाईक 40s and 50s. नाव हू, सिद्धू और आकाशवाणी, आकाश चोप्रा. सो ते लेटेस्ट सध्या, और जतीन सप्रू. सो हे सध्या लेटेस्ट ट्रेंड आहेत स्पोर्ट्स मीडिया ब्रॉडकास्टिंग मधले. सो हर्षा भोगले इज नाव बिकम अ एन्शंट क्लासिकल काइंड ऑफ अ थिंग. ओके, सो कमिंग बॅक टू आवर टॉपिक, व्हाय मीडिया. सो वाय मीडियाची बरीच काही उत्तर आहेत, आय हॅव जस्ट लिस्टेड डाऊन. सो बेसिकली इट एनहान्सेस द रीच ऑफ दॅट इव्हेंट ऑर अ टुर्नामेंट. कारण ती टुर्नामेंट ते घेत असतात. पुणे सायकल टूर अगेन अ व्हेरी क्लासिकल एक्झाम्पल. आय थिंक तुम्ही हे सायकल टूर झाल्यानंतर डिपार्टमेंटनी एक स्मॉल सर्वे, जसं सांगितलं परागने की छोटे छोटे सर्वे करा, आपल्या आजूबाजूचे करा, फार काही मोठे ऑलिम्पिक वगैरे नंतर करू. सो सायकल टूरचा एक तुम्ही क्लासिकल आपण ॲज अ जर्नलिस्ट स्टुडंट म्हणून एक सर्वे करायला पाहिजे की हॅज इट रीच. सो इफ दे आर सेइंग इट्स अ वर्ल्ड सायकल टूर हॅपनिंग इन आवर ओन सिटी पुणे, why the headlines are coming? Because of the traffic congestion, because of the inconvenience caused to the citizen. Why not the cycle tour, barring one or two media? The reasons are totally business related. So तो ही एक exercise करायला पाहिजे, the reach of that. So reach आपला enhance करण्यासाठी, वाढवण्यासाठी we use media and all sorts of media, print, ऑडिओ व्हिज्युअल अँड डिजिटल. सो बेसिकली हे 3 बेसिस मीडिया आहेत, हे तुम्हाला माहिती आहे. सो त्याच्यामध्ये मी काही जात नाही. आय बिलीव्ह दॅट हे सगळं तुम्हाला माहिती आहे. सेकंड इज अवेअरनेस. सो एखाद्या गोष्टीबद्दलचा अवेअरनेस क्रिएट करण्यासाठी, आता क्रिकेटबद्दलचा काय अवेअरनेस, बट येस 2-3 वर्षापूर्वी क्रिकेटबद्दलचा अवेअरनेस क्रिएट करायला लागला होता. का लागला होता? IPL फॉलो करत असाल तुम्ही, बघत असाल, असं काय नवीन घडलं होतं IPL मध्ये की त्याबद्दल अवेअरनेस करायला लागला. ओके, सो इम्पॅक्ट प्लेअर नावाची एक गोष्ट तुम्ही ऐकली आहे? हो, कोण म्हणताय त्यांनी प्लीज सांगा. दुसऱ्याला चान्स दे. सो दिस इज द स्टेट ऑफ अफेअर्स. क्रिकेट काय आपल्यासाठी, क्रिकेट हा काय, सचिन गॉड आहे आणि क्रिकेट हा धर्म आहे सो कॉल्ड, पण क्रिकेट मधल्या द मोस्ट पॉप्युलर, ग्लोबली पॉप्युलर टुर्नामेंट मधली एक गोष्ट आपल्याला माहिती नाहीये. व्हॉट इज दिस इम्पॅक्ट प्लेअर कॉल्ड? यू कॅन गुगल इट, नो इश्यू. सो मी आता सांगत नाही, लेट तुम्ही तुमची गुगल करून यू फाइंड इट आउट. सो my point is to create awareness about any rules or any tournament or any things related to that tournament. We use pre-tournament social media. Now we talking about pre-tournament coverage or how to plan a pre-tournament event, whether it's print, audiovisual or on location digital media. So
This isn't running only. It's running how well you prepare and recover. Warm up, life skills, mobility, activation. Nutrition, carb-rich breakfast, hydration and electrolytes. During race training, gels, baths, bottles every 20-30 minutes. Recovery, cool down diet, protein intake, massage and rest. In stage racing, recovery is the real superpower.
सो दिस इज अवेअरनेस. ही जी काही सायकल टूर होती, आपण सायकल सगळे चालवतो लहानपणापासून, पण व्हॉट इज दॅट सायकल टूर? वाय इट इज नॉट कॉल्ड सायकल रेस? सो दिस इज अ काइंड ऑफ अ स्मॉल थिंग्स दॅट आर बीन द सोसायटी और द फॅन्स आर बीन मेड अवेअर ऑफ दॅट. आणि अशा प्रकारचे अवेअरनेस व्हिडिओज असतील, पोस्ट असतील, प्री टुर्नामेंट रूल चेंज असतील, मी म्हणलं तसं, ते कॅरी केले जातात टू मेक पीपल अवेअर. ऑब्विसली पॉप्युलॅरिटी. सो पॉप्युलॅरिटी हा एक अत्यंत महत्वाचा घटक आहे स्पोर्ट्स मधला. अँड नो मॅटर हाऊ पॉप्युलर इज द स्पोर्ट्स, त्याचे पॉप्युलर सो देयर इज अ फिफा वर्ल्ड कप. आताचा टीजर्स जे आहेत ते आहेत आणि इट हॅज रीच्ड 23 मिलियन. देयर इज नो रोनाल्डो, नो मेसी इन इट, बट दिस रील हॅज रीच्ड 23 मिलियन. A goal scored from say 50-55 meters distance आणि तो गोल झाला होता by Portugal against 23 मिलियन. सो या पद्धतीचं पॉप्युलॅरिटी आणि अवेअरनेस हा प्री टुर्नामेंट कर्टन रेझर्स असतील आणि अशा पद्धतीच्या या सगळ्या सोशल मीडियातनं क्रिएट केला जातो. ॲटमॉस्फिअर बिल्डिंग. सो त्या स्पर्धेबाबतचा एक क्लाउड तयार केला जातो, एक वातावरण तयार केलं जातं. क्रिकेट बाबत आपण कायम बघतो की क्रिकेट बाबत अशा पद्धतीचं वातावरण 6-6 महिने आधीपासून केलं जातं. ते अनफॉर्च्युनेटली बाकीच्या स्पोर्ट्स बाबत होत नाही. परागने सांगितलं की त्याला ऑलिम्पिक स्पोर्ट्स कव्हर करायला सांगितलं होतं. सो क्रिकेट, फुटबॉल आहे, आपल्याला दर 4 वर्षांनी फक्त आठवण येते की हॉकी हा आपला नॅशनल गेम आहे. अदरवाईज हॉकी इंडिया लीग नावाची लीग भारतात आहे. आपल्याकडे भुवनेश्वरला वर्ल्ड क्लास हॉकी फॅसिलिटी आहे. ॲडव्हान्स कंट्रीज लाईक ऑस्ट्रेलिया, जर्मनी, दे कम अँड प्ले हिअर अँड दे अप्रिशिएट दॅट. सो हॉकी इंडिया किंवा हॉकीची ग्लोबल लीग भारतात भुवनेश्वरला होते. ग्लोबल वर्ल्ड हॉकी फेडरेशन FIH आहे, जो फेडरेशन ऑफ इंटरनॅशनल हॉकी, त्याचं ओडिसा गव्हर्नमेंट हा स्पॉन्सरर आहे. सो इतका आपल्या हॉकीचा ग्लोबल रीच आहे, बट वी आपल्यापर्यंत हॉकी पोचत नाही, आपण ती कन्झ्युम करत नाही. बेसिकली अगेन सुंदर वगैरे सगळे होते. सो यू मस्ट हॅव सीन द स्पोर्ट्स ब्रँडिंग अँड मार्केटिंग. सो त्याच्यामध्ये आपल्याला कम्युनिकेशन, ब्रँड कम्युनिकेशन अँड ब्रँड मार्केटिंग हा सुद्धा आपल्याला टॉपिक आहे जर्नलिझम मध्ये. सो स्पोर्ट्स इज अ कमॉडिटी. इट हॅज टू बी सोल्ड अँड इट हॅज टू बी ब्रँडेड. अमूल ऐकले तुम्ही? व्हॉट इज अमूल? डेअरी ब्रँड आहे आणि लार्जेस्ट कोऑपरेटिव्ह मुवमेंटमधनं तो उदयाला आलेला डेअरी ब्रँड आहे. ओके. अमूलकडे अर्जेंटिना आणि पोर्तुगाल या नॅशनल टीमचे इंडिया मार्केट राईट्स आहेत. सो रोनाल्डो आणि मेस्सी ज्या संघाकडनं खेळतात त्या संघाचे मार्केटिंग राईट्स अमूलकडे आहेत इंडियन सबकॉन्टिनेंट मार्केटसाठी. दे आर लाईक सिटिंग ऑन अ फुल्या आणि एवढी मोठी त्यांच्याकडे पोटेन्शियल असूनही ते त्याचं काहीही करत नाहीत. सो ही आयरनी आहे स्पोर्ट्समधली. तसंच हॉकीचं आपल्याकडे इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर, कमिंग बॅक टू आवर टॉपिक, हे इतकं सगळं आपल्याकडे असताना आपण त्याबद्दल काहीही करत नाही आणि त्याबद्दलचं ॲटमॉस्फिअर बिल्डिंग करत नाही. अगेन दिस इज अ चिकन ऑर एग स्टोरी. सो कंपनीज और ब्रँड्स और दे से नाही आम्हाला तुम्ही प्रमोट करा, देन वी विल इन्व्हेस्ट. मीडिया गाईज से दॅट नो यू इन्व्हेस्ट अँड देन वी विल प्रमोट. अल्टिमेटली व्हॉट हॅपन्स, खो खोची वर्ल्ड कप आपण भारताने जिंकला, त्याच्यातला कॅप्टन आपल्या पुण्यातला होता, आपल्या मातीतला खेळ आहे खो खो. बट त्याचं काय झालं, आय एम शुअर दॅट तुमच्यापैकी कोणीही तो खो खोचा वर्ल्ड कप बघितला नसणार आहे. फॉर शुअर, मी गॅरंटीड सांगू शकतो. आम्हाला ॲज अ स्पोर्ट्स जर्नलिस्ट वाईट वाटतं, ॲज अ स्पोर्ट्स फॅन, स्पोर्ट्स लवर वाईट वाटतं, पण दिस इज द ग्रीन सिच्युएशन. आणि म्हणून वेअरवर वी गो अब्रॉड, आपण म्हणतो की आपण अमुक आहोत, आपण तमुक आहोत, आपण अजूनही म्हणजे नाहीच, आपण स्पोर्ट्स कंट्री म्हणून आपण ओळखले जात नाही. अनफॉर्च्युनेटली वी आर देअर. इंडियन हिस्ट्री, रिलिजन, ऑल गंगाज अँड गोदावरीज अँड हिमालयाज अँड योगाज अँड ऑल दॅट वी आर व्हेरी मच रेवर्ड. थोडं ॲज अ IT हब, बिकॉज ऑब्वियसली ITES सोल्युशन्स अँड सर्व्हिसेस त्या आपल्या टॉप 5च कंपन्या देतात, बाकी काही नाही. सो त्याच्यामुळे थोडी आपली ओळख आहे. बट स्टील वी आर फार बियॉन्ड नोन ॲज अ स्पोर्ट्स कंट्री. तुम्ही जर बाकीच्या ऑलिम्पिक सिटीजमध्ये गेला की तुम्हाला एनी टाइम ऑफ द डे कोणीतरी जॉब करताना दिसेल, कोणीतरी तुम्हाला सायकलिंग करताना दिसेल. युरोपमध्ये थोडी तुम्ही गेलात तर तो वॉटर सर्फिंग असेल, स्की बोर्ड्स असतील. सो ठीक आहे, आपल्याकडे आता ती लाईफस्टाईल म्हणून येते. अगेन अ गुड पॉझिटिव्ह चेंज. द स्पोर्ट्स हॅज बिकम अ लाईफस्टाईल. सो मॅरेथॉन्स आपल्याकडे सीझनला अराउंड 450 मॅरेथॉन्स आपल्याकडे ऑर्गनाईज होतात. TCS मुंबई मॅरेथॉन आपण बघितली. मगाशी परागने सांगितलं तसं फक्त तिथं जाऊन पोच करण्यापुरतं, बट ॲटलिस्ट एक आयबॉल कॅचिंग त्यांनी होतं. सो येस, पॉप्युलॅरिटी वाढवण्यासाठी हा आपला प्री इव्हेंट मीडिया यूज केला जातो. त्याच्यानंतर रिलेव्हन्स, आपल्या सोसायटीची त्याचा रिलेव्हन्स काय आहे, त्याचा एक आत्ता लेटेस्ट एक सोशल आणि रिलेव्हंट अँगलचा एक मला खूप आत्ता आवडला तो व्हिडिओ मी तुम्हाला दाखवतो.
For 70 years, a bicycle was his life. Not just transport, it was his identity, his livelihood, his purpose. Every morning, he would wake up, pray to his bicycle, and set out to deliver meals across Mumbai. Rain or shine. The bicycle wasn't just a machine, it was sacred. Meet Bhikaji. Bhikaji is 90 years old now. Age forced him to stop, but the passion never died.
People focus supply. मी हातामध्ये जाऊन बसवली सायकलवरती, तुझ्या काही सायकल घेऊन
And now something beautiful is happening. Pune is building something magnificent. A world-class cycling circuit going 70 years. For 70 years, a bicycle was his life.
मुंबई डबेवाला आणि ॲज यू नो बायसिकल्स हे मुंबई डबेवाल्यांचं किंवा पुण्यातल्याही कुठल्याही डबेवाल्यांचं बेसिक त्यांचं काय बेसिक वेपन असतं आणि त्याच्या थ्रू त्यांचा अख्खा रोजगार आयुष्यभर त्यांनी केला. जर्नलिस्ट आम्ही एक्सप्रेस टाईमच्या मुशीतनं वाढलेलो. पराग अँड मी वूड हेट दिस काइंड ऑफ ॲडव्होकसी मीडिया, कारण आम्हाला माहिती आहे रियालिटी काय आहे. बट आपल्यासाठी ॲज अ कंटेंट क्रिएटर दिस इज अ व्हेरी क्लासिकल एक्झाम्पल ऑफ मिक्सिंग द सोशल अँड द रिलेव्हंट कंटेंट फॉर दॅट इव्हेंट. हा खूप क्लासिकल कंटेंट होता. अनफॉर्च्युनेटली अगेन आपण वी हॅव सीन रीच त्याचा झाला नाही, तो आपल्यापर्यंत पोहोचला नाही. इट रिमेंड अप टू दी कन्फाइंड अप टू दोज IAS लॉबीज आणि तेवढ्या पुरतच राहिला. बट आपल्यासाठी टेकअवेज बी रिलेव्हंट अँड बी सोशली रिलेव्हंट, कारण ते सध्याचं खूप अत्यंत महत्त्वाचं साधन आहे टू इन्क्रीज आवर जेनेरिक रीच. बाकी तुमचं पेड पोस्ट आणि त्याने तो रीच वाढतोच, बट हॅज टू बी अ रिलेव्हंट कंटेंट. क्रिएटिंग न्यू ऑडियन्स इज ऑल्सो व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट. की आपल्याला माहिती आहे की आपण क्रिकेट आहे, पण क्रिकेटमध्ये सुद्धा नवीन ऑडियन्सची भर पडते आहे. सो बिकॉज IPL सिन्स वॉट लास्ट 12, 13, 14 इयर्स नंतर ही IPLची मॅजिक आहे. इट हॅज नॉट ड्राईड डाऊन बिकॉज दे हॅव क्रिएटेड न्यू ऑडियन्सेस. क्रिकेट पुढचं चॅलेंज वेगळं आहे. क्रिकेट like BCCI has been told to follow FIFA, that how they have increased the footballing landscape into Asian and Southeast Asian market, and they want to replicate that footballing landscape to European market for cricket. Saudi Arabia आता मोठ्या प्रमाणावरती इन्व्हेस्ट करत आहे क्रिकेटमध्ये. They are going to start a Grand Slam cricket kind of a tournament की जिथे 4 कॉन्टिनेंटमध्ये IPL होतील, इन्क्लुडिंग आर IPL, आणि मॅसिव्ह ग्लोबल क्रिकेट इकोसिस्टीम सौदी अरेबिया डेव्हलप करत आहे. सो आपल्याला वाटतं आता की जसं पराग म्हणाला की पॅराडाईम शिफ्ट तो झाला आणि त्याच्यानंतर पुढे काय, तर आपल्याला वाटतं की क्रिकेटला व्हॉट एल्स टू अचीव नाव, व्हॉट टार्गेट्स दे हॅव. सो दीज आर द टार्गेट दे हॅव. दे आर व्हेंचरिंग न्यू बाउंड्रीज अँड न्यू बेसिकली जिओग्राफिकल लँडस्केप आणि ओव्हरकमिंग ऑल द हर्डल्स देअर. क्रिकेट तिथं ते पोहोचवण्याचं त्यांच्यापुढे टार्गेट आहे. आत्ताच्या T20 वर्ल्ड कप साठी एक डेब्युटंट कंट्री आहे, कोणाला माहिती आहे? अगेन T20 वर्ल्ड कप क्रिकेट आहे. सो क्रिकेट हा प्रत्येक घरात बघितला जातो. आत्ता जस्ट नेक्स्ट मंथ तो सुरू होणार आहे अँड वी हार्डली नो एनिथिंग. फुटबॉल मधलं एक युरोपमधलं पॉवर हाऊस आहे. सो इटली क्रिकेट वर्ल्ड कप साठी क्वालिफाय झालेलं आहे. T20च्या युरोपियन क्रिकेट लीग इज व्हेरी फेमस देअर. सगळे युरोपियन कंट्रीज तिथं पार्टिसिपेट होत आहेत. अगेन गंमत बघा, इंग्लंडमध्ये क्रिकेट आहे, पण इंग्लंडचे जे 4ही बाकीचे युनायटेड किंगडम मधले कुठले देश आहेत? 5 UK मध्ये. चलो जनरल नॉलेज.
जाऊन येतात इंग्लंडला. सो 50 माइल्स वरती स्कॉटलंड आहे, पण तिथं क्रिकेट एवढी चांगली नाही. सो या सगळ्या गोष्टी क्रिकेटलाही चॅलेंज म्हणून येत आहे आणि ते सुद्धा त्यांची क्रिकेटचं लँडस्केप आणि पॉप्युलॅरिटी वाढवण्यासाठी प्री टुर्नामेंट कव्हरेज आपण त्या टॉपिकला होतो ते सुरू करतायत.
इंटरनल फाईट्स आणि इंटरनल वॉर्स, बट वी आर अबाउट डेव्हलपमेंट. सो दिस टाइम फॉर आफ्रिका. बिफोर दॅट 2006 ला जर्मनीमध्ये वर्ल्ड कप झाला होता. अँड दो जर्मनी इज नोन टू बी दी ॲडव्हान्स कंट्री और डेव्हलप कंट्री. जर्मनी त्यांच्या ॲज अ जर्नलिस्ट वी शुड नो हिस्ट्री. वॉट एव्हर टॉपिक यू फॉलो, वॉट एव्हर सब्जेक्ट यू लाईक. हिस्ट्री फक्त आपल्याला त्या हिस्टॉरिक डेट्सच्या अनेक्डोट्स पुरती मर्यादित नसते, तर बेसिकली वी गेट टू सी हे आत्ता जे आहे ते इव्हॉल्व कसं झालं. सो दॅट इज वाय ॲज अ जर्नलिस्ट वी शुड लर्न और वी शुड रीड अ लिटल बिट ऑफ हिस्ट्री अँड बॅकग्राऊंड ऑफ ईच अँड एव्हरी टॉपिक दॅट यू लाईक अँड लव्ह. सो वाजपेयींनी मेसेज दिला होता, खेल भी जीतो दिल भी जीतो. सो मेसेज इज व्हेरी क्लिअर. आणि क्रिकेट डिप्लोमसीचं ते जगातलं खूप मोठं एक एक्झाम्पल म्हणून स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्डमध्ये दिलं जातं. टेक 2 आत्ता फिफाची ड्रॉ सेरेमनी झाला, फिफाचे ड्रॉ लॉन्च झाले, त्यावेळेला एक असाच एक मेसेज जगाला दिला गेला. एनीबडी नोज अबाउट दॅट रिलेटेड टू ट्रम्प. ट्रम्प वॉज गिवन द फिफा पीस प्राइज. आणि त्याच्या आधी काय झालं होतं? अ फ्यू मंथ्स बॅक Trump was denied, as US media says. So Trump was not given Nobel Peace Prize. So FIFA ने हे खूप मोठा पॉलिटिकल, नॉर्मली FIFA कधी करत नाही, पण त्यांनी ते खूप मोठा पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट केलं आणि तो एक नॅरेटिव्ह सेट केला. फॉर व्हॉट रिझन, वाय, वी ऑल नो दॅट US सुपर पॉवर आहे. FIFA वर्ल्ड कप इज इन US, कॅनडा, मेक्सिको. तो युनायटेड स्टेट्स इज व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट कंट्री फॉर देम फॉर होस्टिंग अ सक्सेसफुल वर्ल्ड कप. कारण वर्ल्ड कप वरती खूप सारी इकॉनॉमिक आणि बिझनेस ओरिएंटेड सगळे टार्गेट्स असतात. सो दॅट वॉज हेविली क्रिटिसाइज. त्यामुळे अशा पद्धतीचा नॅरेटिव्ह बिल्डिंग करायचं काम हे मीडिया करत असतं. आणि म्हणून पहिल्या वायचं उत्तर, वाय यू वॉन्ट टू हॅव अ मीडिया फॉर स्पोर्ट्स कव्हरेज और स्पोर्ट्स ब्रॉडकास्टिंग, हे आपण सगळे पॉइंट्स थोडे बघितले. विल जस्ट रश डाऊन अ लिटल बिट. वेअर So where is, because of the social media we are living into a local kind of a scenario, global and local. So social media ला एक आपलं रील केलं की it is boundaryless world. So basically it goes all across the world. So त्याची geographical boundary काही नाहीये, बट अगेन आपला जो टार्गेट ऑडियन्स आहे, ज्याला टार्गेट ग्रुप TG म्हणतो आपण जर्नलिझमच्या ह्याच्यामध्ये, तो आपला टार्गेट ऑडियन्स डिफाईन करून प्रायोरिटीनी त्या ऑडियन्सपर्यंत पोचायचं. अच्छा, एक्स प्लेयर्स or those who play kabaddi, those who like kabaddi. Okay, adults, but you are, so that was a like Himalayan blunder for the, as far as mobile marketing communication is concerned. So anyway, so PKL चा young असेल कोणी किंवा ex kabaddi players असतील audience, right? So second, third season नंतर तिथं आपणच काम करतो, media research agencies. So research is a very important aspect of media. आपलेच तिथे मीडियाचे like graduate journalists तिथं काम करतात. So that result showed that women were the largest audience for kabaddi. So they were also surprised की हे का, आणि त्याचं reason जे सांगितलं, again I am not being any kind of a whatever gender bias किंवा gender काही मी डिफेम करत नाहीये. आपल्या घरामध्ये किंवा आपल्या रिलेशन मध्ये जो the machoism that they miss in their relationship or in their families, they see that machoism on the screen through kabaddi. So that was the reason, and that's why you see how the media research influences the sports broadcasting. Kabaddi timing earlier was little late. Now they have dropped down that timing to 8 to 9:30. Saas Bahu serial च्या वेळेला त्यांनी कबड्डी आणलेला आहे. They dared to do that because this research showed this surprising result. So that's why where is like आपला जो relevant audience आहे तिथं आपण we do a pre or during or post tournament media, social media broadcasting. Third is geographic. मी म्हणलं तसं geographyचं काही doesn't mean nowadays. Fan and followers. So fans are the heart of the sports or anything. So निवडणुकीत जसे राजकीय कार्यकर्ते they are the heart of the affairs. तुम्हाला राजकीय कार्यकर्त्यांचं पल्स जाणून घेतल्याशिवाय तुम्हाला काही करता येत नाही. Any reporting you need to do is like you go to the constituency, feel the pulse. So fans are the pulse of any sports. You take any sports, fans always are at the forefront. So त्यांच्यासाठी सुद्धा आपल्याला हा मीडियाचा आपल्याला पॅकेजिंग करायला लागतं, ब्रँडिंग करायला लागतं. That's why you see lots of vox populis and fan based polls or fan based experience and nostalgia being generated wherever there is a tournament, during the tournament, pre-tournament, and after tournament there is a lot of vox populi kind of a thing. So what is vox populi? Vox pop, as they say. I suppose you are third year student. Okay, so by the time you should be aware of all this. A small interviews of interviewee, may it be fans or may it be political karyakarta, that's called vox populi. Chote chote apan bites bagto na, that's called vox populi. So vox pop or vox populi as they say commonly know. Then another important aspect for which we do all these pre, during and post match coverage is sponsors. Obviously the sponsors, they are pumping money आणि त्यामुळे त्यांना ROI त्यांना असतो. What is ROI? So return on investment त्यांना असतो. त्यांचा return on investment कुठलाही देश जिंकला तरी सुद्धा त्यांना त्यांचा whatever investment that they have done त्यांना ते रिकव्हरी करायची असते आणि त्यांना त्याच्यातनं प्रॉफिट मेकिंग करायचं असतं. Normally whenever there is a corporate or any league or franchisee based sports tournament, around 65 to 70% revenue comes out of the sponsors or comes out of the broadcasting. So त्याच्यामुळे आपलं मीडिया पर्सनचं किंवा आपलं ॲज अ जर्नलिस्टचं महत्त्व अतिशय अनन्यसाधारण. इट्स व्हेरी एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी इम्पॉर्टन्स दॅट वी जर्नलिस्ट हॅव in this all the ecosystem, because 65 to 70% revenue it comes out of the broadcasting, आणि हे broadcasting सगळं आपण करतो. Today's era is about concept and content. So त्या concept आणि content वरती we do all this broadcasting आणि त्याच्यावरती तो revenue असतो. Around 15 to 20% is through the sponsorship or whatever the endorsement that they have, and hardly 10% through any gate money, that is the ticket sale. मगाची पराग म्हणला की एवढा हाल अपेक्षा करून तिथे स्टेडियमला जायचं आणि मॅच बघायला जायचं, त्याच्यापेक्षा घरी बघू, मस्त मॅच बघू. और फुटबॉल गाईज मस्ट बी नोईंग दॅट वी गो फॉर दी स्क्रीनिंग्स टू एनी ऑफ दिस पब्स अँड ऑल दॅट. बट नाव दॅट्स द रिअल चॅलेंज की आपल्याला वाटतं की ह्या ज्या सगळ्या इंग्लिश प्रीमियर लीग और फॉर दॅट मॅटर एनी बिग लीग त्यांचं काय चांगलं चाललंय, दे आर मिंटिंग मनी इन मिलियन्स अँड बिलियन्स ऑफ डॉलर्स. बट त्यांच्या पुढे नाव द चॅलेंज इज बिकॉज ऑफ आर ब्रॉडकास्टर्स अँड बिकॉज ऑफ वी एज अ कंटेंट प्रोव्हायडर्स. त्यांच्या पुढे चॅलेंज आहे की हाऊ टू ब्रिंग बॅक दी फॅन्स इन टू द स्टेडियम. सो त्याच्यामुळे कतारला आम्ही गेलो होतो वर्ल्ड कपला, त्यावेळेला AC स्टेडियम होतं. सो यू लाईक ओपन स्टेडियम आणि AC हे पहिल्यांदा तिथं बघितलं. किंवा जर्मनीला तुम्ही गेला की -2 डिग्री टेम्परेचर असतं, आपल्या सीट खालनं गरम हवेचा तिथं झोत येतात. सो these are the various like technology based or infrastructure based advancement that they are doing. कतारला आम्ही गेलो होतो, जसं आपण फोनवरती ॲप बघतो तसं ते ॲप घ्यायचं, त्या प्लेअरवरती फोकस करायचं, त्याचं सगळं स्टॅट्स आपल्या मोबाईल स्क्रीनवरती येत होतं. नाव द स्टेडियम्स हॅव ऑल दिस लार्ज स्क्रीन वेअर आपण क्रिकेटमध्ये DRS घेतो. व्हॉट इज DRS माहिती आहे ना, म्हणजे काही अपील केलं थर्ड अंपायर कडे जातं, दॅट इज DRS. ते काहीतरी ते असतं, राईट. So the DRS also is displayed on the big giant screen in the stadium. पूर्वी असं काही नव्हतं. All these changes have come because of the fans. आणि हे during the match or pre-match there are various pre-match entertainment shows go on before the match. So that's why the fans are at the core of all these things. आणि fans साठी या सगळ्या गोष्टी केल्या जातात. मगाशी आपण नॉस्टॅल्जिया बद्दल बोललो होतो, सो त्याचंच एक छोटंसं हे दाखवतो. बेसिकली हे स्पॉन्सर्स साठी सुद्धा महत्वाचं असतं ना. आता US मध्ये वर्ल्ड कप होणार आहे, त्यावेळेला आता स्पॉन्सर्स साठी वर्ल्ड कपच्या टुर्नामेंटचं ब्रँड अनाउन्समेंटसाठी इट इज व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट दॅट रोनाल्डो मेसी इन दॅट वर्ल्ड कप, राईट. सो द सेम वे दॅट वी आर नाउ ब्रँडिंग वन हॅशटॅग ॲज फार एज इंडियन वन डे क्रिकेट टीम इज कन्सर्न. तो कुठला हॅशटॅग आहे? रोको. सो वेरेवर रोको, रोहित अँड कोहली इज देअर, सो तिथं त्याचं ब्रँडिंग होतं आणि त्याच्यामुळे दे आर सेलिंग द वन डे क्रिकेट बिकॉज एव्हरीबडी इज नाव सेइंग दॅट वन डे क्रिकेट इज डाईंग. T20 is there and test match is a classical cricket. But to brand the one day cricket in such a way that they have come up with this Roko hashtag, and every time Rohit and Kohli are been marketed during the cricket match. So again, what type of content we do? Briefly just running through it. It's like a history, nostalgia, know your game as we have seen. Rules and regulation, that is also another important aspect. आपण बघितलं की आपल्याला अजूनही क्रिकेट बाबत काही माहिती नाही, तर फॉरगेट अबाउट अदर गेम्स. आणि जेव्हा ऑलिम्पिक येतं त्यावेळेला देर आर हाऊ मेनी गेम्स इन ऑलिम्पिक्स? 10 का दम, 10, 15, 20, 25. सो देर आर अराउंड 24 to 26 गेम इन द ऑलिम्पिक्स. सो त्यावेळेला ऑलिम्पिकचं कव्हरेज इज द टफेस्ट अँड मदर ऑफ ऑल स्पोर्ट्स कव्हरेज, कारण एवढे सगळे गेम्स तुम्हाला माहिती करून घ्यायला लागतात. यू हॅव टू प्लॅन इट, यू हॅव टू लाईक नॉट ओनली ॲज फार एज प्रिंट मीडिया इज कन्सर्न, नॉट ओनली द रिपोर्टर्स बट बॅक ऑफिस ॲज अ एडिटर और ॲज अ सब एडिटर तुम्हाला ती जागा ॲलोकेट करायला लागते, तुम्हाला त्याच्यानुसार प्लेसमेंट करायला लागते न्यूजची. इफ यू आर अ ब्रॉडकास्टर देन इट्स अ हेल ऑफ अ सिच्युएशन वेरेवर देर इज अ मल्टी स्पोर्ट्स गेम, कारण एका वेळेला देर आर व्हेरियस थिंग्स गोइंग ऑन ॲट ते 8-9 व्हेन्यूज आणि तुम्हाला त्या सगळ्यावरती लक्ष ठेवायला लागतं. प्लस विनेश सारखा एखादा इव्हेंट झाला तर त्याला तुम्हाला स्पेशली फोकस करायला लागतं. So it's a toughest challenge for any sports journalist to cover a multi-sports event. आणि again coming back to the basics, आपल्याला ह्या ज्या सगळ्या इन्फॉर्मेशन, थोडी बॅकग्राऊंडर, थोडी हिस्ट्री माहिती असेल तर या गोष्टी थोड्या आपल्याला सोप्या होतात. Then we can add on to our own perception to it and our own style. So again, know your stars. It's very important facet of any sports tournament coverage because take any sports, without stars there is a no sports. So हे कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन बघा. सो एकीकडे आपण म्हणतो की स्पोर्ट्स इज अबव ऑल द स्टार्स, खेळ मोठा, जसं मराठीत टिपिकल एक अग्रलेखाचं हेडिंग असतं, खेळ जिंकला पाहिजे, खेळ मोठा, असं एक कन्सेप्च्युअल आणि असं एक उपदेश देणारा असतं. तसं सुद्धा दुसरीकडे स्टार शिवाय स्पर्धा पूर्णच होत नाही. यू टेक एनी कॉम्पिटिशन, there are stars, there are poster boys or poster स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन्स, पोस्टर गर्ल्स ऑल्सो. आता त्यांना पोस्टर गर्ल म्हणलेलं आवडायचं नाही कदाचित, पण अदरवाईज देर आर स्पोर्ट्स पर्सनल ऑन देअर branding and their posters and everywhere. So without stars there is no tournament, and त्या स्टार्सचा कंटेंट सेल्स लाईक अ व्हेरी हॉट केक. कॉम्पिटिशन, इव्हेंट्स, क्विज हे सगळे फॅन एंगेजमेंट अँड फॅन ॲक्टिव्हेशनसाठी इम्पॉर्टंट आहेत. अँड ड्युरिंग द टुर्नामेंट ऑल दिस थिंग्स कम व्हेरी हँडी टू कीप युअर व्ह्युअर्स एंगेज, बिकॉज अदरवाईज 1 महिन्याची वर्ल्ड कप असते, 15 दिवसाचा ऑलिम्पिक असतो. एवढ्या सगळ्या टाइम फ्रेम मध्ये टू एंगेज एव्हरी पर्सन इज नॉट अ जोक. आणि त्यासाठी वेगवेगळे सगळे व्ह्युअर्स और फॅन एंगेजमेंट ऍक्टिव्हिटीज घेतल्या जातात. लाईकवाईज रिसेंटली IPL नी काय सुरू केलंय, मला छान वाटतं असे तुमचे ब्लँक चेहरे बघून ना. सो आमच्यासारख्या स्पोर्ट्स जर्नलिझम पुढे किती चॅलेंज आहे आम्हाला प्रकर्षाने जाणवतं. सो IPL हॅज स्टार्टेड रिसेंटली फॅन पार्क्स. So wherever there is no IPL, there is no cricket event like IPL, they have started fan park, and where they have selected the second, third tier. I don't believe in metro and second, third tier. We would say that where there is no IPL, they have taken the IPL through the fan parks. And wherever तुम्हाला वाटेल, you see that it's a cricketing kind of a decision. No, it's a corporate, it's a business decision. Because all the metros are saturated as far as business is concerned. Now the newer markets and newer basically consumers are coming out of all these second, third, fourth tier cities. आणि त्याच्यामुळे तुम्ही बघितलं तर तिथे भरपूर सारा कंटेंट ते भडीमार करतायत. मगाशी परागने सांगितलं तसं फक्त मेट्रो पुरतं नाहीये, सोशल मीडियाच्या मुळे ते फार अगदी म्हणजे टिल द लास्ट एंड ते पोहोचवतायत. And with all this fan engagement kind of a thing during the tournament with our broadcasters, they try to create their new markets and new opportunities for their sponsors to sell their products. Then discounts and freebies are the typical this thing. क्रिकेटच्या वेळेला आपण बघतो, क्रिकेट वर्ल्ड कपला आता सुरू होईल, टीव्ही वरती स्कीम्स येतील 40% ऑफ, और त्याचं भरपूर काय काय ब्रँडिंग आणि सुरू होईल. सो दॅट्स अ व्हेरी marketing gimmick that we have during the tournament. So coming back to the last few points, so when is like right from the launching of that tournament or event. So हल्ली म्हणजे काय काय साजरा करतात, 100 days to go, 500 days to go, इथपासून ते launching of that tournament. आणि हा आपल्यासाठी अतिशय महत्त्वाचा व्हिडिओ आहे.
Delighted to confirm that India Ahmedabad is hereby duly appointed by unanimous resolution as the host of the 2030 Games. Congratulations.
So the same way आपण हे कल्चर पाहिलं and see this another cultural. So right from a World Cup, कॉमनवेल्थ गेम पासून या ज्या सगळ्या मोठ्या टुर्नामेंट अलाउड झाल्यापासून इव्हेंट्स अँड ऍक्टिव्हेशन सुरू होतात. दे स्टार्ट just bombarding the content and they compel us as a consumer to consume that content. That is also another unique criteria. अजिबात लाज नसते त्यांना. कंटेंट प्रोव्हायडर्स दे आर मर्सिलेस. त्यांचं टार्गेट असतं एवढे आम्हाला फॉलोअर्स पाहिजेत, व्ह्यूज पाहिजेत, अँड दे विल स्टार्ट बंबार्डिंग एनी ऑफ द कंटेंट. हा जो सगळा आपण जो कंटेंट बघितला तो. सो 100 days to go, तिकीट सेल. आता आपण ड्युरिंग एनी इंडियाच्या मॅचच्या वेळेला पाहिलं, तिकीटची पहिली कॉपी त्यांनी distribute केली. So that was a ticket sale also becomes an event. So there are such various events. Trophy tour असते. So now the trophy of World Cup, again the irony is FIFA World Cup trophy was in India, right? So in a way कॉपी हे कसं करू नये आणि इफ युअर प्रॉडक्ट इज नॉट दॅट जेन्युअन प्लीज डोंट कॉपी, अगेन नॉट टू बी कोटेड. पुणे सायकल टूरच्या ट्रॉफीची टूर केली होती. सो काहीच रिलेव्हन्स नव्हतं. त्यांनी ती खंडोबाला नेली आणि कुठेतरी जिल्ह्यात नेली, काय कोणाला काही घेणं देणं नव्हतं. सायकल टूरची ट्रॉफी. सो इट्स लाईक इमिटेटिंग द बिग थिंग्स, बट त्याच्यामुळे स्वतःच थोडं हसं केल्यासारखं होतं. सो ॲज अ कंटेंट प्रोव्हायडर आपण आपली थोडी ती लिगसी आणि ब्रँड व्हॅल्यू ज्याला म्हणतात ती थोडा जपायचा प्रयत्न केला पाहिजे. अगेन दिस इज माय कॉमेंट. So who does all these things, right from the global association to local sponsors to media houses, या ज्या सगळ्या मार्केटिंग अँड ब्रँडिंगच्या गोष्टी करतात. आणि हाऊ ॲज वी नो प्रिंट, टीव्ही, डिजिटल, रील्स, सो n number of things that they do. So this is how it is. Like any tournament, any sports media, any broadcaster, they have a massive time before the tournament, during the tournament and after the tournament. So as far as journalists are concerned, like any major assignment, tournamentच्या वेळेला we need to be at the war footing. आपल्याला डेली आपलं शेड्यूल आणि बाकीचं सगळं डेली आपल्याला काम we need to well chalk out and then plan it out. आणि आपल्याला ती डिलिव्हरी करायला लागते. डेडलाईन प्रेशर्स आर ऑलवेज देअर. सो यू हॅव टू बी इन युअर डेडलाईन्स टू फाईल युअर स्टोरी ऑर गिव्ह युअर कंटेंट. लाईक ऑल द P2Cs that you do. What is P2C? लाजायचं काय, चुकलं तरी चुकलं. नवीन डेफिनेशन मिळेल. करेक्ट, पीस टू कॅमेरा. सो इट इज नाही नाही काही हरकत नाही. डोंट वरी, ॲब्सोल्युटली काही त्याला काहीच हे नाहीये. So basically that's the P2C is normally what 20-30 seconds piece to camera that a reporter answer the question of the anchors in the studio. पॅरिस ऑलिम्पिक आपण बघितलं, कधीतरी तो पहाटे उठलेला रात्री झोपलेला असतो, सडनली कॉल येतो असं असं झालंय. सो वॉट एव्हर situation is there, you need to rush and you need to go on live or live to the camera. So broadcasting sati there is 24/7 challenging situation. It's a war footing kind of a situation wherever there is any event, may it be elections or sports. So again finally मी जसं म्हणलं तसं content and concept is the key, and we as a journalist or a broadcaster or as a print journalist, content आणि concept जेवढा आपला strong असेल based on our experience and exposure, तेवढा आपलं expression strong होतं आणि it has a huge kind of a sellable value. सो या पद्धतीने स्पोर्ट्स इव्हेंट कव्हर करताना आपल्याला हे वेगवेगळे सगळे आस्पेक्ट विचारात घ्यायला लागतात आणि त्याच्यातनं मग आपला एक रिफाइंड एक ब्रॉडकास्टर किंवा जर्नलिस्ट होऊ शकतो. सो दिस इज इन अ नटशेल अबाउट द कव्हरेज ऑफ स्पोर्ट्स टुर्नामेंट्स और इव्हेंट्स. One of us is a content provider or every one of us is an editor now. So start छोट्या छोट्या गोष्टींसाठी. परागने जसं सांगितलं, जसं देर इज अ क्लासिकल डेफिनेशन की मोठ्यांच्या छोट्या गोष्टी आणि छोट्यांच्या मोठ्या गोष्टी. आपल्या जर्नलिझममध्ये एक डेफिनेशन आहे. सो स्टार्ट विथ स्मॉल थिंग्स, स्टार्ट विथ स्मॉल एक्सपिरियन्स दॅट यू एन्जॉय और यू डोंट एन्जॉय और यू फील लाईक शेअरिंग. नॉर्मली आपण व्हॉट आर युअर इन्स्टा पोस्ट आर ऑल अबाउट. चला आता तुमच्या डोमेनमध्ये आलं, सांगा पटपट. तुमच्या इन्स्टा पोस्ट काय असतात नॉर्मली? फ्रेंड्स बर्थडे or just for an academic reason. Travels, okay, travels or new experiences or new food or hotel ventures, I'll tell. So any birthday parties or any whatever the things that you feel to share. So basically tashat similarly a small post or a small content about your perception and your take on a situation. Just me, I have shown you that video. It was a journalistic preview of that WPL. I'm not going that deep, but what you feel that Indian women have just won the World Cup and we are now into WPL, and now Indian women cricketers are becoming like the global known faces. So tumcha, see, each one of us have a take on everything. आता तुम्हाला इथं बोर झालंय, माझं लेक्चर कसं झालं, दिवसभरचा एक्सपिरियन्स कसा होता, इथपासून ते प्रत्येकाबाबत आपल्याला टेक असतो. अँड सेकंडली दॅट टेक वी आर फ्री टू एक्सप्रेस ऑन द सोशल मीडिया. सो इन दॅट राईट ईच वन ऑफ अस आर एडिटर इन दॅट वे. सो ट्राय विथ दी स्मॉल थिंग्स अबाउट युअर इम्प्रेशन अँड एक्सप्रेशन. मी जेद्दाला गेलो होतो त्यावेळेला एक US व्लॉगर आला होता. ही इज अराउंड 2022 आणि तो ग्लोबली टूर करतो, फुटबॉलच्या मॅचचे एक्सपिरियन्स तो देतो. सो इजिप्तमधला एखादा व्हॉलेटाईल एक्सपिरियन्स पासून म्युनिकमधला आलियान्ज एरिनामधला क्लासिकल एक्सपिरियन्सपर्यंत तो फक्त फॅन्सचे व्हिडिओज आणि फॅन्सचे तो वॉक म्हणजे त्यांचे छोटे छोटे बाईट्स देतो. ही इज अ मल्टीमिलियनियर. एवढंच करतो गेली 2 वर्ष तो, 22-23 वर्षाचा आहे. सो स्टार्ट जनरेटिंग युअर ओन कंटेंट. कोणी जज करत नाही. डोंट वरी अँड डोंट अफ्रेड ऑफ people judging you by your content. Try to explore yourself and then you will find that some rhythm or some any gist or some एक काहीतरी तुम्हाला त्याच्यातनं एक जम मिळेल की that line you will be going ahead with that. So start generating content. आणि मी म्हणलं तसं LinkedIn profile to let the professionals or let the industry know what you are and what is your metal. So develop a good LinkedIn profile. Otherwise Qatar's recent experience 2022 World Cup. It was like France-Morocco semi-final, and then there was a huge media. So whenever there is a media box, the seats are limited. So they have a criteria. If your country is playing, you are welcome. If your continent is playing, you are welcome. असे भरपूर क्रायटेरिया आहेत. सो अनफॉर्च्युनेटली इंडिया तिथं कुठेच नसतं, कारण आपला तसं काही दूर तक संबंध नाही आहे फुटबॉलचा ऑन ग्राउंड. बट येस, आपल्याकडे नंबर आहे. अराउंड 76,000 इंडियन फुटबॉल फॅन्स हॅज ट्रॅव्हल टू कतार टू वॉच द वर्ल्ड कप. दॅट्स वॉज द थर्ड लार्जेस्ट कंटिंजंट ऑफ अ फॉरेन फुटबॉल फॅन्स. सो आपला तिथं सेव्ह होता आणि पीपल रिअली लाईक अस, की त्यांना माहिती इंडियामध्ये हे एवढं सगळं इंथुझियाझम आहे. नॉट द नंबर्स बट पॅशन इज लाईक ते रिअली अप्रिशिएट. आणि ते अप्रिशिएट करतात कारण ते म्हणतात तुमच्याकडे असलं काही कल्चर नाहीये, तरी यू मेक दिस काइंड ऑफ एफर्ट टू ट्रॅव्हल आणि टू वॉच. फॉर इट्स हॅट्स ऑफ. सो मला ओव्हरलेमध्ये मला जागा मिळाली होती त्या मॅचला, नॉट इन अ मीडिया बॉक्स. आणि मी ओव्हरलेमध्ये गोलपोस्टच्या मागे होतो. सो फुटबॉल ग्राउंड गोलपोस्टच्या मागे. आणि आय वॉज हॅपी की अरे वा, मला जवळनं मॅच बघायला मिळते. आणि फ्रान्सने पहिला गोल केला मोरोक्कोवरती आणि नॉर्मली 6 मारली, विकेट गेली, गोल केला की आपण गोल असं स्पॉन्टेनियस रिॲक्शन असते. द सेकंड मुवमेंट माझ्या खांद्यावरती 2 जाडजूड असे हात आले. मी मागे पाहिलं. आय वॉज फुटबॉलमध्ये कसं असतं, एव्हरी गोल पोस्ट इज शेअर बाय बोथ द टीम्स फॅन्स लाईक फॉलोअर्स. सो एक गोल पोस्टच्या मागे फ्रेंच फॉलोअर्स होते, दुसऱ्या गोल पोस्टच्या मागे मोरोक्कन होते नॉर्मली. अँड द मधला जो व्हर्टिकल जो हे भाग असतो तो जनरल फॅनसाठी असतो. अशी नॉर्मली तिकिटिंगची आहे टू अवॉइड एनी क्लॅशेस. सो कारण हुलिगन्स फुटबॉलमध्ये खूप असतात. सो मी नेमका मोरोक्कन गोलपोस्टच्या ठिकाणी होतो आणि त्यानंतर मी ती वर्ल्ड कपची सेमीफायनल हाताची घडी घालून बघितली होती. आय डिडंट डेअर. बिफोर दॅट मोरोक्कोनी स्पेनला हरवलं. आमचं फुटबॉलच्या सगळ्या रिलेशन्समुळे खूप स्पॅनिश फ्रेंड्स आहेत, सगळे आम्ही गेलो, स्कार्फ आणि हे सगळं. आणि त्या मोरोक्कन्सनी त्यांचं जे चॅन्टिंग सुरू केलं, आम्ही आमचे स्कार्फ आणि हे बॅगेत ठेवले आणि आफ्टर द मॅच इट वॉज व्हॉलेटाईल. अगेन स्पोर्ट्समध्ये सगळं कसं इन्व्हॉल्व असतं. इट वॉज अ जिओ पॉलिटिकल थिंग. इट वॉज ऑल द अरब सेंटिमेंट. ते सगळं तिथं कल्मिनेट झालं होतं आणि इट वॉज द अरब पॉवर स्टेटमेंट टू द वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड थ्रू मोरोक्को. आणि त्याच्यामुळे दॅट वॉज द हॉरिबल एक्सपिरियन्स. म्हणजे अशी आयुष्यात मी कधीच अशी मॅच कुठलीच बघितली नव्हती. सो दॅट वॉज अ ॲडव्हेंचरस अँड डेंजरस एक्सपिरियन्स.
Has helped in the smooth conduct of this seminar, because we started at 10, a little after 10, but from that till now, as per schedule, and of course thanks to all speakers and panelists who agreed just with the first phone call or first WhatsApp message, and then they came prepared and with the passion to share their experiences with you. As I said earlier also, thank you everybody, all the technical team. A big round of applause for all the supporting staff.
I'll be delivering the official vote of thanks, just 2 minutes. Of this today's seminar, Acing Sports Communication. Yes, I do have official vote of thanks. But before that, few things. As I always say, few things the students also know. So, बिग बॉस को छोड़ के भी कोई गेम होता है देखने लायक, राइट? हाँ? There are other sports also that are relevant and very important to see, observe, and
When sir was playing the clip, I said, इसको football कहते हैं. The person who is standing there, उनको रोनाल्डो बोलते हैं, उनको मेसी कहते हैं. So वो कप्स पे और दिखने में क्यूट है, इससे आगे भी वो बहुत मेहनत करते हैं. Right? That's why they are so famous. That's why they are so important to be known. अच्छा लगता है CR7 बोलने में, लेकिन CR7 रोनाल्डो के पीछे क्या मेहनत लगती है. Probably the sports journalists today that we had and whatever experiences they share, they are absolutely valuable. 5Ws 1H भी पूछा था, तो काफी बेसिक सवाल था. P2C, बहुत सारे सवाल, जहाँ पे ऐसे लगा कि आफ्टर पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम, लाइक मैम सेड, फ्रस्ट्रेशन इतना बढ़ गया कि हमने ही बोल दिया कि पीस टू कैमरा होता है. एंड yes, the teachers reach a frustration level where एक क्वेश्चन मार्क आ जाता है कि ये तो बहुत साल पहले सिखाया है, शायद partially dementia हो गया होगा, right? So it's very obvious because you have lot of work like Instagram updates and all. So I do understand there are a lot of, commitments to Instagram, Facebook and Twitter and other things. But except that, there is one important commitment that you need to do, that is your own studies, rather for which you have paid for. So I think you should study also along with fun. 3 Idiots देखने के लिए अच्छा लगता है, लेकिन वो अप्लाई करने के लिए बहुत डरते हैं हम, right? So ये सारी चीजें बोलने का मतलब सिर्फ इतना ही है. Not just today's seminar or any guest lecture or our dean ma'am or the guest or anyone who says anything on this dais in the classroom. It's about their experience that they share. And mind it well, when you go in the field, it will make sense to you then. अभी यहाँ पे 4 दीवारी में बैठ के बहुत मजे लेने में अच्छा लगता है, मास्क बंद करने में मजा आता है. But when you go out on the field, probably all these people who have graced this dais today and talked about their experiences will make sense to you even more when when you all will be on the field. तब याद आएगा कि शायद ऐसे बोला था कभी तो, right? And I think for that, instead of yawning, laughing and all these things, you should pay attention to what people are saying here. And mind it well, who knows, you will be on this side of the dais someday. If you definitely achieve the success, the importance that you want to gain in your field. और उस वक्त अगर हम वहाँ पे बैठ के yawning करेंगे तो चलेगा? And if we start doing Instagram and all that तो चलेगा? What if you are on this side of the dais and if we do all these things? And if we don't ask any questions to you, yes, you are our students, but I am very bored to ask you any question. So put yourself in the place of that person who is here standing, sharing their experiences, standing here to give all the passion and give all the enthusiasm that he has come up with. You must definitely respect that. And I think wherever I go in my life, I'm going to say these things, that whoever person comes here on the dais comes with certain amount of experience and concern. As sir said it very easily and casually, but yes, it's a big concern to see your blank faces when the session is going on. And mind it well, this blank faces are the future of this country. तो देश तो बहुत विकास करेगा, right? Anyways, so let's not go into the details of what happens next, but at the outset I extend my sincere gratitude to our respected dignitaries and speakers for their valuable insights that truly enriched our understanding of sports communication in today's dynamic media landscape. Their experiences and perspectives have added great depth to this seminar. I would also like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Gitali Tilak ma'am, Dean Dr. Ujjwala Barve ma'am, Head of the Department Dr. Keshav Sathe sir, university authorities and organizers for their constant support and guidance in making this seminar a success. My heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee, faculty members, Shashwati ma'am, Kimaya ma'am, Meera ma'am, Mansi ma'am, Smita ma'am, all the student volunteers and technical team, Lalit sir, Dange sir, Kange sir, Devkar sir, Sheikh sir for photography, Faisal sir, Sumit sir, all the plumes and for their dedicated efforts behind the scenes. Finally, I would like to thank all the participants for their active involvement, thoughtful questions and enthusiasm which gave life to today's discussion.
With this, we conclude this seminar, Acing Sports Communication, and finally I would like to thank all the students to share their time also for this seminar, and all the anchors who really did their job well. And with this, we conclude the seminar. It inspired us to communicate sports with accuracy, passion, and responsibility. Thank you, and see you next year.